welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way! This one.
This is what everyone is here to compete for. So without further ado, let's brawl!
Welcome back, Brawl Stars Nation, and welcome to LATAM South for the April monthly finals. It's your boy, Ready Set. I'm joined by Kung Fu Kenny, who would be completely unrecognizable without the 32. How are you feeling, dude? We got some awesome stuff coming up in LATAM South today.
I'm doing really well, Reddy. I'm very excited to watch. This region was a really fun one to entertain me last month, and now I'm super excited that I get to cast it, enjoy it alongside with you all. And I just think LATAM South in general is a really interesting region. A lot of different brawlers that get picked compared to other regions, and it's just kind of a wonder of its own. So I'm really excited to see these unique players face off.
Yeah, when we come down to LATAM South, we talk a lot about the dojo, right, as F. would say, because you have kind of this own little meta that goes on within LATAM South, and we'll get into those picks and bans later, but some brawlers that are way more prone to being picked here that would not be picked anywhere else. I think Mr. P is definitely the embodiment of that whole idea. But of course, to get here, right, our players had to go through the same grueling challenge as every previous month. Kenny, walk us through how our players got here.
Yeah, so there's a double elimination bracket. So first they go through that 15-0 challenge like we all try and compete in to get that ever so coveted esports tab. After that, they're going to play out until there are 8 teams remaining. 4 make it out of the upper bracket, 4 make it out of the lower bracket. If you lose twice, you're out. So it's a high stakes every single time you play. You can't underestimate any opponent. After they decide those 8 teams, each of the upper bracket is going to be randomly matched up with a lower bracket team. And that's exactly where we're at today and what we're going to find in just a moment.
Exactly, that's where we are today. Welcome to our top 8 single elimination bracket, which we'll be getting to in a moment. But first of all, big change from last year. Power match format is going to continue to be played throughout the BSC 2022, where both teams get to pick a blind ban, and then they go through the draft phase to pick which brawlers they want to play, effectively banning out a brawler for the enemy team whenever they pick a brawler of their own. Of course, our top 8 single elimination bracket, out with a double elim and in with the single elim, and of course our best of 3 format for the quarterfinals. But as we move on to the semis and the finals, it's going to get into a best of 5. Here's our bracket for today, Kenny. Any particular matchups that stick out to you?
In terms of which ones I think will be most competitive in the opening round, I'm really looking forward to Renegados facing off against Chasmat Gaming. I think Renegados has performed really well recently, and even though Chasmat is one of the top teams in this region and is really competitive, they did fall early to AC Milan Clash, who were last month's champion early in last month's, and just overall I've been really impressed with Renegados in qualifiers, third-party events, and things like that. And also 6 free agents getting the new acquisition I think will be a really interesting one too. UNIMA is a team I was very interested in seeing perform here today. So I think the second and third match in particular are ones that I think will be pretty competitive to start things off today.
Yeah, definitely some exciting matches today. And of course, it's all competing for that coveted $1 million prize. A whole lot of cash on the line and a whole lot of pride, a whole lot of glory on the line as well. Of course, if you want to get the chance to win some prizes yourself, make sure you tune into event.brawlstars.com. Last month, it was the boxer pin, and this month you can unlock the shredder pin. They're doing the little peace sign. It's a fun thing. You can get it in game, and I can definitely say, Kenny, that I'm following along with the predictions as well as we're going through our monthly finals here, trying to get my predictions correct. As far as what your predictions were, Kenny, I'm going to start off with my predictions. I thought it was going to be Arena Casito, Chasmat Gaming, 6, and then AC Milan Clash. Those are my predictions for who's going to win the quarterfinals. What about you, man?
I am the same. However, there was a recent acquisition to 6. They got a new player on their squad, Pekka, which shakes things up a little bit before going to broadcast, though. I was going with UNIMA. I'm going to stick with it for now and see what happens. A little unknown there, but I think both these teams are fairly even in terms of where they stand in the meta. But I'm just going to go with what I thought was going to happen before it, see what goes down here today. And, I'm just going to kind of hold the line on my pick, and I guess we'll agree to disagree on this one. And either way, though, we're kind of all in this together for the most part in the first round.
Yeah, and we love being proven wrong too. We love seeing this region being extremely competitive. Let's talk about things that are really mixing up lately. The meta, we have a brand new brawler being introduced. We have some brawlers that have been buffed, some that have been nerfed, some that are real mainstays in the meta. Gale. Anyway, yeah, I know that's a Kenny favorite, is the Gale. What kind of brawlers are you expecting to see a lot? Because we have the data from last month, the most picked, the most banned brawlers from the quals.
Yeah, and I always feel like LATAM South is very interesting compared to other regions. I think one note is Mr. P, like you mentioned a little bit earlier. That's somebody that even before the recent buff that he got and the latest balance changes, was somebody they kind of favor. And the reason for that is the kinds of brawlers they play. They're going to be more likely to play brawlers like B, a single shot brawler that Mr. P does really well into. And since Mr. P gets in the mix, none other than Jesse gets in the mix a lot more in this region. So it's very interesting to see how, certain brawler decisions impact what counters people bring up, especially in a draft format. So to me, it feels like this region really prefers Jesse a lot of the times in positions where I feel like EMEA or other regions might go with Bell, and more general what the world would do. But I think in hot zone maps, I'm going to be looking out for Jesse and Mr. P. I'm going to be generally looking out for him. And of course, Fang is somebody that we can't take our eyes off of. That super is so dynamic, big time plays, and I expect to see him banned a lot here today.
Yeah, we have the stats from the quals in LATAM South, and Fang was banned exactly 100 times. And that's a real big number considering that the second most banned brawler was like Spike with 16 bans across the entire thing, which is absolutely insane, right? Fang is such a strong brawler, and if he manages to creep his way in there, you're pretty much guaranteed that whatever team picks up Fang is going to be having a real fun time. Now, let's talk about another brawler that's creeping onto the scene though, Kenny. Eve. She did get a little balance change lately that lowered her range, but her star power that lets her shoot that most damage inflicting egg first, as well as the ability to spawn the minions, is super powerful.
Eve is really strong to me right now, despite the nerf, and I didn't get to watch every match of Sesa as I was asleep, resting up to make sure we could do this broadcast, but I did some quick math. I watched the replay and kind of skimmed through and took a little track. Eve was played in almost 75% of matches or banned, so one of two, outside of 5 different sets in the entire region we saw earlier today. Definitely watched the replay because it was a good one too. Only 5 times she didn't show up or get banned. So to me, even though she got nerfed, I think it still screams that she's going to get played a lot. Other regions might feel differently, but I expect to see Eve a lot here today still.
Yeah, I would definitely say that's a huge testament as to the strengths of a brawler, right? Because you have a lot of different game modes available in Brawl Stars, and we can talk about like Brawl Ball, for instance, right? This is where the short-range brawlers definitely get their chance to make their debut, but on Bounty, you're not going to really be seeing those guys at all. Eve can work on both Brawl Ball and like Bounty if you want. And I think that range, right, not like physical range of her attack, but that broad range in game modes that she can compete in, does make her one that is, I think, pretty much going to be a go-to ban in our matches today. Of course, that is if we are not considering Fang. So I think there's going to be a little bit of like teeter-totter, like are we going to ban Fang? Are we going to ban Eve? Kind of depends on whether we get first pick or second pick. Kenny, sometimes players are like, okay, well, I get the first pick, so I'm going to ban the second best brawler. But then who's the best brawler? Is it Eve? Is it Fang? It's really subjective. I think it's going to introduce an interesting dynamic for our pick phases today.
For sure, and you got to think too, depending on the map and the mode, to say maybe it's not Eve's strongest, but how strong do they feel like Eve is overall? Is it enough to ban her, or are they going to focus on somebody that's very good on that map? Mr. P is somebody we brought up earlier, a very general player that shows up a lot here in LATAM South. They're going to prioritize doing things like that. Byron's somebody we've seen a lot across the world. I think it's going to depend on the map and the mode a little bit. To me, Eve is probably strongest on modes like Knockout and Bounty. That's really where I feel like she shines the most, just because of that insane long range. It's very hard to have a direct counter. You know, the only one I've seen kind of show up consistently be a problem is Mortis just a little bit, but even then, Eve's gadget is a getaway opportunity every single time. She can jump away, she can travel over water. I think Eve is just one of the most interesting brawlers right now, just because she's a long sharpshooter brawler, and really her only downfall that I've seen so far is just that really slow reload speed. But if you can keep your safe distance, a lot of times modes like Knockout and Bounty can kind of play into that more passive-aggressive category, right? Sometimes teams are going to be looking to just hang tight, get the kills that they need, and survive. And I think that's where Eve's going to shine the most, but we could see some really fun plays like we saw earlier today, where we're passing the brawl ball forward up, hitting the little gadget to bounce forward, jump over some enemy players and walls, and really knock in a goal. So I think Eve's going to show up a lot here today. I think it's going to be really fun to watch and see how these players treat the newest brawler.
All right, well, if you came here for some Brawl Stars, wait no longer. We got match number 1 coming up on the horizon. We'll see if exactly the Eve comes into play, whether she's banned out, whether the Fang is banned out too. Of course, it's Arena Casito versus WJM. Now, Kenny, we put in our predictions. We thought, both of us, that Arena Casito was going to take this one, but we have seen some pretty good stuff from WJM in the past, so an upset is totally possible. But is it likely? Who knows, right? We're going to find out today. Of course, the players that are the most successful are the ones that are able to adapt to this very quickly changing meta the best. And with the nerfs and buffs, those balance changes just coming in a few days ago, I think that there's a lot of room for upset here.
Yeah, I do too. I think there's a little more unknown with WJM, right? 2 of the 3 players are first time to BSC, but they have had some success here. You know, it's not easy to make it to one of these 8 spots. So either way, they had to fight through some really good rosters. They upset Zacron, which was a team last month that showed up, and they did really, really well. So I think they have a really good chance here to do some work. Arena Casito, for me, though, has been a very strong team. You know, they made it all the way to the grand finals last month, lost 3-1 to AQM. And it really had some pretty solid performances overall. To get here too, they defeated KIB, who is here in this bracket here today. So I think Arena Casito is my favorite in this matchup. But again, you know, we haven't seen a lot from WJM in the BSC yet from at least some of these individual players. So definitely potential for them to really pull off an upset. And I hope to have see a really strong debut for them.
Yeah, I feel like Arena Casito and AQM could be the El Clasico of LATAM South, especially because we do see AQM on the other side of the bracket today. And it seems like we always kind of need, right, that like boss matchup in the grand finals. Is it going to be him versus them? Is it going to be SK versus AQM? I guess, is it going to be Arena Casito versus the other AQ, if you will? This is going to be a real interesting story. Also with AQM dropping P.E.K.K.A here, actually. I wonder if that is going to mix things up a little too. Of course, we'll have to get into the games to see that. And this all hinges on whether they make it to the grand finals to begin with. We got a whole lot of Brawl Stars between then and now, if that happens to begin with, right? I love having my predictions be incorrect, as strange as that sounds. Of course, I do want to get the Shredder pin, but still, I love the developments within the scene. Kenny, I think I can say the same for you, but I'm curious to hear, what are your thoughts on the rest of the bracket? Because we have Arena Casito versus WJM coming up soon, but we got some other great matches coming up for us today.
Yeah, I think a real one that I'm looking forward to is seeing Renegados versus Chasmat Gaming. I think a lot of teams entering the gear just due to the player's success in previous years. You know, Chasmat Gaming's roster was previously, you know, INTZ, who was really successful in Worlds. But I think one thing that's kind of interesting to me is that looking back, you know, the last 2 months, the at the time Aphelion roster, which has some of the players from AQM here today, who were last month's champions, they won 2 in a row against Chasmat, which was then INTZ. A little confusing, but the same players. Which was really interesting to me. And then when they got to Worlds, you know, INTZ had the success, but I looked back and I was like, well, why, you know, I feel like they've been playing really well. Who did they match up against? And they faced none other than Zeta in round 1. So who knows, if they traded spots, success could have been different, the same. You know, I feel like these teams are definitely having a good chance as well. So I feel like there's still a question mark for me on Chasmat Gaming, and I've been impressed with Renegados recently. So the match directly after this, man, I think could be a really good one too.
All right, let's bring it back to match number 1. We're taking a look at the map that's going to kick us off for the LATAM South Monthly Finals here in April. And of course, it's going to be Dueling Beetles. We have our friend the Snake in the back left. I know a few of my friends who look like that guy, but let's talk about the hot zone too, because we got some lanes that are available to us. We got mid, we got the left and right, and we have an open mid that allows those lanes to pretty easily flex, especially if you break open some of those walls. Definitely a viable strategy here is to break open all the walls and make the map look nothing like Dueling Beetles in the first place.
It is really interesting that you mentioned that, because this region favors B, and a classic strategy even before, you know, going with a draft format was in the blind format. We would see brawlers like Colt, Griffin, B come out in certain hot zone maps. You know, we see it here sometimes on Dueling Beetles, and that could potentially be a thing, especially with Brock being more relevant these days. I know this region does enjoy Piper a decent amount too, compared to brawlers like Bell. You know, they could go for that wall break strategy, really open things up. I think it's hard to pull that off sometimes, just due to the draft format now. You know, they can anticipate what's coming. They can see more of the full picture rather than just going into the blind format. But the wall break is definitely an option depending on what the enemy team picks. And it's something to look at for sure when going through that draft process, you know, learning how to counter the enemy side.
Yeah, that draft process, we are going to have to speculate here. We actually are having a few issues getting wind of what exactly is going on in the draft, but we're going to touch on that later and get back into the draft for our following matches. For now, though, it's all speculation, Kenny. We could see the Colt B. This is like the tried, tested, and true strategy, but I don't know about that one, right? I think Brock is still a viable brawler. Of course, we're not going to see any of those brawlers that we talked about just a moment ago, but we do get to see the LATAM South Classic. Toxic on the bottom right-hand side of your screen is going to be pulling out the Mr. P versus Byron. Mid-control early on, going to go to Arena Casito. They're also pulling out that Jesse that you mentioned as well, Kenny.
Yeah, and it looks like Eve and Fang were the bans coming in as well. So in terms of draft, this one plays out kind of exactly how I would expect for LATAM South. We're going to see the Mr. P and the Jesse. And Jesse, like I mentioned earlier, shows up on a lot of hot zone maps here, whereas the rest of the world would probably lean more towards the Bell, just for the overall great kit. And to start out here, this is one of the regions they love it so much. You can get that turret off, a lot of value, but they destroy the wall instantly, which might be one of the reasons they actually go with the Colonel Ruffs, that wall break strategy that you were mentioning. They look like they have introduced it as a way to try and deal with that. Nice takedown there onto the Jesse as well. Good trade. And for now, Arena Casito going to be holding down the mid.
Good stuff. Crow is definitely one of the best brawlers to be holding onto mid. We're going to see Christian actually rotate around the right side and then back up. Definitely needed to distance himself as far as he possibly could from Byron. Going to be hanging on by a thread as well, but it doesn't matter. The health pool from this team is just too much for Byron to deal with. Good combo there with Toxic and a kill onto Byron. WJM are having a real rough time getting on this point, especially Jay as he gets taken down on the right side. We see a lot of single target brawlers from WJM. Arena Casito running much the opposite. They got some splash damage in form of Mr. P on Toxic, and they have Casito also on the Jesse. Some multi-target brawlers that are going to be really good for dealing with any kind of turrets, as well as exploiting times when enemies are grouped up close together. So we see the health pool being used as an advantage here by Arena Casito, and the total opposite by WJM.
Yeah, and I think Byron is a really strong brawler, but in this particular matchup, it's not necessarily healing anybody particularly well. You know, there's some lower HP brawlers on their side, and he's a solid individual brawler as well, but I feel like the Jesse can address the life plan from Spike and the sandbags from Colonel Ruff, so that's going to be a very favorable matchup. Mr. P is somebody this region really favors, and just going in against single-shot brawlers like Byron can do really well. And Crow's somebody I'm a big fan of on this map overall, somebody in the meta in general I think goes slept on a lot of the time. So overall, I'm just a huge fan of the Arena Casito comp right now. I do like it better, I think, than WJM's.
Yeah, and you can see how Casito on the right lane is doing a good job of flexing onto mid, dealing with that life plant from Jay, as he's able to take it down in just a couple of hits and also get some damage onto Jay in the same go. We're going to see Toxic pop that Mr. P gadget. Down goes Jay. Down goes the life plant, too. Not a whole lot of protection available there when you're already backed into a corner. Arena Casito is going to be crossing that 50% mark. WJM scrambles once again to find their footing. We're going to see that last life plant from Jay as well. Weepy can make a push forward on the right side. He has his Byron Super, which is a great asset to have. And Toxic is the last one alive from Arena Casito. we'll finally get to say WJM get some capture on this point. But for how long as Arena Casito encroaches further and further on their territory?
I think as the map opens up, it will help a little bit just in dealing with the Jesse turrets, but having sandbags go into it isn't going to help us all. And now AQ going to be able to reclaim this middle area despite a Colonel Ruff super flying in. They do dodge that and hold on. They've now found themselves at 85% here. This is going to have to be a monstrous comeback for WJM.
Well, let's see what they're able to muster. Christian's taking a whole lot of damage, goes down to Weepy. Miku takes down Casito. And Arena Casito are just 7% away from claiming this set. WJM is on the verge of a comeback if they're able to keep Christian back in these bushes. Casito also getting a whole lot of ricocheted shots on the left side. Down goes Jay. And here goes Arena Casito. They're going straight into set number 2. We can see Casito with the straight face. That is the face of a cold-blooded killer. That's a face of the Jesse that is not afraid to take out every single one of your sandbags in just a single shot, Kenny.
Yeah, I'm not messing with that guy, I'll be honest with you. I saw that guy in the Brawl field. I know my place. I am not winning that much up. And a really good draft overall for them. I think it played out how it should have on paper, right? I think in terms of matchups, it really favored AQ, who we had as the favorites coming into today. So those are the kinds of things we expect. I think if WJM can kind of address their draft phase a little bit here on Hard Rock Mine, you know, they're still in it. It's hard to say, just given that going into it, I really anticipated that the AQ comp was just going to be better. So maybe if they can come up with a more even draft, you know, we can really see what this team's got in them.
Yeah, this is true, right? We have to consider what's going on in the draft phase because the entire match is not won in the draft phase usually, right? And we did see some good comebacks from the side of WJM throughout the course of that second game. They've definitely found their footing to a degree. Problem is that I think they were still outcomped. Now, they have another set to work with at minimum, but should they lose the first game, they're already looking at a match point, which is not a great feeling to get potentially 2-0, 2-0'd. By Arena Casito, maybe a bit of a different story. This is like a probably world-class roster. Of course, it's pretty early in the season, so kind of a big call to make. But Hard Rock Mine, I think this is going to be a good equalizer. This map has been in the game for a very long time. This is a very well understood game mode, a very well understood map. The meta is very well understood as well. Can you take us through some of the brawlers that you expect to see on Hard Rock Mine?
Yeah, I think this one's an interesting one. I think there's a few different directions they can go. You know, you have to keep in mind Eve is now introduced as well. That's something we haven't seen in the past, which I could easily see getting banned, and if not banned, played here pretty early on. But some bans that, you know, LATAM South or just some early picks that they're going to be making on this map in particular. Fang is somebody I expect to see either gone or picked up early. Colonel Ruffs, Mr. P, those are kind of a few that align with what I think will go down here. Ruffs is also somebody that is aligned with what most of the world does here. And for mids, I think a sneaky one to look for is 8-Bit. You know, I think a lot of the globe is really starting to adapt and pick him up. A lot of the times you'll see that right-hand wall more towards the mid where the gyms spawn. A lot of the times they'll put down the 8-Bit turret there. It's a very safe place to throw it down. They can get really aggressive for a moment, go grab some gyms, and then just safely teleport away. So those are a few that are some LATAM South inspired picks more than anything, and then just some that the globe really goes to on this map.
Yeah, definitely LATAM South inspired here. We've seen a lot of the 8-Bit in this region. Of course, keep in mind what some of the counters to 8-Bit are as well. It's a little bit dangerous to save your mid pick for the end, but it might be needed as 8-Bit is pretty straightforward to counter. You can pick Jesse, but really his main counter is going to be Bell, actually. If he doesn't put his turret in a safe location, we can see that attack repeatedly bounce back and forth. Here are the bans, though. We'll see the Eve ban and the Rico ban, actually, from WJM. Definitely targeted at Arena Casito. Rico is a mainstay brawler on this map, and if you've ever seen Rico on Hard Rock Mine, it's plain to see why. He's able to shut down a tank on a lane. He's able to trap you in your own spawn. Definitely not something WJM want to deal with today.
Yeah, and understandably too, I think Mr. P is going to be a solid pick here as well. Just a general one for this region. They're actually going to roll with Bell. It wouldn't have surprised me if they tried to go with something like Jesse, but I really feel like Bell's overall kit can be very useful just in the sense that you can drop down the nest eggs by where the gyms spawn. You get the long range capabilities. The bounce shots do the same job as Jesse's. And to counter that, they're actually going to go with Piper. So I'm also a big fan of that pick. That's something that this region really still likes to go towards. It's something we've seen teams stray away from more recently. But in the draft format, at least in LATAM South, this is a pick that they make a decent amount of the time. They really like having that wall broken on the enemy spawn side when they can get to it. And also, Piper's going to be a great way to address Bell in general. Faster reload speed, more damage from a longer distance, slightly more range. So in terms of sharpshooter 1v1 battles, Piper into Bell is a pretty solid matchup.
Yeah, and I think this is a big statement as well, picking Piper into Mr. P here, because Mr. P is often picked after Piper, right, as a counter to Piper. But Arena Casito, they have that faith in themselves, and they're also kind of saying to themselves, like, no, we'll just put someone else on the Mr. P lane, and they'll be able to deal with it effectively. They get the Fang in here. This is actually quite dangerous for WJM. Now, WJM does have the ability to pick up a counter here, but they're not going to be picking up a counter to Piper, it doesn't look like, because most times, I mean, first of all, they already have a counter to Piper. Second of all, Mortis is a really good counter to Piper, and he's not going to do too well versus Fang. I definitely see the Daryl working here. We can see a potential interaction where Fang uses super to get into Daryl. Daryl simply rolls away, or Daryl gets a stun or something like that. I think WJM has a fighting chance here, but Arena Casito with the Fang pick is looking real scary.
Yeah, Fang just inherently a scary brawler right now, but I think if they lane this right, WJM actually is a really good shot at this. I think ideally the Bell matchup into the Colonel Ruffs would be good for them, and honestly they could consider having Mr. P go down the mid and facing off against Piper. Looks like one of the brawlers is holding back for now, might be having a little bit of internet issues, but looks like they're in action now. Going to be pushing forward now, and Toxic with an early kill, and this is going to lead to Arena Casito with an early favor.
All right, and a good pinch on the right side as well. Weepy goes down. Now Jay has to fight up this right lane. Christian has his super ready to go. He'll probably be going after Weepy when he can. Nope, he's gonna go ahead and grab that kill onto Jay and assume his offensive position to keep these guys locked into their spawn. The Hard Rock Mine spawn trap is something that we see a lot from the most effective teams. We saw Jay roll away there. Christian, yeah, does not falter for even a second, gets right back into position, and actually intentionally goes down to Jay there to rid himself of the damage amplifier. Definitely a strategy that is viable, not one that we see a whole lot, because intentionally getting sent back to the respawn is not usually the best case scenario.
Yeah, tough start for him too, which has led to Arena Casito really taking a lead here. Going to go ahead and pop that gadget as well, connect onto Jay. There's still time though, but not when a roundhouse kick is in your face. Bell going down there, and it's just Jay remaining. 4 seconds to go, very low HP. Casito should be able to hang on here for just a moment. Game number 1 of Hard Rock Mine going to go their way.
Well, great stuff for Arena Casito. It did look like for WJM, one of the things holding them back was that they were missing Mr. P for the first part of that game. So as we move into game number 2, hopefully that situation has ameliorated, and we'll get to see that Mr. P rolling up to his lane as soon as it starts. And yep, that is exactly what we're going to be seeing. Miku versus Toxic on the left lane, and this is actually a pretty ideal matchup for Miku as well, because if Toxic throws down his sandbags, Miku can dispose of those in like a couple of shots with the splash damage. We'll also see Jay rolling really aggressively. Casito's able to get out of range. Christian's going to feel a little bit of super to Jay, but still, Arena Casito come out on top in this one interaction. The WJM are already looking to be in way better form than last time. Oh, and as I say that, here we have the Fang super in. Christian, an absolute monster. Not going to take down Weepy, but still going to get a lot of space for Arena Casito at mid to allow them to grab some more gems.
Yeah, and a nice part of WJM's composition is, like you mentioned, Mr. P's going to be able to be really flexible here. Does great into Piper and also handle those sandbags very well. Miku has an opportunity now if he wants to go grab these gems, but Toxic trying to interfere with that. They're going to allow Weepy to pick them up. Jay picks one up as well, and now they've got a countdown started on their side. The gadget being popped. Fang entering in the picture, though, and now they've picked up a few and interrupted this countdown. Jay going to be approaching the gems, trying to defend them the best of their abilities, but they have an onslaught from all sides. They take care of that for the moment. Weepy able to pick up 7, and Miku the rest. A new countdown has begun.
Oh, shoot. 10 gems all on Weepy. Casito and Weepy with the mutually assured destruction over here on the left side. Christian needs an opening. But with all of this trade back and forth, maybe a few more countdown interruptions, and Reina Casito could actually pick up enough gems to start a countdown of their own and tie the count here. Casito might be able to grab some gems. No, Weepy grabs them just in time. WJM now has 15 gems to their name. Jay just has to defend here. We're going to see the roll forward by Jay. Christian isn't going to get the super, and that might be the final nail in the coffin. This is actually going to be this game going to WJM, despite Arena Casito's best efforts. We can see Jay's, he's not showing it, but if I were him, I would definitely be happy with my Daryl gameplay on that game. Definitely a core element of the success of WJM in that last game.
Yeah, for sure. And now we hop into game number 3. We'll see if it plays out similarly to the second. I think it was really well overall from WJM. And my biggest takeaway is, as long as Fang has a super, there is hope. They reset that countdown several times. So even when they had it in their favor, WJM really had to tread lightly and have to be careful there to hold on to those gems for dear life. But they played it well, did exactly what they're supposed to, and now it's a 1-1, and they will have an opportunity to tie things up.
All right, well, let's see how this Mr. P matchup goes on the left side. Toxic is not going to be taking any damage, actually, as he marches straight through those suitcases. Big roundhouse kick by Christian. Grabs 1 kill, and, well, unfortunate, not the greatest use of the super. Yeah, a little crying pin there by Christian, but it's nothing that he can't get back, but it's something that he's going to have to work really hard for, especially with 2 gems over his head as well. Jay picks up an easy kill. Weepy going to circle back. Weepy's going to be the gem carrier by the looks of things. Meanwhile, Casito keeps on breaking open these walls. And Arena Casito has the range advantage here. Big play by Christian, but WJM was prepared this time. They are not leading by gems, but they're definitely dealing way better with the Fang than they have in previous games.
Yeah, the problem is, though, that Fang does have the range to close the gap between somebody like Mr. P or Bell, and additionally, they're using a lot of their resources to try and deal with it. It's allowed Arena Casito, especially Piper, to just kind of go ahead and grab these gems, as now they're forced back a little bit, though. Daryl getting aggressive as well. Casito going to be forced away, and they can tie things up now. Really strong performance, I feel like, this game for WJM. They've turned this set around after a slow start in the first one.
Yeah, this is incredibly amazing for WJM. It's a challenging matchup for Weepy, actually, though. As he's facing Piper, it's very, very challenging, but that single turret from Mr. P is going to allow Weepy to push forward a little bit. We're going to have to see, actually, Weepy play very cautiously, as Christian could pick up a super pretty soon here. Jay is going to roll in on the right side and pick up a kill, and we're going to see Christian get the kill on the back lines for Arena Casito. Now 10 gems for Casito. Jay needs to get in position, but Casito is masterfully avoiding his attacks. How much more time can Arena Casito buy themselves as WJM continues to try their best, but it looks like it's all over. Arena Casito grab the set victory, they grab the match victory as well, and they're headed on to the semis.
Yeah, I think WJM put up a really good fight there, though. The Daryl actually, I think, made a good call, aborted mission, and saw that Fang had about 200 HP and enough gems to get a reset, so tried to get over there in time. Fang was just enough away, though, to where they couldn't get it done. Very close match overall. I think they did a great job and had a pretty strong performance overall. You know, Hot Zone wasn't necessarily their set, but I think Hard Rock Mine really could have gone either way, especially in that third game. There was a lot of back and forth, a lot of resets in that second one, so I expect to see more from this team in future months, too. They have the chance to keep coming back and making it to these top 8 teams. But of course, we did expect Arena Casito. They're a very strong team in this region. Somebody we're looking out for to even make it to a grand final here today. So I think so far so good in terms of predictions.
Yeah, definitely winning on the predictions point. Definitely excited to be grabbing some of those points as well towards my new pin. Great stuff. Love that match. We got match number 2 coming up right after. And of course, it's going to be another banger. But reflecting on our last match as well, I think that this was really good from WJM. We have, we had our doubts coming in. Then Hot Zone, those were kind of confirmed, but they seemed to get better and better and better as the match went on, and we very realistically could have seen a knockout set. Wonder how that would have gone if we'd move on there.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, in terms of what the most likely upset kind of set is, it's going to be the newest game mode. It's the freshest to all the new players. And, you know, there's a way to take that to where, you know, the experience, maybe better overall players are just going to automatically take that. But, you know, we're still figuring out a lot of the meta for these newer maps, you know, how they play out. I've seen new strategies come in for several of the maps recently and in several different regions. So it's still developing, still a lot of creativity that can come in. And anytime there's a draft, it's just going to be a unique one every single time. You never know what you're going to get. So each player's kind of got to stay on their toes and adjust. And I think WJM did much better in that second one. I think they show some promise. And, you know, the more experience they get in these big matches, the better they'll get.
Yeah, well, we can only hope to see them in the next monthly final. So long for now, and hello to Renegados FA and Chasmat Gaming BR. It's time for quarterfinals match number 2. And these are both teams that we have seen in the past. Renegados free agents, Chasmat Gaming BR. Chasmat Gaming BR, I can say we've definitely seen a lot of them, not just this year, but also last year and then the year before that, right? Same roster, different name. This is INTZ with a fresh coat of paint. So definitely are expecting to see a lot from these guys today. Renegados, a bit of a different story. We've seen them in the past. We've seen them do well. The challenge is going to be going up versus this former INTZ roster.
Yeah, I've been impressed with the way that Renegados has played. It's also a similar roster to what we saw last year, and they had a lot of success in this region. You know, Doritos, one of their players, played in 5 monthly finals, 4 of them with Renegados and even won one. So I think there's just a lot of success here, even though they haven't taken, you know, as many, say, monthly championships as some of the players on Chasmat Gaming's roster. I think they have a really good shot here. I think recently they played really well, and I've kind of got some question marks about Chasmat Gaming right now. You know, that you can't put away the success they've had in the past between past seasons, world finals. You know, they've had some great success in this game, but at least more recently, they haven't been necessarily playing in those big time matches and third-party events. They've been kind of middle of the pack for me against Clash last month. They did lose the matchup, which everyone was really looking forward to. So I think they still have the potential and 100% could take it away and even win a monthly final here today, but I just haven't seen it quite yet this year from them. So I do think this actually has the chance to be decently competitive. I think Renegados are no slouches. They've been in these situations before, and they have some really established players in this region. So I'm really looking forward to this. This is one of the ones for the entire, you know, world that I was kind of keeping my eye on as we approach these monthly finals.
Yeah, this is definitely the potential beginning of a new come-up for Renegados FA because, like you said, I totally agree. They're not slouches, right? They're not, you know, they're putting in the work. They just haven't been performing to their usual degree as of late, but that can all change right now. And versus Chasmat Gaming BR, this would be the perfect opportunity in the quarterfinals, right? It's the easiest place to get an upset. Of course, by comparison, you're still playing versus the top shelf teams from your region, but with just 3 sets to play and only 2 sets that you need to win instead of 3, it's totally possible. We got our first map, and it's a classic shooting star is going to count us down. And really, if there's anywhere that a mechanics diff can happen, it's going to be on Shooting Star. This is also a map that can be kind of won in the draft if you're able to get a nanny pick, Kenny.
Yeah, that's a good point. This is a really mechanically skilled map, so I think both sides are really going to have to show what they've got. Typically, it's some sharp shooter skills, but recently I've kind of seen it be, you know, a little here and there with that. When the draft comes into the mix, you know, you start bringing the counter picks. You know, if somebody picks Piper, I've seen a lot of Pam in the mix. I've seen some Max in the mix here. And Nani is definitely one that I expect to be, if not picked first overall, to be banned. It's one of the most globally banned across the world on this map. I think Nani is very, very strong here. And honestly, I've even still seen a lot of Fang bans on this map, which a lot of people might be a little surprised with. But honestly, just given the super, he can get those last-second takedowns, and that's kind of how it goes. Obviously, Eve being introduced this month as well. Those are probably the 3 bans I'm looking for right now.
Well, we're definitely getting a little bit comfortable here as we are moving into the draft. I definitely say that's a way to send a statement, right? Is say like, nah, man, I'm not worried. Here's the nanny ban and the Jean ban as well, actually. No vengeful spirits today, and none of that peep action either, which is gonna allow actually Eve and Fang to be played. Fang is one that you mentioned, Kenny. I think that as a super long-range brawler, as well as one that has a very long-range super and is great at dealing with squishy brawlers, this is definitely a possible pick for like a final pick, like a counter pick, or also the last couple of brawlers pick. Chasmat Gaming could be picking that as one of their brawlers. We already see the Piper response in form of Bell and Eve.
Yeah, and one thing to note too, a lot of the times we could see brawlers like Tick or Sprout come in here, but you kind of have to be a little wary, especially if somebody like Sprout, because there's spawners on the field. It takes up shots from Sprout, and it can be a little more difficult to deal with, but it does do really well into those sharpshooter brawlers. Byron doesn't really surprise me here. This is one that globally is picked pretty often here. And again, Fang is somebody that I'm not necessarily looking for. I don't think it's ever going to be really a first pick on this map. I think it's kind of one of those situations, like you mentioned, you're either banning it, you either just don't want to deal with it, you want to put it off the board, you're like, I don't want to deal with this super powerful super, the long distance, able to get those kills and cycle them out, or you take it as a last pick to have an aggressive brawler in your back pocket. So we'll see what they elect to do on the side of Renegados. I like the Tick pick here. I think if you're going to pick a thrower, that's the one to go with in this situation, especially considering Eve's on the field now. And I'm really excited to see how Eve plays out here. This is the first time today we're going to get to see her in action.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I would definitely say that the Fang into the Eve could be pretty powerful if you're running that first star power that allows you to immediately charge your super off of taking down an enemy. You can just spam that super button, auto-aim it into all of Eve's little minions that she spawns from her super, and then go for Eve right in the end. We actually are going to see it, that final pick of Brock from Renegados, and now all of our brawlers are locked in. They just got to choose their star powers and gadgets. I think it's pretty clear, though, what those gadgets are going to be. From Byron, it's definitely going to be the second gadget now. From Tick, going to be going with Last Hurrah, just a little bit of extra survivability. We'll see if Tick actually tries to get the middle star here. It's going to be Tufa tasked with that. Juby's going to do his best to keep him out of that area, and for a little while, it's going to work very, very effectively. Though Tufa keeps on weaving his way in to grab that first star. And if Chasmat Gaming manages to grab the first star, then they will basically wear the pants for the beginning of this match.
Yeah, that blue star can make a huge difference in how aggressive a team really feels like they need to get, but it is not going to be easy. I love Yubi's decision here. I think that's a great last pick. Good takedown, though. And now they're going to be in a little bit of a situation as they also claimed the blue star. Tufa managed to grab it, but the Brock's going to be able to open up these walls and really play to the strength of Renegado's composition, right? They can now use a full long-range map. Tufa is somebody who benefits from having that wall there as a little protection, just get some free chip shots, and Firecrow with another takedown, too. And so far, Chasmat looking really good. The mechanics looking super good on the Piper side, who's going to have a favorable matchup in that Bell, and Byron hitting some much-needed tags as well.
Yeah, we actually do see the lane swap as well. It's not going to work out too well for Marcel, as well as some of those minions from Eve are pushing in. Eve is also a brawler that can work just as well in close range as she does at long range. Marginally more health than Piper as well. Marcel is still able to flush her out with the help of Tufa, though. Just 35 seconds left on the clock. Bell still can't really make a push in. It's going to be really, really challenging for Renegados to bring this back, but they have pushed Chasmat Gaming back all the way up to the back of their respawn, in fact. 20 seconds remain. We need to see some kills here from Renegados.
Great heals there from Firecrow, too, to manage to stay up. The Tickhead approaching as well. And Renegados are overall just very weak with the 10-second countdown, kicking in the spawners, hitting Marcel, but I don't know if it'll be enough. Yurig goes down, and now Firecrow hangs around in the corner while Tufa and Marcel go stage right. And they're going to be hanging in there. A very convincing game number one.
Great game number one, especially for Chasmat. Renegados definitely had their moments, right? Had the game gone on for just a little bit longer, had they had maybe 30 more seconds, they absolutely could have taken this one back, right? Because we saw them push Chasmat back very, very effectively. The thing is, though, that Chasmat is very effective at pushing for that blue star. Now, though, it looks like Renegados could actually be getting their hands on that blue star. We do see right lane fall back a lot. That's going to open things up for Tufa, but he's not going to quite commit to it yet. Chasmat Gaming want to see if they can get a kill out of this beginning interaction as well. Not going to happen quite yet, as Jureg does get a good amount of damage on Marcel to boot. Minute 20 seconds in, still no kills for either team, still no visible progress for either team, except for those walls that have been broken open in the lane swap from Firecrow on the right lane.
And finally, we see Tufa able to claim that blue star. And yeah, there is a lot of interchangings. You know, these are callouts that these teams are going to be making. The great connection there from Marceldo and Hubi. And now they have a nice, comfortable 3-0 lead, little less than a minute on the clock. And I think they're just, both sides are trying to play to the best matchups. Ideally, we're putting Piper on the bell. So they're going to be kind of looking to get out of that situation on the side of Renegados. And Tufa going to be doing his best just to play in the mid here, do whatever he can. Even though these walls are down, he can kind of keep a comfortable distance and make it difficult with those mines for either side to move forward, as now Doritos is forced all the way back. Firecrow can push forward a little bit and help the team out as Piper is forced to back away.
Ooh, big hits from Doritos on the right side. Firecrow does heal himself up, though. He's running that first gadget to give himself a little bit more survivability. Big hits from Doritos, though. Firecrow has to fall all the way back. Just 15 seconds left on the clock. And only really 2 kills are needed for Renegados to bring this back. There's one. Firecrow goes down. 10 seconds left for Renegados to claim another. And it does look like they're going to get Marcel. Renegados now get to make away with this 4-star lead. Never quite taking down Tufa, never getting that blue star that they were squabbling over to begin with, but still walking away with the win, leaving us with a tie in set number 1, 1v1.
Yeah, good second game for them there. I feel like they adjusted really well. They tried to get the more favorable matchups. And again, Hero did a great job. You know, Eve does have a great ability to do a lot of damage, but you really got to make those shots count, especially when there's a 10-second countdown, a lot of pressure. You know, they lose the set there if they don't get those very needed kills. And with that slow reload speed, not a lot of opportunities there with only 10 seconds. They made them count. It's going to be 1-1 overall. Ready, you might be muted. Not sure, but either way, gonna hop in.
All right. It happens to the best of us. Sometimes we like to pull out our Spike impressions because we didn't get to see him during the pick phase or the ban phase either. But it's all in good fun. Nonetheless, though, Chasmat are gonna be pushing up very, very well. Firecrow using that max range to his supreme advantage. Juby is going to be leaving this obstacle on the right side to keep himself safe from Firecrow. Tufa also coming in for some support. Going to give a little bit of an opening to Doritos to try and sneak in some damage here. Nonetheless, Chasmat Gaming are doing a way, way better job of keeping the lead here than they did in the previous games. They're keeping that control of mid very effectively.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing more lane swaps. We're going to see Tufa on this right-hand side taking on the Brock instead, rather than kind of holding down the mid-ground. Marcel going to be forced away. It does open up a lot of those boxes, and thankfully Firecrow is there to assist with the heals, but now taking a lot of fire there too. Doritos with a takedown, 20 seconds remaining, and Tufa and teammates are going to have to move forward here, and they're going to be the ones that are going to force an aggression.
15-second countdown is active. Doritos is doing his best to use that max range to his advantage. Firecrow gets taken down. It's all up to Tufa and Marcel. Are they going to be able to do it? Just one more hit onto Juby and Chasmat. They're still not able to bring it back. 5-6 on that final count. And Doritos is smiling wide. Definitely popped off. I would say if I had to choose an MVP for that last set, it would undoubtedly be Doritos. It's going to take us straight into set number 2 for some pinhole punt.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I really expected this to be a more competitive matchup than people gave it credit for, and Renegados proving it right there. And now we're going to have to see what Chasmat can pull up here. This is a team that was really heavily favored in the region overall coming into the year. They've got it in them. They've showed it before, but it is a new format. Nothing's free. And again, Renegados has been around in this region. They've caused a lot of disruptions in the past, and these are some really talented players. So Chasmat's going to have to be on top of their game as well here as we move into pinhole punt.
Yeah, I think the bans might have been a little bit surprising in that last set as well, right? Because I think players, you know, they're very used to the Fang. They're very used to, like, the Eve bans, and neither of those were banned, and both of them definitely could have done really well. In fact, we did get to see the Eve action, and it worked out pretty well, I would say, no matter how the match went in the end. And I think we could definitely see her on pinhole punt. Some brawlers that I'm expecting to see on pinhole punt, though, I think that Crow is absolutely indispensable. He's pretty much the go-to brawler here, to the degree that I think he could even be banned, Kenny.
I agree with that 100%. Coming into last month, too, that was a brawler on pinhole punt. that I'd heard a lot of good things from pros, seen a decent amount in scrims, and it definitely proved right, as it is one of the most picked globally. Fang going to be another one I think is a great candidate to ban here. Eve, of course, we kind of got to go through some of the more givens, but I do think Crow is a good one to watch out for here. I think in this region particularly too, it could definitely be a ban. And I don't think you're crazy at all for say that. Great area control, can deal with a lot of different compositions that are aggressive, with the slowing toxin gadget. You can really hold any enemy push you want. Max combos can't come into play here as much and things like that too. Aggressive brawlers will have a harder time. So I think Crow overall is a really solid pick here. I don't think that's crazy at all.
Yeah, and let's also talk about gears here as well, because speed gear gives you more speed. When you're in bushes, you have that large area of bushes in mid, and I feel like gears we haven't really talked about a whole lot in BSC. It's usually about like the new balance changes or the new gadgets or the new star powers or brawlers, but now gears could really come into play here. Typically, we don't talk about them because it's pretty given which ones you're going to be running. You're going to be running damage and shield, or you're going to be running damage and speed. Here, speed is definitely going to be a trade-off. It's, I think, pretty much indispensable for playing mid. It's going to make the mid game a little bit inconsistent compared to before we had gears, because it's pretty hard to tell how exactly fast a brawler is able to go with that huge speed boost you get from being in a bush.
Yeah, it's a great call out. It is something that kind of goes, it's an unsung hero of the game right now. There is a little strategy into it, and I definitely think the speed gear is one that we should expect to see on Pinhole Punt. For most brawlers, really, there's not too many that I could think of here that wouldn't benefit from it, because at some time you're probably going to be entering either these side two lanes or in that giant square in the middle to try and claim the ball or just push forward in general. So that's a really good point as well. It does add a new dynamic to the game and is something we didn't have in last year's gameplay, so it is a really fun one to kind of see take place as well.
Yeah, and of course we are getting that draft phase started as well. As far as what brawlers you expect to see here, definitely hoping to see some tanks. If of course Crow is banned out, we'll get those couple of bans up here in just a moment. But what's the other ban going to be besides Crow, right? It's either going to be Eve or it's going to be Fang. That's pretty much how the meta goes. You always see two really powerful brawlers that are usually going to be banned. We're actually going to see the Byron ban. Interesting. But we also see the Crow ban, which we both mentioned. And this is going to allow both teams to play Eve and Fang if they so wish.
Yeah, Byron is not typically a go-to ban for the globe here, but I definitely think that it's a really strong one. Typically one of the most played brawlers on this map, especially as a mid. Just a very flexible one, so I don't blame them for taking that off the board. It does, of course, leave Fang open. Leon is very notable in this region. That's kind of where my head was at, to be honest with you. I don't love it into Spike necessarily, but I do think, just given what I've seen from this region, they pick Leon a lot here. I've even seen him be first picked overall, which is something that I don't think I would expect to see in other regions, and is a good brawler here, but does shock me a little bit of how much they love him in that early on in drafts. We're now going to see Eve come through. The Bell going to be a solid pick as well to go into the Spike life plant and the spawners of Eve, so I think that'll actually be a pretty favorable pick there for Chasmat Gaming. And we'll see what pick number 5 comes in as a moment. I could see it being a few things. We have the Spike coming through. I would be less lenient on the roughs now, which is something this region does a lot. And they actually go with Gale, which is really good on this map, but there are no tanks yet. It does help if they are thinking that the other side might go with something like a Fang. It can stop really aggressive pushes from Leon. But yeah, I think a really interesting draft overall for Renegados.
Yeah, I think this is definitely an interesting draft, probably a good draft as well. Chasmat Gaming, they still have the Bell to deal with Spike's life plant, and they have that last pick that's totally possible. I think that Chasmat Gaming could very realistically still choose the Fang into this. In fact, I bet they're discussing it right now. Oh, there's the Colonel Ruffs, actually, which is going to be pretty good versus actually all of the brawlers from Renegados. They're all single-target brawlers, and this is going to be a pretty useful brawler to have available, especially with that damage boost onto himself and onto Bell. I think Ruffs is going to be a really, really strong pick. Now, let's bring up something else that we don't really talk about a whole lot because we don't have those blind pick phases anymore, is playing Brawl Stars versus your enemy instead of just playing Brawl Stars. I think that might account for the Byron ban here from Renegados. They know that Chasmat is a very challenging team, and they know that they're good at the Byron, so they ban him out. Let's see how this match gets navigated, though. Renegados are already having a little bit of trouble defending their goal, and Chasmat Gaming is all set up at mid.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Chasmat Gaming's comp so far. I think their Colonel Ruffs is a 6th pick is a very sneaky one. It's very, very solid into Spike. It's going to help with the spawners / the long-range shots of Eve. I think overall it's just a very solid choice here, and it's typically one that you can't necessarily grab as that last pick. It's very surprising that Ruffs survived the draft that far, and that is due to a little bit of the bans that maybe we didn't expect to see. You know, Byron's typically played here a lot, but not necessarily banned, and that's going to change things up as now Firecrow advancing forward gets the takedown onto Ubi, and they will have a goal at number 1 on their side. Chasmat up 1-0.
All right, Chasmat in a comfortable position, as well as with all of these spawnables that they have generated on their side. Renegados are already having to fall back. Big wall break from Firecrow as well. Marcel is able to grab that, and now this guy is an absolute powerhouse. Each one of those shots is going to deal so much damage, especially on Doritos. Look at that, takes down more than half of his health with a single shot. And he's outranged by Marcel as well. Down goes Doritos, a super pass up to Tufa, and a goal already for Chasmat. That's how you make a statement. Yeah, sure, you took us down in set number 1, but it was a close one. And now we're really, really bringing the heat in our modes that we're more comfortable in, where you're also not literally banning out Nanny so that we can't play it. Let's see how game number 2 goes. If there are any parallels between game number 1 and game number 2, of course, this is when Renegados get the chance to learn their enemy and start playing Brawl Stars once more versus Chasmat. Looks like exactly that is happening, as we already see a 3v1 on the left side.
Yeah, hot start for Renegados. They were going to try and get the stun up. I was looking for the Gale Super there. They fortunately passed the ball just inside for the side of Chasmat Gaming here. Doritos going to be trying to advance forward for the ball. Another tornado being placed down. That second twister already coming through. They'll only have 1 remaining. And you got to be careful about how early you use those, especially when you're using them on the aggressive side, because Renegados might need those at a later time for defense, because it's such a pivotal role, especially on either of those goal sides like we saw there. But when it helps on the defensive end and the enemy brawlers can't push forward, it is super helpful to have in your back pocket. Good takedown there as well. And Renegados being thrown back a little bit here, a little more breathing room for the side of Chasmat Gaming, who might have a chance to advance this ball a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like Chasmat is going to focus on getting mid-control, getting positioning inside that middle ring of bushes before they do anything else with the ball, right? They're not in any rush. It's still 0 versus 0. They got a minute 15 on the clock, plenty of time to work with, and a wall break to work around as well, as Firecrow is able to get that supply drop down. Marcel's going to be working his way towards it, but Renegados are acutely aware of this fact, and they're going to be shooting a whole lot around this, around the supply drop if they can. They've effectively forced Chasmat back, but Doritos overcommits and gets taken down. Tufa now is looking for a goal opportunity, trying to bait out as many shots as he can from Jureg. Marcel is able to get the kill, but not in time for Tufa to make a score here. Firecrow can get this, and he's going to go, yep, that is exactly what my mind went to. I was like, Firecrow, there's a perfect opportunity for a trick shot, and he took it. I'm happy. I don't care how this match goes now. I'm just glad I saw a trick shot.
Always good to see a little bounce shot banking in there. Nicely done. Little trade out in the mid now. CMG forced to play some defense. They're just going to throw that ball their back wall. Looks like Yurek's going to go for the jump, though. Little time remaining. They do manage to get the takedown. Just Yahubi left. And that could have been very scary there if they had the hops to get it. It's looking like with 5 seconds remaining, it's going to take a lot in order to get this ball out. Successful defense from Chasmat, who have now forced a set number 3.
We see the spins there as well. Very, very competitive matchup from some players who respect each other as well. Got to see some of the old Marcel emerging there as well. We didn't see any protestos, but we did see him toss a ball at his own goal, right? Which, once upon a time, you could score a goal on yourself, and that is like the pinnacle, the apex of BM, and I guess now it's actually a more defensive position to place your ball. Definitely a good bait as well to get Eve to use that gadget and get taken down. Definitely one that we got to be looking out for, or at least crossing our fingers hoping for in future BSC, because yeah, we've never seen that before, but I mean, it worked pretty well. Was it risky? Yeah. Was it high reward? Yes, as well. Ring of Fire is coming up next for set number 3, and this one is man, we have seen some really, really close matches, some real nail biters, some hearts broken on this map as well, and of course, it's got to end here for such a close match.
Yeah, I mean, I could really see this going either way. I do feel like set number 2 is heavily in favor of Chasmat Gaming for the most part. You know, we had a hot start in game number 2 for the side of Renegados, but overall, I felt like Chasmat Gaming was pretty much in control there. However, set number 1 was a little more back and forth, so we kind of seen the best. We've seen some highs, some lows from both teams. As we enter Ring of Fire, it's all going to come down the line here again. This was one that I was anticipating to be pretty competitive. I think Renegados is a really solid roster, and on any given day, definitely has the potential to be a top-tier team in this region.
Yeah, I mean, for this one, to be fair, it's definitely got to go to the double match point all the way to game number 3 within Ring of Fire, because I can hardly see it going any other way. This is going to be such a close matchup. Now, we did see Chasmat actually very handily take Brawl Ball, which is sort of their specialty. So when we're, you know, looking at both of these teams under a microscope, whose specialty is Hot Zone? It's so new to the game that I don't think we can really pin it down on either team. It's just going to be who gets those coveted brawlers in the pick phase. Meg is a very strong brawler to have available here. Another one is Eve. Another brawler that you want to be looking out for is like Rico on the side lane. You could also be thinking of like Stu here. Definitely some brawlers that have been left behind by the meta as balancing has changed. But still, you got to pull out all the stops. You got to think about all your options on such a hectic map.
Yeah, I love how you mentioned Meg especially. I think Meg is a really solid lane option here, and one that people forget sometimes just because she's not as relevant on a lot of the other maps, but Hot Zone is definitely going to be a game mode for her, especially the single zone Hot Zone maps like Ring of Fire is. And if you can get Meg with the giant mech into one of those enemy side bushes, it can be really tough to get them out, especially if they pop that gadget, continuously heal. You get sneaky in the bushes with your swipe, it can do about 4,000 damage. I mean, it can be really scary. So I think that's a really good mention too, as somebody to look out for here. You know, it's not always the most played brawler, but certainly one that I could see showing up.
Yeah, Meg is so powerful as a mid because she gets, you know, it's not high damage, but it's consistent damage, and it's fast. It's pretty tough to avoid. If you're able to effectively line up your shots at close range, then Meg getting her super is not going to be really a challenge for you. The challenge with Meg is staying in your mech and then not getting popped out of your mech in a really bad position. She has that shield that she gets as well after she pops out of her mech that'll give her a little bit more survivability, and in some cases can give her so much survivability that she'll just stay with the shield, tapping people down at long range. It's a little bit frustrating to deal with, but it sure beats getting swiped for 4,000 damage. We have the pick and ban phase coming up. Who gets the first pick? Who gets the counter pick? It all comes down to a coin flip, but the bans are blind and they come through at the same time. Spike and Eve are our bans. That means Fang is available to whoever has that first pick.
Yeah, so kind of what's going through my head here, if I'm in the player's shoes, Ruffs is definitely an option. I actually really like that pick. I think Colonel Ruffs is a very solid, safe first pick. There's a lot of different directions you can go. Crow, another really good one here as well. And just as a mid, I'm kind of thinking more for the Chasmat Gaming side that they could go. They could kind of look towards Pam and Byron, which are very popular globally, and especially in some regions like the EMEA. It looks like Renegados is going to take that. I think it's a very solid mid option here. A very safe one as well, especially if, you know, Chasmat Gaming does take a very popular option like Pam here, who's known for her healing capabilities. You know, they have the poison of both Byron and Crow. It can be really difficult to utilize that. Of course, Fang is still on the table as well. Rico is still available. I think there's still some really good options here for Chasmat, but so far I like the draft from both sides, to be honest with you.
All right, and we have the surge pick actually from Chasmat. I do really like that you mentioned Pam actually, because with Scrap Sucker, she's just such a meme, right? She's just so funny, right? You can steal your enemy's ammo. You can prevent them from doing anything with their attacks just by popping a gadget. Like, it's insane, but it's a whole lot of fun. We still got a couple of picks left to see if we get her. There is actually going to be the Bell pick from Chasmat Gaming, and Renegados get to have that final one. Is it going to be Fang? Is it going to be Fang? No one can counter it at this point. Surge can definitely use his super to stop back down on Fang. Bell can throw the damage amp onto Fang, but still, the clock is ticking down to decide what that last pick is going to be. No doubt Chasmat are going to be using Colonel Ruffs to get that supply drop on Bell, and using Bell's nest eggs as well. Tara, interesting. And this is a pick that typically this pick doesn't really work out too well, but it's very effective if you're able to get her in the enemy's bushes and then spawn trap with it.
Tara shows up on this map a decent amount. I think a big inspiration for that, and something that's might get throw off the draft a little bit, is I'm sure they're thinking about things like Rico, you know, maybe somebody like Sprout who show up a decent amount here as well. But with Surge in the mix, that's going to be one of Surge's specialties, is taking out squishy brawlers. So they can't really think that way. You know, it does change things up a little bit, but Tara's going to do a great job into Colonel Ruffs. I'm sure that was part of the reason too. And he's a brawler that I would say shows up from time to time here. Great takedown to start things off though. But yes, a good point that you mentioned too is it's really pivotal that Tara does get to the enemy bushes, where we see Fire Pro just kind of planted right now. There's really no need for him to get aggressive. You know, he has to charge up a little bit. Power 1 Surge, not the strongest, but as he hits more shots, charges more supers, Surge does become a bigger and bigger problem.
Yep, and here we see that otherworldly support. Those shades being popped by Doritos, getting taken down swiftly as well. It's going to be Doritos' main entry point into the left lane to deal with Firecrow, but the shades keep on getting taken down so fast, it's going to be a real challenge. Teleport in from Firecrow as kind of a move of desperation. Now Renegados take the lead on that hot zone capture percentage. 2 minutes left to decide who has the higher percentage and who's going to be ending off the match with a W and a match point in their back pocket. And good defense from Doritos on the left side. Firecrow's trying to get that level 3 to be able to flex a range advantage on the enemy. A slow as well, and a kill from Juby. Firecrow is going to get poisoned here, but not taken down. A great lead by Renegados so far.
I love the way Renegados has played this so far. I think that Tara pick is honestly paying off to be a really sneaky one, and Yubi was making some nasty plays with the Crow. The slowing coming into supers like we see here, nailed that shot as well. Could have easily gone into a sandbag and ruined that entire super, but managed to do the damage. A Tara super coming in here too. Doritos showing off why this pick could be a good one for them. And with only a few percentage points away, they just need to step up for about 3 seconds to claim game number 1.
Yeah, and this could very realistically happen with just a Crow jump in, or perhaps a really coordinated push between Tara and Byron here. Does look like Renegados are actually getting a little bit, I wouldn't say sloppy, but they're getting a little bit greedy, right? They want to get in just that last 3%, and they kind of stagger themselves in, which allowed Chasmat to take them down 1 by 1. Here's a big pull, though. Down goes Tufa. Firecrow's next up on the menu. Marcel's going to try his best to stay alive. 98%. No way they take this back. Renegados was so close to the victory, they could effectively taste it. A jump in from Juby, but it's not close enough. Chasmat can take this one by a hair's width.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, you have to make those coordinated pushes. That's a big thing. You know, if you really think about it, every time they get a team wipe, they have to spend all that time respawning. And that's time that the enemy side has to just take down the hot zone. And, you know, it leads up to about 10 to 15% every single time. So a couple team wipes really made up about 30% there. And CMG making a nice comeback there. Goes to show they had some disciplined Brawl Stars in them. They hold tight, and they are now the ones up 1-0 despite the huge Renegados lead.
Such a great run by Renegados so far. Hopefully it's not soured by a single game there. Chasmat Gaming is at the match point. If they win this game, they're headed on to the semifinals to face Arena Casito. If Renegados take the win, they have another shot at sending themselves to the semifinals in the place of Chasmat. Firecrow is going to stay barely alive by 12 health. Marcel also narrowly staying alive. Little tag from Juby onto Tufa. We'll see those sandbags go down once again. Doritos on the left side is trying to get a pinch on a Firecrow. Gureg is really focused on Marcel and Tufa as well. Juby gets tagged up with the damage amp. Good kill from Jureg on the left side. And Renegados might be able to get this one. Bit of wall break from Tufa, but that's not really the main objective. Great teleport as well from Firecrow. This is going to be the comeback from Renegados this time, not from Chasmat. Is it even possible, though, Kenny?
Firecrow's my MVP for this game right now. I love the way he's playing into Tara, which should be a really difficult matchup, to be honest. You have the extra shades, and every time that he's teleported, he's dodged a super. He didn't get greedy. This time he was a little more aggressive off the start and planted himself around where those 3 cacti are in the middle of the map. A good teleport there, too, to secure the deal, and all they have to do is remain for a few more seconds. The Crow jump trying to be enough, and it's not. Great comeback there for Chasmat, and we see the best of them in those final 2 games, especially towards the latter half. Really well played to them. Renegados had an excellent showing here today, but honestly, Chasmat had to fight for that one. That was not a free quarterfinals for them.
Yeah, not even close. Great stuff for Chasmat, and unfortunate for Renegados. They were so close to victory in game number 1, but come game number 2, one of two things happened. Either it just wasn't meant to be, and that comeback was a serious clutch by Chasmat, or case number 2, they were just pretty defeated after such a huge comeback, and I honestly can't blame them, but that kind of stuff is what holds you back from heading on to the semifinals. If you're not able to mentally reset after each game, then you got to get past that obstacle in order to advance up to the semis and up to the grand finals and grab a world spot here. It's not the end of the journey for Renegados at all, not for this year, but it is for today. Congratulations to Chasmat on heading up to the semis. They're going to be facing versus Casito in our first semifinal.
Yeah, that's a matchup that I definitely want to see here too. You know, Chasmat Gaming coming into the last month was one of the teams that were expected to be either the 1 or the 2. It was between them and Clash in a lot of people's minds. And since Casito made it last month and got that second place, I think this will be a really good test to see which of the 2 truly deserves it this month. And will go against what a lot of people think will be Clash. And we still have a lot of Brawl to get there. Clash does not have some easy matchups up ahead of them either. But in terms of the overall standings and consistency, those are kind of the 3 teams that I think people have their eyes on right now. So I think that's going to be a really fun one to watch next round.
Yeah, let's talk about those matchups, actually. We just saw Renegados FA versus Chasmat Gaming BR, and it's going to push them up to face Casito. That's going to be our first semifinal of the day, but we still got some more quarterfinals waiting for you in the wings. UNIMA Gaming versus 6FA, as well as AC Milan Clash versus KIB Esports waiting for us in the quarterfinals. Each of those matches is going to produce one candidate for the grand finals. They're going to fight their way through those semis as well, though. So, really good progression that we've seen throughout the day so far. Looking forward to seeing Casito versus Chasmat Gaming BR. But of course, first, we have to find out who our competitors are going to be in that second semi-final. I want to know, Kenny, what are your personal predictions? And I also want to say, audience, Brawl Stars fans, go to event.brawlstars.com to put in your own predictions as well and interact to get some points towards unlocking that new pin that is available. If you don't get it now, don't worry. There are more BSC streams coming up for the rest of the month to get those tokens towards some in-game rewards as well as the awesome pin waiting for you at the end.
Yeah, so that's a great question, honestly. I think before the recent addition of Pekka, one of AC Milan Clash's players, just recently got picked up to 6. I was leaning more towards UNIMA, to be honest with you, based on how they played in the qualifiers. They beat Renegados, which was a team last month that even made the semifinals, and they also beat Zero Zone along the way too, to come out of the upper bracket, which is a pretty tough feat to do. You know, they win every single one of their matches. They didn't lose once in qualifiers, and that's how they secured a spot. 6 has been a good one. They got taken down by Chasmat in the uppers, which is completely fair. You know, anybody on any given day can lose to a roster like that, as we just saw. They also did beat Renegados as well, who is a semifinalists, like I said, were the 9 seed last month, even before adding Pekka. So they were really high up too. They were literally the next up to make that monthly final spot last time. So they're a really solid roster too. I went with UNIMA before this, but you know, now I'm kind of more of a coin toss, like for sure. It was more of that 55-45, and now I really don't know. You know, even as good of a player that Pekka is, you know, do they have the synergy? Will it all work out? You know, what are they going to elect to play? I think they've got a lot of figuring out to do on both sides. So I think this will actually be a pretty interesting one. I'm more that 50-50. I went ahead and just put in UNIMA Gaming because that's who I had before the roster change. And I'm just going to kind of stick with it for now. You know, I really don't blame people going either way here. I think this is, in my mind, as close to a 50-50 coin toss as it can get.
Yeah, it's a really good analysis. Let me do you one better. I like Pekka. I say 6 takes it, but of course, there are a lot of synergies that need to be developed between the players that allow you to succeed at this level of play. We're going to be getting started on Safe Zone for our first set. Some brawlers that can be played here. We're talking Piper, maybe a little bit of Nanny every now and then. Brock, also one that we're looking out for. Maybe not some Frank, but he sure is jamming, and we'll get to chill to those beats as we are getting on with the brutal matchup. Bans will be coming out pretty shortly, as well as those picks as well, Kenny.
Yeah, and we are hopping into Safe Zone as well. In terms of bans, we're going to be going with Eve and Nani, which I don't see Nani actually getting banned here too often. Can be a solid brawler, but Eve does not really shock me, to be honest with you, given how strong Eve is at this current moment. Long distance kind of map here makes a lot of sense to me that these players would want that out of the way as we see Piper get selected first overall.
I gotta say, whoever that is on the bottom, I aspire to be that relaxed, right? That is exactly my ideal situation. That looks like such a comfy couch, right? What a great place to play Byron, as we see that for the second pick. Pick number 3 is coming in as well, who's a Byron going to be paired with Fang, actually. And this not only makes a whole lot of sense, but I think it could even be a win condition if UNIMA aren't able to respond effectively. They got pick 4 and 5 waiting for them on the left side of your screen. There's Daryl. There is Colonel Ruffs, the dog. And 6 get the counter pick.
I think the Daryl pick is one that can actually be pretty solid here. It used to be played a lot before the draft format, and I think that's going to be a solid way to try to address Fang. And now they're going to be rolling with Spike as well, which doesn't do the best in the Colonel Rush sandbags, but that could be a really good way to use the life plant maybe into a single shot brawler like Piper, and to address a tankier brawler like Daryl a little bit better. So these are two a little more untraditional compositions overall. You know, Daryl isn't something that's played here every day, and Fang does show up, but it is typically banned, to be honest with you. It was one of 2 of the most globally banned brawlers on this map in particular, so we will get to see the Byron and Fang combo in action, and we'll get to see how Daryl can deal with it as well.
Yeah, and here's the deal, is we got to see UNIMA Gaming get that first pick. So they told themselves, okay, well, we're going to ban out Nani, and since, you know, Fang is the obviously best brawler in the game, 6 is going to be banning out Fang. But the thing is that 6 has a different idea here. They banned out Eve, actually, and now Fang is available to play, and UNIMA Gaming had to work with that choice there and adapt to the situation. And I think that from 6, the choice of Spike into Colonel Ruffs is a little bit iffy, right? Spike can still do pretty well versus Piper, but not versus Colonel Ruffs, man. And we can already see it. Wesley spent so much time just getting rid of those sandbags, and, well, some substantial damage has also been done from UNIMA Gaming so far. 6 trailing by a comfortable 17% here. Nothing that can't be taken back, especially once Fang gets that first super.
Yeah, now we see that the side of 6 is backed up a little bit here. Felipe going to be on the left-hand side, rolling forward, taking down instantly, though, and it's going to leave the rest of UNIMA Gaming's roster to try and play a little defense here. This should be an opportunity for 6 to reclaim a little more control, but with a little aggressive positioning here from Piper and a nice connection there onto Spike, they're able to hold on for just a moment. And it's going to be very interesting to see Luquitas and Felipe, especially who are on the Fang and the Daryl. They have to charge up that roll or the kick, respectively. And that's kind of how it's going to play. They can't get too aggressive here as they don't do really well long range. They kind of have to play it patiently, make sure they pick their spots in the right opportunities. So now we see Felipe on this right-hand side in a charged Daryl roll.
Ooh, this is going to be rough for 6 to deal with. They're pretty much going to have to keep that dedicated Spike on the back right side. Wesley does have the stick around, and Felipe, he's pretty much done for. He's meeting his fate in the midst of that Spike super. Not going to give Pekka that super, though, which is definitely a win just within that micro play. Pekka is able to get it anyway. I'll also add that Pekka is playing already in game number 1. Great stuff to see as he's just been added to the roster. It's not going to net them a victory quite yet. Just a few seconds left. 6 is narrowly able to take the lead. Fang is all over that safe. Doesn't look like there's enough time for UNIMA to come back. What a narrow victory here, as 6 was just able to get Fang on that safe after who knows how long of fighting for control to begin with.
Yeah, that was a really competitive first game, to be honest with you. And we do see Pekka, as talented of a player as he is, it doesn't surprise me that they're electing to go ahead and throw him in. Maybe we'll see a little bit of a rotation between those 4 players overall, but for now, Pekka going to be running the Byron and did a great job in that first game and helped them get a narrow victory at the last moment. We'll see if UNIMA Gaming can change anything up here that'll grant them a victory in game number 2.
Game number 2 is upon us. We're going to see Wesley actually going for Felipe instead of those sandbags. Definitely a good call. A push in from Luquitas, which isn't going to do a whole lot. Hopefully he at least has his super from destroying those sandbags so quickly. A stick around as well from Wesley, and it does look like Luquitas has preserved his super, which is really going to be their main counterplay into Colonel Ruffs now, it looks like. Substantial damage from the guy on the safe as well. Definitely waiting to also get some damage on Skirtz. Wasn't able to get the connection on the roundhouse kick, unfortunately. That means no kill, but still, Six maintains control over mid. A very large turnaround from last game where they took substantial damage before they were able to get that mid control. Much different story in game number 2.
Yeah, good news for the side of UNIMA. Well, was good news. They had supers on their side. Luquitas, though, with a roundhouse kick, is going to put that to rest. Now Felipe forced to play defense on the entire roster of 6 here, who goes down as well. And Luquitas really showcasing why Fang's super is so deadly. Even with the Piper jump, there was really nowhere for them to run. Colonel Ruffs got taken down instantly, and now UNIMA Gaming really gonna have to try and make a comeback here as the Fang supers just keep getting chained. 2,520 per kick as well, and a spike shot to end things off there. With only 50 seconds, they're gonna have to make up about 75%.
I mean, it's definitely possible. Felipe is showing us that it is. He rolls right onto that save, gets taken down by Luquitos, but still, we have a Piper in position. Skur also in position. UNIMA Gaming have to use this control to their advantage, but they only got 30 seconds. Meanwhile, Six had control for about 2 minutes. So it's night and day between the situations, the settings for both of these teams, but it's very clear what UNIMA Gaming needs to do. They have to get on this point right now. Felipe is going to get some substantial damage. We see Byron sneak onto the back lines as well. Pekka making his way through, dealing as much as he can to Piper. If no, it doesn't look like it. The body block was too much to deal with. And Six are going to be grabbing this first victory in set number 1.
Oh, it was really, really close, though. They were so close. 6% was all the difference it was. And honestly, Daryl almost got enough damage. They took down the Fang instantly, who decided to base race on the bottom side towards the end of that game. And it nearly paid off. They got him taken down really early. They were so close to making up that marginal gap, but couldn't quite get it done. Six is going to take the first one, and your pick's looking good right now, Reddy.
My pick is looking really good, right? I'm very pleased with myself, especially considering the March incidents, plural, because my predictions were really bad for last month. But now I'm feeling good, right? My prediction for set number 2, though, is that we're going to be moving on to Layer Cake. And I think that's going to be guaranteed to be 100% true, right? As that is, in fact, going to be set number 2. Layer Cake, we like to see the tick here. We like to see some of the Mr. P as well. Definitely a LATAM South verified classic. Also, Fang, which we saw in the last set, I think has a very realistic chance of being banned out in those 2 blind bans rather than being left available. I think the lesson has definitely been learnt already by UNIMA, and they're going to be really cautious going forward, especially as losing a single game could send them right into a match point.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 most global bans on this map are going to be Fang and Tick, and if I'm UNIMA Gaming, I'm not even chancing it, especially with how pesky it was to deal with that last time. I think I'm going ahead and just taking it off the board here, but Eve gets in the mix here too, so you kind of have to pick your battles here a little bit. I think this is a map that Eve could excel at as well, having that long-range capabilities, which we see a lot of times here with brawlers like Piper, Bell, even Brock now more relevant because of how he's doing in the current meta. You know, I think they have to make those considerations even still. You know, they were having a hard time with Fang last time, but it's like, you have to pick your poison sometimes, especially it can depend on that coin toss a little bit too, if you get the first or the second where they elect to go. But any of those 3 brawlers I think are very reasonable to take off the board here.
Yeah, I definitely like the mention of Brock here. I wouldn't personally ban him, but his utility is ridiculous because you're able to break open the walls for free. You get Incendiary, which gives you a little bit of area control. You're more able to more effectively push brawlers back by closing off areas with the explosions of your rockets. Some other brawlers that I'm looking forward to seeing here, Sprout is definitely one of them. Because, look, here's the deal. If you get first pick, you got to go with Tick. And if you're facing into a Tick, you got to have something that can step toe-to-toe with Tick. And Sprout is basically the second best thing. So those are 2 brawlers that we are pretty much guaranteed to see. Thing is, though, you don't want to pick Sprout as really like your first or second pick, because then the enemy can start to think about what their counters are going to be. They have a couple of picks to work with. So typically that's saved for the counter. Problem is that Sprout doesn't really counter a whole lot. That the only thing is you're, like I said, stepping toe-to-toe with Tick. So I think the advantage is really for the team that has first pick here. That's just my breakdown, kidding. I'm curious to think, though, or I'm curious to ask, what are some other brawlers that could be making their debut here on Layer Cake?
Yeah, I do think Sprout can still provide more value outside of just the, matchup with Tick. I think it is a very favorable one to have, but, a lot of the times you are going to see brawlers like Piper and Bell show up here, not necessarily as bans, but as ones that both throwers can do really well into. Jean is somebody I'm looking out for a little bit too, just a very solid brawler overall here. Been in the meta for a long time. Colonel Ruffs is one I'm keeping my eye out to. Sometimes we'll even see that be a first overall pick just because it's really safe. A lot of the times, Eve wasn't in the picture, but at the time, Fang and Tick are the often two bans here. Colonel Ruffs steps in, can do really well in the single shot brawlers like Piper. It's just a very safe option overall. And I think sometimes people forget the utility he can bring to the table in terms of his star power as well. He can actually passively heal and buff up teammates as you go, plus the power-ups. So it wouldn't surprise me at all to see that either here. Even, classic combinations like the Jean, the Tick, and the Ruffs could show up here. Leon gets in the mix a little bit too in that combination. So I think there are a decent number of options here in terms of both long range and, just kind of that more passive, let's get a kill at a time and play some defense approach.
Yeah, I definitely like the mention as well of Leon here because Leon is a great accent to any sharpshooter. Now, Leon by himself isn't like a game changer. His main kit, of course, let's conveniently discard his gadget for the moment, is not spectacular for bounty, but once you're able to throw down that lollipop drop and you're having a sharpshooter on your team facing a sharpshooter on the enemy team, that is something that you should definitely be worried about if you're facing pretty much an invisible sharpshooter, right? The entire idea is you get high long-range damage. The catch is that you have to be precise, right? Your projectile is small. When you have a small projectile, a big area of possibilities where that enemy could be, you're gonna have a bad time. We got our pick and ban phase starting off. We'll see who gets that coin flip. We'll also see who is banned by both of these teams. Also, for clarification, on the couch, that's Loco, and he is not looking too crazy, definitely looking more relaxed than I would expect. We'll see the bans coming out though. UNIMA Gaming with the Eve, 6 with the Jean. Looks like 6 doesn't want to deal with any counters to their throwers here. That's something we can definitely anticipate from pick 4 and 5. They start things off with a Byron, a good pick considering that you can build a comp around it pretty effectively.
Yeah, I think Byron's a great starting point here. And Mr. P, of course, going to show up in this region a decent amount. We haven't seen it too much today, though. Not a particular noticeable amount. But I think this is going to be a solid pick for this map. It's one that's risen in global as well. And it seems this region's actually starting to favor Surge a decent amount. This is a brawler that I think is solid, but I am a little surprised to see as much as we have today. I believe this is the second time, and it is a really solid counter pick into squishier brawlers. 6 is going to have to really consider if they want to go with a Tick pick, as you mentioned, or a Sprout here, just because Surge is going to do really well into that. And it seems like they're going to elect to choose that Leon, which I think is a very solid brawler on this map. And like you mentioned, the only thing harder than dodging a professional long-range brawler is a professional long-range brawler that's invisible. So I think this is very solid. They do end up going for the Tick too, and I think overall a pretty solid composition from 6.
Yeah, I think this is amazing in the pick phase by 6. I'm kind of mystified as to how UNIMA Gaming is going to be able to deal with this, if they're going to be able to make something that can match up versus 6. The thing is that when you're facing versus a Byron and it's the draft phase, then you'll typically pick up like a Jean because you need a mid here. There's not really a clear mid from UNIMA Gaming, which is going to be quite tough. If anything, Sprout could definitely make it happen. Definitely can compete with the Tick, can get that AoE explosion to deal with the lollipop drop as well. Doesn't look like that's going to happen, though. We're going to see Sprout coming up the right side and a Surge mid. Definitely not a great situation to start things off, as he's limited in his range, but he does have a teleport, so he can teleport onto whoever decides to grab that blue star. Yeah, but if it's a Leon, I would not be chancing that either. We'll see that early lead go to 6.
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of the win conditions really for UNIMA Gaming. Surge is a great brawler overall, pretty balanced in terms of the meta, but I feel like the hardest part is really going to be getting those early on shots. As long as 6 doesn't feed super to Surge, I think this draft kind of favors 6 right now in terms of strategy. It's all about how you play it. You know, you can definitely capitalize on it. If Surge is powered up, they got some decent long range. It does really well with the tick. You know, there are certainly plenty of opportunities here for this to work. But up until now, doesn't even have enough to get a super off. And this is going to make things very, very tough for UNIMA Gaming.
Yeah, 6 is doing a great job of keeping their distance from Surge, not only by means of keeping themselves out of his range, which is not too much of a challenge when he's level 1, but keeping them out of range of his teleport. And they are playing all very long-range brawlers with good survivability, so it's going to be challenging for Surge to even get a kill. Now, getting a super, that's a little bit different. We see 6 is all the way backed up, so it's very clear where they are. With the lollipop drop, that is going to be obfuscated only a little bit. 30 seconds left, though. The real mystery here is how on earth is UNIMA Gaming going to bring this one back? It's going to be challenging for Sprout to get a kill on the left side. Does manage to make it back to the bushes to eat one up, but evidently was not running photosynthesis, that second gadget, or rather the second star power that allows you to have a shield, unfortunately, or at least didn't get it in time. Definitely heartbreaking. And this one's going to be going to 6. That is actually a play that I could spend a while thinking about. It looked like Sprout ate the bush before being able to get photosynthesis, and that is why they went down to the tick super. Had that not happened, we could have seen a very different ending to the game.
Yeah, I mean, it very likely could have happened like that. I think the biggest takeaway for me is just this Surge pick, especially as early on as they took it too, they really haven't gotten any value out of it. You saw at the end of the game there, they finally got that super off, but it wasn't even enough to help them get a kill. You know, you gotta be really careful, and at this point I think they do have to just get hyper aggressive here. You know, Surge is really gonna have to throw himself at the enemy brawlers when they go for this blue star and try and get to that power too, so he can hold on to it for the rest of the game as his star power allows him to do, and then hopefully he can stay up the entire time and just slowly keep charging to powers 3 and 4 without dying. But I think that's a real win condition here for UNIMA Gaming, and one that I feel like has to be taken into heavy consideration. And now some of their bushes are even gone too. That's less coverage for Surge to get sneaky here. Sprout just choosing to get really aggressive here and use that shield to their advantage. It is going to pay off for now, though. Don't know if the poison's going to eat him up enough, and it looks like with about 298 HP, they are going to stay alive. Favor UNIMA Gaming.
That took some guts, and I honestly applaud Skirtis for this. We do see Felipe on the right side get forced to push up really high, does get taken down by Wesley, but still, UNIMA Gaming, they have the upper hand, they have the advantage in terms of stars, and this is amazing for a Surge as it's allowed him to take advantage of enemies pushing into him. Skirtis also barely survives Luquitas on the right side. Some good damage coming in versus Leon, but there's the hedge as well to prevent him from making another push in. Versus Tick, this is going to be challenging for UNIMA Gaming to push out of spawn. 30 seconds left. This is going to be an advancement to the semifinals for 6 if they can take this back in the end. It's not a tough feat by star count as well. Just 1 star that they have to claim within the next 15 seconds.
The countdown has begun, and Felipe gets the takedown to Pekka. Luquitas go down, and now it's just a Tick left standing. And the win condition paying off right now. Surge managed to get it. He kept that power forward the entire time, you know, slowly charged it up from 2 to 3 to 4 without dying. I think that's something they're going to have to take in consideration in this next one. They really have to, I feel like, especially when it's that pursuit for the blue star, that's when enemies are going to be trying to grab it and go. And that's when Surge is just going to have to make some aggressive plays. I think Sprout did a good job of trying to help there too and push forward to allow Surge to move up as well. It is going to be their biggest comeback, though, that they're going to have to make here. They have to get that Surge charged up or else it's just going to be very difficult. And I think Luquitas did a great job there, just getting bold and brave and going forward and grabbing it. But either way, Surge manages to get a takedown to Pekka, and it's still going to be a 2-1 lead and a charge up for Surge. Once again, this is looking similar to game number 2. Maybe UNIMA can hang on here and make that Surge pick work.
I really like how the players are adapting to deal with each other's comps, right? Because it's not every day that you play versus a Mr. P, a Sprout, and a Surge with these particular brawlers, right? For all we know, this could be the first time that a match has ever happened like this with these brawlers involved. It's probably not, but for all we know, right? And we see over the course of the match how the strategy has developed. At first, it was Luquitas starts off on the lane, moves towards the blue star, grabs it, and rushes back. Game number 2, we see Skirtis just make this Hail Mary mission to grab that blue star, and now we see Luquitas run up the mid using the advantage of the lollipop drop as well as the speed here to grab that blue star really quickly. Didn't work out too well for 6 so far, as UNIMA Gaming was able to get a kill off of it, so that early game has pretty much been nullified, and it's all about getting a kill, and it looks like Wesley's going to be able to do it. Down goes Skirtis, and 6 can start to gradually fall back, or perhaps stay in their position as much as they want. Their enemy running into them is going to allow them to get kills more easily, but they are posing the risk of getting killed themselves. 20 seconds left in the game. This could be the winner for 6, or the segue that we need for UNIMA Gaming to take us into set number 3.
And it's going to be a close call, too. 10 seconds remaining on the clock. The wall going down as well. Luquitas falls, and Felipe needs to stay alive, though. As long as Surge can stay up, I think they can do it. 6-3, and the Surge pick paying off. UNIMA Gaming will force a set 3. Brawl played a really good set there. You know, game 1 didn't work out, but it is true how you mentioned things. You know, draft, it is the same brawlers all 3 times, and it's so interesting to see how every single game these teams gain more and more experience and information, and they adjust. I think that is a big takeaway here for UNIMA Gaming. They showed that they are a professional team. You know, it would have been really easy for them to just lose twice with the same strategy, but they took a very dominated game 1. They turned it around. They knew exactly what adjustments to make, and they made the Surge pick work. And even though I think it was a really risky pick, especially for as early as they drafted it, I'm astonished. They ended up making it work, and I think that was really impressive.
Yeah, I was very, very impressed by how they completely turned around the Surge gameplay from game number 1 to game number 2. It was really all about getting their enemies to play offense. And hey, if it takes this crazy just rush in by Sprout that no one's expecting, we even saw that 6, they were like, what is he doing? Well, at least we get a free kill off of it, right? Right, Tick? And Tick's like, well, I'm not going to take him down by myself. I need y'all's help for that. I just play for control. And what happened in the end was that UNIMA was able to use that to their advantage, play some defense, get some kills, get some level ups onto Surge. I think also we saw, as I mentioned earlier, a neat adaptation from 6 where they rotated Leon onto mid to grab that blue star early. They just lost in a completely different avenue on a single lane. They, gave a kill to the enemy team, and then that whole blue star interaction was nullified. And that's just a risk, right? That happens sometimes, but it is going to mean that they have to play through double swoosh if they want to head into the next stage of the monthly finals. Of course, the semifinals are awaiting whichever team it takes the victory in this set or draft phase is just getting underway.
Going into double swoosh as well, and I think realistically, I have seen a lot of Eve gameplay here. I think that could be a ban, as we see Spike coming in as the other one actually as well. So that does leave Fang on the board, which certainly could be a solid brawler here. Before Eve was in the picture, Fang was by far the most globally banned here. And it's Crow with the first pick. I think it's a pretty solid one, to be honest with you. Can be great for control, to scout out the bushes, slow down enemy speed comps, and we actually see UNIMA Gaming go with a bow. And this is the only region I've seen them do this from time to time. And on double swoosh, it's interesting. I've actually seen this brawler even banned in qualifiers and scrims gameplay, in third-party events too. It's really interesting how this region really prioritizes bow compared to others.
Yeah, and Bo is an interesting one, right? Because I've seen tier lists circulating around where they're like, Bo is F tier. And I'm like, okay, well, I saw, so-and-so win with him in the North American qualifiers, right? Maybe not the finals, but I definitely saw him in the qualifiers. And the whole idea of Bo is that he can get some free supers in here, and he's also able to get wall break as well. That's the really important thing, is that he can break open so many walls. And as our pick phase progresses, we see the Max and Sandy combo from 6, which is a tried-tested and true strategy. It's all about execution, and whether you're getting outranged, UNIMA Gaming, they're going to look to completely slow down the Max pushes with Gale, which is going to be an interesting thing to see. Of course, once again, it all comes down to execution. Gale's going to be taking up residence on the right side, going to be keeping Sandy from getting aggressive off the beginning. But 6 has already grabbed a couple of gems at mid, and P.E.K.K.A is still looking to slow down things for Mr. P. We saw a great slow from Luquitas. P.E.K.K.A dealing a lot of damage, avoiding a lot of damage too. And 6 has already won this early game interaction. In fact, they are all set up in UNIMA Gaming's bush. And this is, well, the worst possible situation for UNIMA Gaming.
Yeah, and I don't think this is the worst map for Bo by any means. Personally, it's not something I'm looking for. And I think one thing to point out too is a lot of time when I have seen Bo, it's more geared towards getting brawlers like Jean or Tara, say, who have some really pivotal, game-changing, you know, kinds of supers to pair with them. And they elect to go with Mr. P, who they can get a turret off of. You know, don't get me wrong, Gale with a push can be really nice, but I feel like a Jean or a Tara would be a better candidate to maybe have passively charge that super. And Bose is great too to have the mines, but so far I think it's really led to 6 taking the upper hand here.
Yeah, the way I like to phrase this is, we had a lot of good pieces, but we didn't make a good puzzle. And that is exactly what we see from UNIMA Gaming. 6, on the other hand, they made a beautiful, I don't know, puzzle of a harbor or something. I don't know what puzzles have in them, but still, 6 has done a fantastic job. And you can see Loco is just going berserk. In fact, he's, I think, is he holding his phone vertically? Is Loco rotated out? Nonetheless, that's just what you gotta do. I'm sure he's studying up on some comps as he is rotated out. Nonetheless, UNIMA Gaming are gonna try and bring this back with the bow totem on the left side. Skirtiz is gonna try and charge up his super as well, get a little bit of damage on Luquitas if he can. Luquitas is in a position that doesn't seem like UNIMA Gaming can really hit any substantial damage on him. There comes the first bit of damage from Brawl. And still an advantage for a 6, but now we've seen a key change. Felipe is taking the right lane and breaking open the bushes. And this is going to make it a little bit harder for UNIMA Gaming to take up residence in this bush if they're able to completely win the mid-fight. But it is going to make it easier for them to play the mid-fight, having their own bush versus an enemy that has no invisibility. That sandstorm's going to go down, though. It's like a porta-bush, right? A portable bush for a large area. And 6 are going to just wreck house with it.
Yeah, and Wesley even popped Gadget there, so that's going to be some great value for the side of UNIMA Gaming. And last time, look, it's another comp that, you know, we have question marks about. You know, they have win conditions. If Bo can break open the grass, if they can charge those supers properly, it can definitely work. And Gale going to be a great way to slow down Max. You know, they've got the pieces, and they've adjusted strategies really well once again. I mean, we're seeing some similar stuff so far. They still have to win 2 straight, though, as Wesley, again, falling 3 times in a row here has been a big factor. And now Felipe, once again, has a super as well. I think he's going to elect to hold on to it for now since they have that one individual mine in the mid, hoping to get some value out of that. And Wesley, again, just does not have the range to keep up with Gale and Mr. P as a countdown does begin.
Okay, most of the gems are on Brawl. He's able to keep these guys back pretty effectively. Really long stun. Pekka barely survives with the phase shifter, but gets taken down shortly after. UNIMA Gaming are going to be able to take this one to the double match point with... I mean, look, I'm starting to see how the comp works, but it still just looks like a hodgepodge to me. As I said, a lot of great pieces, great puzzle. I'm not really sure, but they made it work. Now we got to see the response from 6, because I think one of the keys to that victory were the lane matchups by UNIMA Gaming. And Felipe, if he's once more able to succeed on the bow lane on the right side, if he's able to get those supers out pretty quickly and get some wall break, we could see a very similar situation to game number 2. But here we go, double match point. Whoever takes this game is going on to the semis.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of times when they're going for more of that opening the grass kind of combo, I really think of Amber, but Bo can certainly serve as that too, except he gets some mines on his side as well, maybe a little bit more defensive capabilities. So I think they're kind of taking the same idea and putting it to work a little bit, even though it's not necessarily charging up a Jean or a Tara either. You know, they're really doing well with it. And Bo in the past has been the meta here from time to time a little bit, even besides the little incident where he could shoot some shots that were not supposed to be as heavy hitting as they were. But even before that, I mean, he did show up here from time to time. And in casual ladder, I think a lot of people, if they're going to push him, this is actually a decent one to choose. And it's so interesting to see these pros put it to work. So now Skirts is going to barely hang on and try and take care of Max for the moment. They do have some gyms at their disposal as well. And things still tied up here as Brawl going to be moving forward to take that one extra gym.
Ooh, Wesley's taking a beating here on the left side. He is able to find solace on the left side, a little bit of defense. But as soon as he's charged up, we're going to see the speed in from Pekka. Wesley kind of limps into that bush, though, as he's all sped up, but he has no health to work with. Brawl is also very slowed down, but still, 6 has no angle of attack. Felipe's going to try and bait out the attacks from Luquitas as best as he can. Much of the same for Luquitas. Only like one hit from both of these enemies, but both of these players have hit each other. Their dodges have been ridiculous, off the charts. And it goes to show how well matched these teams are as we're looking at a tied up gem count as well. UNIMA Gaming needs one more gem, but it's so far away, and 6 is going to grab it instead. 9-9. Once that gem count ties up, we won't see a countdown. So Felipe tries to stay in that position to the best of his ability, but 6 is still going to be able to pick up this next one and stall out the countdown.
Yeah, and they may even be able to steal one here, as Brow's going to have to consider getting aggressive here. If Lukitas can grab this, it is the one that is sided with UNIMA Gaming. The next one will spawn on the side of 6. This could be really good for them if they can pick it up, and they do. It's now going to be a 12-10 countdown. 15 seconds. They likely have enough time to still get this from the mid, but that is a nice advantage on their side. Skirt's going to help out the teammate here and grab one. They still have one more to claim, though, or they have to get a kill. 5 seconds on the clock. Can they push forward in time? It's going to be very close, and it doesn't look like they can do so. 6 with a narrow victory here.
Such a close victory for 6. UNIMA Gaming, they really did put their best foot forward, and they introduced us to some new things like bow on double swoosh, right? It didn't seem like it should work. It did work at times, but in the end, 6, they were still able to make it work with this classic strategy of Max, Sandy, then some Crow in there for support as well, a really strong brawler that's taken them all the way to success and to a spot in the semi-finals. We'll find out who their opponent will be pretty soon, but for now, congrats to 6. GG's to UNIMA Gaming. We look forward to seeing you in the next monthly finals.
Yeah, they did a great job, and if I'm gonna miss a prediction, I'm glad it was as narrow as it was. It really was going either way. I think UNIMA Gaming had a really interesting draft choice for sets number 2 and 3, and honestly, it worked out pretty well. It came down to the wire, as close as you can get for sure. And I do think, P.E.K.K.A was a nice pickup, but without P.E.K.K.A, I can't help but wonder, I feel like my prediction may have been right. Maybe that was the tides turning a little bit. It gave 6 that favor, as I'm sure they were, probably a favorite by fans, just as P.E.K.K.A being a recognizable name at home and things like that. So, misprediction from me there. First one of the month, but it's okay. I can afford them. Last month I had a pretty good one. Only missed 2 in total, so we were hanging in there last month.
Okay, Kenny, with the kind of the humble flex here, but it's absolutely deserved, right? And this is why you're the analyst, right? Is Kenny knows what's up. But I think today, yeah, I got a little lucky and Kenny got a little unlucky because look, we went to a double match point between these two teams and we played almost every single possible game that could be playing during this matchup. There was only one set that didn't go 2-1. So great stuff from both teams. I'm looking forward to seeing them in the future. Without a doubt, we'll be seeing a 6 later on today. UNIMA Gaming, though, will make sure to keep a close eye on them for next month and add this to the list of monthly finals performances and appearances that we've seen in the past. So moving right along, though, quarterfinal number 4 is coming up. We got to find a suitable opponent for 6, and let's take a look as well. Actually, we'll move into that in just a moment. For now, though, right, our last matchup, 6, we saw them play P.E.K.K.A a lot, and this was a really interesting development because P.E.K.K.A, he used to be playing for AQM, and now he's playing for 6, and he fits right in.
Yeah, they did a great job. And again, at the end of the day, I can say what I want. My logic was there and it looked up pretty good, but the wins-loss column, that's all that matters. So at the end of the day, they were the better team today. I think 6 was really strong there. P.E.K.K.A fit right in, played a lot of mid for them as well. He is an insanely talented player. He's had great success in the past. So it makes a lot of sense to me that they're just going to kind of go ahead and throw him on in there. I mean, it makes complete sense to me, and I think it paid off really well there. Respect where respect is deserved, and I think their drafts from top to bottom are pretty solid every set. They played it down to the wire, and if this is only what they did with their first time playing together in a big tournament like this, who knows? They could improve every single month and maybe be a foe that's formidable for some grand finals here pretty soon.
Yeah, well, if you thought quarterfinal number 3 was exhilarating, get ready. For quarterfinal number 4, we're going to be moving into AC Milan Clash versus KIB. AC Milan Clash, you might remember them from last month's monthly finals. KIB, much the same, actually. We saw both of these guys making their entrances into the 2022 BSC last month, and they're back, and they got a whole nice show for us. Kenny, I'm curious to hear, what is your prediction for the outcome of this match?
I'm going with Clash here. As of right now, I think this is the best team in the region based on how they've played. Not just last month, but also in qualifiers too. You know, they didn't have an easy route to get here either. They actually beat Chasmat 2-1 in the qualifiers to secure themselves a spot in the winner's bracket. They also beat Chasmat last month. In other third-party events, they've really done well. They've played some tough teams too. You know, they've had some wins recently against Arena Casito, Chasmat a couple times now, and including last monthly's. You know, Renegados. I've just been impressed overall with this team. It's a roster that started to really shine towards the end of the year in terms of their players. And, you know, I think there's a lot of respect for that, and I'm going to hold that. And until kind of proven wrong, that's where my mind's going to be at, as Clash being the favorite coming into here. And KIB did lose to Arena Casito in the qualifiers, you know, in the upper bracket. They did finish it out, though, in the lower bracket. They beat Portuguesa Esports, who was a really good team that showed up here last month. Did not make an appearance today because KIB beat them. So I think KIB's had some nice wins, but Clash overall has won the majority of their matches, done really well from top to bottom, and I think right now they're just my favorites for the region.
Yeah, and of course, we talk about AQM as well. We mentioned some of the players on this team, Kayadog, Motep, VT Zim. If you've been keeping up with Brawl Esports, you saw that there was a behind the Brawl about VT Zim going into, you know, his life, going into his role in Brawl Stars. We'll definitely get to see some awesome Brawl Stars from him today. We're starting off on Sneaky Fields. That draft phase will be getting started right now. Who are the bans going to be? Who are the picks going to be? If there's any map to play Shelly, it's Sneaky Fields. Now, do I think Shelly's going to be played? No, but this is why I like Sneaky Fields, is that you just never know which brawler could be sneaking into these fields if you're picking up what I'm putting down. Here are the bans, though, Spike and Eve. These seem to be some really common bans here, actually. Here's a Crow ban as well, though. Could slow down any really fast pushes with Rosa, which is definitely something that I'm expecting from KIB.
Yeah, Crow first pick I think is totally reasonable, and honestly, I'm a big fan of picks 2 and 3. KIB electing to go with Gale, and I think this is arguably his strongest map. He's definitely got a few that Gale, even without going against tanks, is going to be really favorable on, and this is one of them. Sandy, a brawler that's worked for a long time on this map, and AC Milan Clash going to be electing to choose Colonel Ruffs here, which is somebody that's shown up a little more here. We'll get a little clarification on that 5th pick as well, or if the first pick truly was Crow, but you can't have 2 Crows on one roster. So we'll figure out what that is in a sec. But I do really like Colonel Ruffs here. I think that's a solid pick for this map. I don't think it does quite as well into, say, a brawler like Sandy, who can kind of shred through those. Now, I do like the Griff pick, though. I think that could actually be very interesting, considering KIB doesn't have any super aggressive brawlers. They're all kind of those mid-range kind of control kind of shots. And if you break open the map a little bit, it could let Crow and Colonel Ruffs hit some really good shots here. So I think this is very interesting from both sides. They top it all off with the Leon as well.
All right, let's see what they're able to do with the Griff. Already some wall break opening things up here. Looks like both teams really do not want to play versus tanks here, and that's exactly what we're looking at. Motep on the left side is going to be doing his best to keep back Eric, and we'll see on the right side as well. Alke getting a lot of his walls broken open by VT Zim. Good kill by VT Zim. Here's Prazi on the left side, gonna do his best to defend versus VT Zim. If VT Zim's able to get the kill, then this is a guaranteed goal. More wall break by Motep. A kill on a Kayadog with that blustery blow from Prazi. And KIB are playing defensively now. They've cornered the ball, and typically this is seen as a, you know, not an amazing move. It shows that you're like playing not to lose rather than just playing defensively. And this is unfortunately looking like it is going to be holding true. We're going to see actually AC Milan Clash waiting for these guys to respawn so that they can try for a team kill and then get that ball out of the corner.
Yeah, and at first I like Colonel Ruffs in this map in general, but just given in the brawlers that KIB had selected, I wasn't as big of a fan. But once they brought out the Griff and opened up this map, I think it actually plays very heavily in their favor. They can carefully shoot longer range shots. They get the wall break coming in too from him. I mean, honestly, I think this combination is really, really strong from them. I think overall, you know, the wall break from both Ruffs and Griff, the super from Griff is something that is unmatched, and Crow has a lot of mobility too with his super. I mean, I think this is going to be a really strong combination into KIB, who really doesn't have any way to deal with these long-range capabilities.
Yeah, only one box remains for KIB Esports to hide behind, and they're so outranged here. They're going to have to huddle behind the thing, and Prazi still is hiding behind this box. Same with Alke. Here's a big super in for Motep, pushing everyone back, even getting a kill on Alke as well. VT Zim comes around the right side, just trying to find the positioning. Down goes Prazi, and it looks like maybe they can go for something. They're trying to bait the gadgets and the supers out of their enemy before they go for the goal. They don't want to risk getting team wiped. There's the wall break, and a perfect timing on those sandbags. A good use of the yeah, Kaio Dog's like, well, I mean, I can at least try getting the ball, but it's totally locked out. And KIB is going to be bringing this to overtime. It's been AC Milan Clash winning this entire time, and KIB has done their best to defend, but they just weren't able to push out a spawn. But hey, defense is half of the game on Brawl Ball, and KIB completely knocked it out of the park. So once they're able to nail down that offense, they just got to get that perfect rollout at the beginning. They could very realistically take a game or two off of AC Milan Clash. Nonetheless, let's get into game number 2.
Yeah, I just think it's going to be really difficult for KIB, to be honest with you. The longer these games dwell on, too, you know, KIB did play good defense. They didn't allow the goal to actually happen for the majority of the match. But the second it hits overtime, I mean, Sandy and Gale not going to be the best in those situations. Is now Kaio Dog treading down the left-hand side. Will they be able to grab it in time? No, they do not. Narrowly escaping the defense. No goalie there. And they're able to take a 1-0 lead.
This is one situation where I would say, well, what if you were running smoke trails, right? Obviously, the meta for Leon is Invisi-Heal. It's what makes him, like, viable with his super at the moment. But with smoke trails, it could have been possible. No way, Kaio Dog's able to get that. And the teamwork with Motep as well to grab that kill. Amazing play in the end here. We get to see the man himself, VT Zim. Great plays throughout set number 1. Set number 2 is going to be coming up in just a moment, but first let's reflect on set number 1. This was domination, right, by AC Milan Clash. Even though KIB was able to hold out on defense for a long time, it looks like those energy reserves started to get exhausted by the time game number 2 rolled around, and AC Milan Clash knew exactly what to do to get that ball into the goal as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think the draft was really one for them when they drafted Griff, especially. You know, the brawlers that KIB drafted are all ones that you could very reasonably see on this map. I think just in terms of how well it went into what Clash drafted, it didn't do too hot. You know, they had 2 more mid-range brawlers off the start. They had Gale and Sandy. And once they brought in that wall break kind of capabilities, it was really tough for them to deal with. There was no inherent way for them to, you know, close the gap without getting lit up by, say, somebody like Griff or, you know, the distance of Crow. You know, it's harder to miss those Crow shots when you've got more wide open area. You don't even need them to scout. You can just kind of see exactly where the enemy is at that point. And I just think overall, I was a big fan of AQM's draft here. I think it was, you know, definitely a case where, you know, you have to show up in the game too. You have to get the job done, which AQM did. But I really do think in terms of how that should have gone on paper, they played that strategy perfectly, and it really did lead to a pretty dominant 2-0 win there, I would say, for AQM.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting, right? Because we saw some picks in there that were pretty deliberately to counter the possibility of tanks, and I would say Griff is absolutely one of them, but we saw Griff applied in a way that was able to pretty effectively deal with enemies who were not tanks. As everyone was backed up towards the goal, we saw Griff using that super to take advantage of the fact that they were backed up against the wall, getting so much damage with those bills. I don't think it'll be appearing here on Gold Arm Gulch, but I mean, we can definitely see. Here is set number 2 coming right at you. Some knockout action, of course. No more Siege this year. It's going to be knockout instead. I definitely like the change. I kind of like the gameplay change. I mean, it's new and it's fresh, but it does seem like most of the action starts to happen as that poison is closing in. So let's see how it progresses. I definitely gotta say that stuns here are very powerful. So are any throwers, especially if that thrower happens to be Sprout, who can close people out of mid. Here are the bans. Eve and Fang are available, Kenny. Yeah,
and we can't pick Fang here. They're actually going to elect to go with Colonel Ruffs as a first pick, which is a pretty traditional one, I would say here. I think Colonel Ruffs a lot of the time as a first pick is a very safe one. Doesn't reveal too much of your strategy, can counter a lot of different brawlers, especially in an aggressive mode like this. Tick is somebody that I think they could reasonably look out here too, since the Byron and the Eve are gone. Gene gonna be picked as well, very tried and true brawler for this game mode, and there's the tick pick. So I am kind of a little surprised it actually wasn't a first overall pick, but it seems like they were prioritizing the Colonel Rups here, which I think is reasonable too. But as the Ready Set Nursery Rhyme goes, if tick is not banned, take it with the first pick.
Yeah, exactly. And we see the response as well from KIB in form of Sprout, and this is going to be their way of dealing with the tick, but it's also going to be pretty effective for locking out mid. And of course, pick number 4 is going to be Fang. This could be kind of challenging for AQM to deal with. They're going to have to rely on outranging Fang here, because unlike other short-range brawlers, Fang doesn't get free supercharge off of taking damage, right? He has to get the long-range harassment, a little bit of whittling down the enemy's health, and using that to charge up his super. AC Milan Clash are going to have to keep him from getting that super. We see everyone from KIB coming up the right lane. On the left lane, everyone from AC Milan Clash. It's always east versus west in some way. And on this map, yeah, this map doesn't get played top to bottom. It gets played left versus right, which is always kind of peculiar, but definitely one of the peculiarities of Brawl Stars I'm a fan of.
Yeah, it is nice to get a little variety in that sense, and I think each of the knockout maps play out just a little bit differently, and things could even change here too, since Motep is running the Brock. I imagine they're going to be choosing their spots to try and break open some of these maps, which will make things more challenging for both Fang and Sprout on the side of KIB. So I imagine that's one of the reasons that they last picked Brock there, which I think can bring a lot of value to the table.
Prozzy still playing pretty defensively versus Motep and Kyodog. Definitely some significant damage coming in from Alke. Prozzy is looking for some kind of corridor that he can hide in, though. Exit still also looking for close range interactions. A jump by Motep on the right side. So much damage onto Exit and Alke. No way were they able to get out of the Sprout trap. That is one that you see people almost never get out of, is the Sprout trap with the hedge. Great choice of rocket fuel, or rather rocket laces by Motep. Probably not to specifically get out of this situation, probably also to deal with Exit on the right side, but still, AC Milan Clash have started off this game with a bang.
I think one thing to point out for viewers at home too, easy to miss, Motep actually used to super there. He had one individual rocket go off and connected for the kill. If that had been a miss, this could have gone a very different way, and because of that one individual super, you know, a lot of the times when you only get one of those rockets off, it's not great value, but he made the one individual raining rocket shot fall down, and it worked out really well for them, and now AQM finding themselves with round number 1.
Okay, Exit continues to push up the bottom. He has gotten enough poke damage off on the enemies to have his super farmed up. Once the poison starts closing in, they can be guaranteed that all the members of AC Milan Clash are going to be grouped up together. BT Zim's trying his best. There's a super in from Exit, but not really any value. And unfortunately, that's actually going to mean that KIB got 0 value off of the Fang super. And we're going to see AC Milan Clash grab game number 1. Game number 2 is coming up next, and it's a match point. Unfortunate there for Alchemical, as he tried really hard to make that super work, but in the end, it was not very successful. We'll see Exit, though, try and get some more poke damage, try and get that super a little bit earlier, and grab an earlier game pick. To AC Milan Clash's credit, they've been doing a great job of keeping out of Fang's super range.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot from KIB's Fang today. You know, it hasn't been nearly the problem that it has been in other matches that we've seen, and a big part of that is if you can't capitalize on supers, it's really hard to close that gap and really do anything. From a long distance, you know, Fang gets a lot of credit for his super, but it only does about 400 damage per regular shot at the distance he's currently at, and it can be really tough. I mean, Tick can have a lot of area control. Brock has the long-range capabilities. Gene, the mid to long range as well, so it is really difficult, but the good news is they can keep charging him up. The Colonel Ruffs does have the passive ability to add some HP, and the only thing tougher than dealing with Fang is a very large and bulky Fang, even more so than he already is. And right now, things looking good for AQM, though. Pin KIB in this top right-hand side, a kill coming through, and now just Fang stands and he falls as well. And that round number 2, or excuse me, round number 1, going to Clash in game number 2.
Oh man, and this is what? This is game point, it's set point, and it's match point. All in one. It all comes down to this one game of knockout, really. If anyone dies here, then they are wiped off forever. If anyone from KIB gets wiped out here, they might not get the chance to play again in the remainder of this match. So they're going to be playing very, very cautiously. It did seem, though, in the last game, that worked to their unfortunate disadvantage as they kept on getting pushed back. And in fact, we saw Prazi and Alchemical take a lot of damage from that poison as it started closing in. Hopefully they're able to get something here before that poison starts closing in and forcing them towards the middle where they face a huge disadvantage.
Yeah, and every single brawler on the side of AQM does have a super. We've got the Tick super. They can let it rain with Brock, or they can get a very nice gene pool if they so choose. And it looks like for now they're going to be going to Rocket Rain connection, landing onto Alki here. Pushed out as well. Prazi going to go down in a clean sweep here as AQM does not waver. They are going to take set number 2 and our match here. Good heart here from VT Sim as well. Good sport. A lot of love. And we will get to see more from him later on today.
Yeah, well, we'll get to see a little bit more of him as well in terms of like what's going on behind the scenes. But until then, great gameplay by AQM. They did exactly what we expected and maybe even then some, right? I didn't think it was going to be this clean cut because KIB, we saw them perform last month. We've seen them make the 2 monthly finals in a row. And, you know, they're here, they're serious, they mean business, but AQM means even more business. They're not just here to compete, they're not just here for the cash money that's available as prizing for these monthly finals. They're here for a spot to Worlds, and so far, they've been absolutely killing it, winning last month's monthly finals, and they have their eyes on the prize for this year. So congrats to AQM. Once more, congrats to KIB for making it this far, but it is a GG for now. As far as some of the strategies that really worked effectively, I thought that the Fang would be a win condition, but it really wasn't, which is kind of confusing me because I've only ever seen Fang win. I don't really see Fang lose.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I think in terms of how they could have adjusted to Fang, you know, a brawler that we see in a lot of other regions is going to be somebody like Pam, which isn't really as popular in LATAM South. So I think in terms of the LATAM South meta infused with trying to deal with Fang, I think they honestly drafted pretty well for it. You know, they have the Tick, which can stay pretty far away. He's also got his gadget to push away enemy brawlers if they get up close. And, you know, Jean's got the mid to long distance. They can use the Brock to break open some walls, make things easier for themselves, kind of play that safe distance as well. And they actually elected to go with the other gadget. You know, typically we're going to see Brock elect to try and use the giant rocket to break open some walls. And this time around, they used it in anticipation of the Fang. I believe that's why they did that, to try and avoid those situations, jump away, do what they have to do to get out of the situation entirely. And a misconnection can end that Fang super immediately and leave him really vulnerable. So I think they did adjust to it pretty well. And I think that's kind of how they dealt with it in the draft phase.
Yeah, and in the end, it saved them from the Sprout hedge trap, which is just remarkable. But hey, that's what it's all about, is adapting to the situation and thinking on the fly. Let's check out the bracket and see how things have progressed along today. That was our last quarterfinal, and all of our semifinalists are locked in. First, we saw Casito, then Chasmat Gaming BR take their respective dubs in the quarterfinals. Then we saw 6 and AC Milan Clash advance onto the semifinals as well. Those are the matches awaiting us after the quarterfinals, and it's going to be super, super exciting. Any particular match, if you had to choose one that sticks out to you the most, Kenny, which one would you choose?
From the first round, I think Chasmat Gaming's is a really interesting one. I think it shows that Renegados is going to be a team to look for in the future, and I'm curious to see how the Titans of Chasmat Gaming and Arena Casito face off here. You know, remember, Chasmat Gaming lost to champions AC Milan Clash in the first round of last month. That's just how the bracket ended up going. It is a little randomness in that sense, and they ended up losing. So this is kind of a redemption story for them. Can they prove that they're one of the top 2 teams, at least for this month and in the region? And they will definitely want that opportunity to take home a ring for themselves and maybe even face off against AC Milan Clash, who have beaten them in recent history a couple times now.
All right, well, we got a killer match on our hands for our first semifinal of Arena Casito versus Chasmat Gaming BR. But of course, first, with all these quarterfinals out of the way, and before we get started with the semifinals, we got a brand new video for you guys. If you've been following along with the BSC content, you saw Bobby and OG last month in that documentary, and today we're going to take a moment to highlight AC Milan Clash player VT Zim. We'll be back after this.
Meu nome é Vitor, tenho 20 anos e sou jogador profissional aí de Brawl Stars pela equipe da Clash. Dentro do jogo eu sou conhecido aí como VTzinho, moro no Rio de Janeiro e Brawl Stars é incrível. Eu moro no Rio de Janeiro, mas não nasci aqui, nasci na Paraíba, no Nordeste. E viemos para cá em melhores condições de vida quando eu tinha aí meus 15 anos. O Rio de Janeiro para mim é uma cidade incrível. Eu costumo ir à praia, fazer algumas trilhas no final de semana e no meu tempo livre jogo Brawl também.
VT Zim as healthy as ever. This guy refuses to go down.
Logo quando eu cheguei aqui no Rio, eu gostava muito de brincar na rua, aqui na minha comunidade mesmo. E eu conheci um amigo que fazia jiu-jitsu e ele me convidou para praticar. Eu achava da hora aquelas crianças andando de kimono. Então eu fui lá fazer o teste e foi amor à primeira vista. Eu gostei muito e por isso faço até hoje. Eu comecei o jiu-jitsu com meus 15 anos e o meu professor, com pouco tempo de jiu-jitsu que eu tive, ele viu que eu era diferente, que eu era mais flexível que os outros e também era muito concentrado no que eu fazia. Então ele me levou para o primeiro campeonato, competi lá, fui campeão do meu primeiro campeonato. E depois eu curti muito isso da adrenalina de você estar ali para competir. E depois desse meu primeiro campeonato, eu vi que era algo incrível, a sensação de você competir, te deixar nervoso, e aquilo eu gostei muito. E depois desse, eu não parei mais de competir. Mas quando veio a pandemia aí, eu fui obrigado a parar o jiu-jitsu, né? Porque proibiram o jiu-jitsu em todos os lugares. E foi aí nessa época mesmo, onde eu já jogava Brawl Stars casualmente, e eu foquei de vez no Brawl. Foi aí que eu comecei com o meu time e a gente começou a competir dentro do jogo. Eu acho que há sim similaridade entre o Brawl Stars e o Jiu-Jitsu e é algo até que me ajudou por eu já ter competido no Jiu-Jitsu e ter aquela adrenalina, já saber como que funciona. Quando competi no Brawl Stars em finais, assim como em finais no Jiu-Jitsu, eu já controlava muito bem minha adrenalina e isso foi uma das coisas que me ajudou. Eu sou um dos jogadores que mais tem controle dentro do jogo, que faz ali a minha parte muito bem e com pequenos erros. Eu acho que isso o jiu-jitsu ajudou aí ao longo do tempo, por você estar sempre ali contra o seu adversário e você ter o controle dele. Também tem aí a parte de foco, né? Em tudo que você for fazer, você precisa ser bem focado. E eu consigo ser focado no meu jiu-jitsu, consigo ser focado no meu Brawl Stars e não atrapalha, isso só ajuda. Sobre a criação de conteúdo, porque além de eu ser profissional de Brawl Stars, eu também faço aí conteúdo pro game. E soltou, rapaziada, VTzinho na área, trazendo aí. O meu público curte bastante, porque o meu tipo de vídeo é algo bem diferente, por conta que eu crio minigames dentro do jogo, e isso é o que a criançada gosta. Sobre os meus colegas de time aí, a gente já é quase uma família, né? Porque se for parar pra pensar, a quantidade de tempo que a gente passa junto pode ser que seja até maior que eu passo com a minha família. Muitas horas de treino e tudo mais. O P.E.K.K.A, ele mora aqui no Rio de Janeiro, assim como eu. Ele é aí o capitão do time e ele costuma jogar com brawlers e snipers aí de longa distância. Temos também o Caio Dog e o Motep, que moram em São Paulo. Eles são responsáveis aí, mais ou menos, por passar, não responsáveis, mas eles passam a maioria das comps e eu jogo mais com brawlers de suporte. Entramos aí na Felion por conta de melhores condições e da Felion a gente teve aí muitos resultados e a gente viu que teria ainda nível para estarmos em organizações maiores. E por isso que a gente foi em busca aí da Kelesh, por conta de visibilidade, já está há muito tempo aí no Brawl Stars e por isso estamos nela hoje.
Hello and welcome everybody to the Brawl Stars World Finals.
A final mundial que eu participei foi uma das experiências melhores que eu já tive. Eu jamais imaginaria isso, de sair do Brasil para ir para outro país para participar do mundial. Foi incrível isso, assim como também conheci outros jogadores, isso é uma experiência muito interessante também. E o Brawl Stars fez com que isso acontecesse. A única coisa que eu não gostei muito foi que fomos eliminados aí no primeiro jogo, por conta que caímos contra a melhor equipe, que foi a que foi campeã mundial, mas de resto foi uma experiência incrível.
And there it is, Affiliate Esports and Zeta Division are on stage and they are ready to roll.
Nossa partida contra a Zeta já era algo esperado, que seria um jogo muito difícil. E também tivemos alguns problemas aí por conta dos jogadores do meu time. Eu utilizo o iPad já há muito tempo, então não tive problema. Só que o Caio Dog e o Caio Zera não tinham um iPad, então eles tiveram que trocar em cima da hora e a gente teve pouco tempo para treinar com os iPads aí. E eu acho que isso atrapalhou um pouco, mas também não posso tirar o mérito deles, que jogaram muito bem.
And that's gonna be Zeta Division moving up the bracket.
Por isso que hoje em dia já toda a minha equipe está com iPad, que é para prevenir esse tipo de problema futuro.
Hello and welcome, Brawl Stars Nation. We got another excellent day, show, season for you, because it's day number 1.
Sobre a primeira final mensal que tivemos de 2022, fomos campeões aí. Eu já tinha em mente que seríamos campeões, até porque somos o time que mais treinam atualmente. 4 treinos por dia, cada treino aí de 1h30 a 2 horas, e por isso fomos campeões.
A real close one. Got to see one kill from Casito in order to make this happen. Trance gets booped away, gets taken down. What a way to end things off.
A sensação da vitória foi bem interessante. Foi uma vitória que não tinha acontecido nunca, porque um tempinho atrás, 10 minutos antes, a gente já tava quase ganhando e já tava comemorando. Foi aí que no último segundo o time inimigo nos matou, pegou todas as gemas e voltaram pra base. Aí tivemos que ir para um novo modo. E nesse modo, aí sim a gente conseguiu ganhar, todo mundo na cal vibrou, gritou e foi uma sensação incrível.
Your monthly final champions for LATAM South are AC Milan Clash. Congratulations!
Desde quando montamos o time, já tínhamos em mente que classificaríamos para o Mundial. E essa primeira vitória aí na final mensal, tudo indica que vai dar tudo certo e nos classificaremos tranquilamente. Eu acredito que o meu time esse ano esteja mais forte que o ano passado, por conta aí da entrada dos novos jogadores, que são muito habilidosos, por conta também da minha experiência agora de já ter viajado, a quantidade de campeonatos, isso ajuda, e por isso e vários motivos a gente tá mais forte do que ano passado. E se você que está em casa sonha em ser um pro player, saiba que não é impossível. Com muita dedicação e esforço você vai conseguir. E queria estar agradecendo aí a torcida, ao meu time, e saibam que a gente esse ano vai longe.
Welcome in to the Brawl House.
The kick forward. The punch through. That's going to be it. No way. This one.
This is what everyone is here to compete for. So without further ado, let's brawl!
Welcome back, Brawl Stars fans, to Latin America South. What a cool content piece that we got there. We got to see behind the brawl with VT Zim. Of course, want to welcome you back, Kenny. We have a great semi-final set ahead of us. It's going to be Arena Casito versus Chasmat Gaming BR. We put in our predictions. You guys should too at event.brawlstars.com. Let's get into it, Kenny. What's your prediction, man?
I kind of had a little, back and forth on this one, but at the end of the day, I'm going with Chasmat. I think in terms of player history, insanely talented, a lot of success, and Arena Casito is definitely on the rise in this region. In fact, they've even beat Chasmat Gaming in third-party events recently, but Chasmat Gaming looked really good earlier today. They had a tough opponent in Renegados, and I think this is a perfect opportunity for them to prove themselves. I think this is a really big month for them to just try and make it to that finals and prove that they are just as equal as somebody like AC Milan Clash, who had great success last month and has been dominating the region overall recently. I think they're going to get this win here. I think it'll be a decently competitive one for sure. They're going to be trying to take their stab at another monthly final.
Yep, and that's only the first match that we have for you. Let's get into the bracket. We have Arena Casito and Chasmat Gaming BR coming up first, as we just said, in 6FA versus AC Milan Clash waiting in the wings. We put our predictions in for this one too. I thought it was going to be AC Milan Clash, right? They took last month as well. Kenny, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that one in just a moment, but for now, Arena Casito versus Chasmat Gaming BR. The winner of this one heads on to the grand finals for their chance to be the champions of LATAM South.
Yeah, and Arena Casitos had a strong showing recently. They, made it to the grand finals last month, losing 3-1 to AQM. It was the best performance any of these players have previously gotten in a BSC, though. There is a little freshness to it. They've been around the scene for a little bit here, but to date, I believe that was their best showing. And, if that's any sign of what's to come for them this year, that's really good. But I do think this Chasmat Gaming roster has a lot of upside, a lot of potential. They've established themselves in the past, and I definitely think they looked really strong earlier today. So to me, I'm going to go with Chasmat Gaming until proven otherwise, but Arena Casito could prove to be somebody that could disrupt a lot of the more well-known names in this region for sure.
Yeah, I definitely side with you on this one. To reiterate, Arena Casito, they're doing so great this year so far. They've shown a lot of promise in the last monthly finals and earlier today. But Chasmat, this team has already been to Worlds twice. They took second in 2020, and in 2021, they had a fantastic run. And I think that they have a very, very real chance of making it happen once again. Thing is, they got to make it through Arena Casito first, and likewise, flipped just right around Arena Casito, they got to make it through Chasmat Gaming BR, former INTZ. So we'll get that ban and pick phase started once we have the first map rolled out as well, one where it's going to be all getting started. Of course, Knockout is one of those maps that we could be starting on now that Siege is out of rotation. Once again, we've seen Knockout played a few different ways. We saw it, in fact, to finish up our last matchup in the quarterfinals. Kenny, as far as, we have some other Knockout maps that we haven't played today either. What are some more brawlers that we expect to see happening and being picked and banned in our upcoming match?
Yeah, I believe to start things off, we're getting a very similar, kind of mechanic game. We're going to get something like Bounty coming up first. And I think a lot of brawlers that we've seen today will continue to show up here too. We've seen a lot of Fang bans, and when he's not banned, he's played. Eve, somebody who, even though she recently got a nerf, is still somebody super strong here. I think both of those brawlers are in the mix. And honestly, I feel like we've seen a little bit of a step down from some of the more common brawlers we typically see in LATAM South. Some of the ones that are unique to this region. We haven't seen as much Jesse or B or we've seen a little bit of Mr. P here and there, but definitely not to the point where I think we've seen in the past in LATAM South. And that could just be the way the current meta is playing out. Maybe LATAM South's adjusting a little bit, or it could just be the draft entirely. So I think there's a lot of things that are still available on the table that we typically see from LATAM South that haven't shown up here yet either. So I'm curious to see if it's a map thing, a draft thing, a team preference, maybe, who knows? But I think there's plenty of doors open for lots of different brawler types to come in, since it is draft after all. And I think that's a big part of the change this year, and something that makes it so entertaining to watch every single one.
Yeah, I mean, it's already opened the doors for brawlers like Bo to make their debut on Double Swoosh, and I'm sure there's more to come, right? As well as, I mean, we got a lot more sets happening here too. We're moving into a best-of-5 format for our semifinals in the grand final, so we got even more Brawl Stars than we had in the quarterfinals. I think that, yeah, we could definitely see some odd picks here, maybe some picks that have been kept on the back burner, save them for the matches that matter the most, because I would say at least a couple of these teams expect to be in the grand finals. I can say that for Chasmat Gaming BR. I can also say it for AQM. They are focused on getting to the grand finals, and everything else is just their means of getting there. And we've had like actual teams in the past, at least in the NA region where I come from, where you and I come from, teams deliberately scrimming the maps in the later stages because they're like, well, I'll just get through the quarterfinals, and then the semifinals is where I'm going to face like X team, and they're going to be really tough, so I better be more prepared for those maps. And I think that sort of thing absolutely has to be true here in LATAM South too, and we're going to see much more competitive gameplay in this later stage of the monthly finals.
Yeah, and I mean, we got some decent competition in the qualifiers, the quarterfinals. So I expect the same here today. You know, there's going to be a lot of really good teams. These are the ones that are left standing. And I expect some high competition, kind of like we saw earlier today, as now we hop in to our first match of semifinal number 1. We're going to get Dry Season here. Very fun map. And I think a decent chance to show some brawlers such as Fang and Eve, like we mentioned before. Definitely eligible for some bans. And of course, can't forget about Tick on Dry Season.
Yeah, that's what we love or hate to see, right? You love to have Tick on your team or play Tick yourself. A fun brawler to play just because it's so annoying. I don't know if you guys are like that, but I love knowing how frustrated my enemies are getting with my amazing Tick plays. Just gonna pat myself on the back there. But let's move into the bans, as Arena Casito and Chasmat Gaming BR are selecting those as we speak. There's the Tick ban. Okay, you know what? Whatever. There's the Tick ban, and there's the Eve ban as well. Fang is still possible to be played. I would definitely be expecting a Byron too. Chasmat goes with the Jean to form the rest of their comp around it, and Arena Casito gets a couple picks in a row.
Yeah, and they're going to elect to choose Colonel Ruffs first, which I think is a solid pick overall, and also can take away a lot of the times you will see Colonel Ruffs paired with Jeans just to keep a Jean with some more HP, makes things more difficult. And we also see the Byron coming in too, and to counter that, they're going to elect to choose Bell on the side of Chasmat Gaming BR. Very typical brawler to see here. This does leave the gate open for Sprout as either a 5th or 6th pick for either side, which I think would be pretty solid, to be honest with you. If Arena Casito picked it, it would do really well into a sharpshooter like Bell. Or Jean as well, who could have a tough time without a pull. And for the side of Chasmat Gaming, it is the best thrower available in personal opinion. I really couldn't see another one getting in the mix. You know, in some regions, I've seen them bring out the occasional Grom, but I really don't expect that here today. It's not something I've seen in LATAM South, and it's not a brawler I'm particularly too fond of at this current moment. It looks like we do see the Sprout going towards pick number 5 on Chasmat Gaming side.
Yeah, and the Sprout absolutely makes sense. Something to consider, though, is how will Arena Casito deal with the thrower, because usually the way you deal with the throw is having one yourself, and we'll see actually Arena Casito opts to pick up the Mr. P here, which is quite interesting, I must say. We'll see what they do with it. It is able to get some significant damage over the walls that can effectively deal with Sprout, so that's what we'll be looking out for in our next game coming up. They're choosing their gadgets, they're choosing their star powers, and let's get into it. Game number 1 of our first semifinal.
And here we go. And I don't mind this Mr. P pick. I actually think it might be a decent way to deal with Sprout. The extra spawners, you know, Sprout doesn't have the quickest reload speed in the world. It is a single shot brawler as well, so they're gonna have to focus one thing at a time when they have extra spawners on the field. That could provide to be pretty optimal for Christian in his matchup here. Looks like Tufa and Firecrow going to be on this right-hand side here, just hanging around for now. Blue Star advantage does favor Tufa and Chasmat Gaming BR.
Christian still going to do a good job of keeping Bell back, not dealing too much damage to Adinho. On the right side, though, Firecrow is able to get a kill on Toxic, and Chasmat Gaming remains in the lead. Casito is still trying to find an angle onto Firecrow. It might be a lot easier once Toxic is able to get around the right side and start pinching Firecrow. That would definitely force Firecrow back and maybe open up some possibilities for Arena Casito to find openings, but still, so much damage is rolling onto Toxic, and he's just not really able to keep up. Has to back out a little bit. Meanwhile, also, Tufa is hanging on to a super. He didn't use it just now, as that sandbag is pretty much blocking his line of sight. Could go for one now. He needs the support of Adinho. There's the emergency super, but he's not able to get a kill off of it. Adinho tries his best to take down Toxic, and he lands every single shot, but it's not enough to out-damage Byron's healing. And now Arena Casito are on the defensive.
Yeah, and they even elect to open up the map a little bit here, which is a very interesting choice. As Christian falls, it's now 5-5. Blue Star advantage for the side of Arena Casito. They just need to hang on defense, either find themselves a kill or just stay up at this point. Firecrow looking to get aggressive. Tufa entering the ring as well, and Adinho firing some shots. 4 seconds remaining. The heals coming forward, and a kill from Christian should get the job done. Arena Casito taking game number 1.
Good stuff for Arena Casito. Already, we're starting to see how close of a matchup this is going to be, because it went back and forth and back and forth and back. But still, I really like the Mr. P plays, keeping Bell back. It was very, very clear that Adinho was going to be the main counter to any sort of pushes that Arena Casito could make in here. Adinho is going to be taking up residence on the right lane versus Toxic, and we'll already see Toxic trying gradually to migrate over to the left side, getting that lane swap with Casito, and now looking for a lane swap with Christian. Christian's not going to let it happen quite yet, though. They need to find their footing, need to heal up a little bit first. But still, Toxic now swaps on the right side for Sprout. We see all kinds of lane switches. It's like musical lanes, if you will. Musical chairs, but for lanes. Once one person swaps onto a lane for an ideal matchup, well, the enemy swaps, and then it just happens over and over and over again, Kenny.
Yeah, it is an interesting thing to point out as well. Bell's going to do really well into the spawners here and into the sandbags as well, so plenty of opportunity. And of course, Bell going to be somebody that just does really well on this map. You know, it's going to have the ability to drop down the nest eggs, those traps that you see spawning down, one right in front of that top right wall there. Do trip up the enemy. They slow them down, makes things really easy for a sharpshooter to connect shots on. Now we see a 1-0 lead still, 45 seconds roughly left, and Christian could find himself in a tough spot here. Thankfully, our friend Byron on the right does manage to help out a little bit. And for now, with 30 seconds to go, AQ will continue their lead.
Yep, 30 seconds left on the clock. Arena Casito have to play defensively. They have a couple of supply drops, or rather 3 supply drops on their side. It's going to give them a huge health and damage advantage, 30% in fact. And Chasmat Gaming are seriously feeling the heat. Tufa's on really low health. That Porter's chasing down Firecrow as well. And the supply drop comes in on the right side to get a little bit more damage. Another kill for Arena Casito. And Chasmat Gaming won't be able to get any kills throughout this entire game. That is Arena Casito taking the victory in set number 1 off of Chasmat Gaming, this world-class roster.
Yeah, I mean, really good win for him, too. It was fairly convincing in game number 2 compared to the first, you know, a little back and forth going around. But, you know, I think this is fair to say that I expect it to be pretty competitive throughout. And just a reminder to everyone at home, too, you know, it's a 3 out of 5 now. This isn't quite set point yet or anything like that, but they've got a long road ahead of them. A 1-0 lead to start things off is very beneficial for the side of Arena Casito, who are trying to prove their namesake here. They're really trying to show that they're one of those teams that can consistently show up to a grand finals. That last month's bracket, just because it had Chasmat lining up against AQM in the first round, does not mean they couldn't do it themselves anyways. So for both of these teams, I think this is really big to kind of prove themselves as those at least the second best team in the region, assuming that AQM can hold on again, of course. But I think for them, this is to prove themselves as worthy of that last month wasn't a fluke, that we could do this time and time again, and we have what it takes to take on some Titans.
Yeah, well, let's see what they got to offer in Crystal Arcade, a new introduction to the competitive map pool, and one that I gotta say, it fits right in. I love this map. It's a total throwback, and I love the dynamic of this map. I think we'll finally actually get to see some Ems in play today. We'll finally get to see some of that acid spray, her new gadget, in play as well, because she's pretty effective for slowing things down, getting some good area control at mid. The only weakness that she really has is the side lanes, which she's usually trying to navigate around because of the obstacle. Makes it really difficult for her to control that area. Now with acid spray, it doesn't matter. She'll shoot right through it, and you can get pushed back no matter which brawler you're playing. And that's why I'm looking forward to Crystal Arcade. I love Ems in competitive. What about you, Kenny?
I think Ems is a great call out here. It's one of the most played brawlers globally here. A lot of other brawlers that show up here pretty frequently too across regions. It's going to be people like Byron, Spike, Sandy, you know, ones that are really solid. Byron for the mid, just an overall strong brawler, and Spike and Sandy are two lanes that people often look to on this map especially, but I think there's plenty of opportunity. Before Eve was in the picture, Fang was pretty much the most dominant ban here across the world, and the next closest wasn't really that close. I think Fang could certainly be banned here as well, and I think a lot of teams like Ems, you know, I think it can serve a lot of great purposes. That new gadget is a nice feature to mention as well. Getting those shots through the walls, even though it doesn't do quite the same amount of damage, it still does the trick. You know, you can safely get a free shot off at least 3 times a game. And yeah, I think Ems is a great way to kind of prevent a lot of different compositions and gain some area control.
Yeah, so Ems is definitely one that we're looking out for. One that could be paired up with Ems is actually Max. We've seen the Max mid popularized a lot, especially following East Asia, where we saw a ton of Max mid. And yeah, I mean, I think that this, I wouldn't say it's a trend, but it's definitely something that emerged in East Asia, and it is spread around the globe for good reason, right? The Max mid is so powerful, and you combine it with a brawler like Ems. Man, she is unstoppable. She has a slowing radius that moves with her at extended speed, mind you, so no enemy is going to be able to get out of her grasp, and it's so impactful, it's so useful for having control of mid, allowing your Max to get some of those gems. Definitely going to be something that's considered by these teams as they're moving through the pick and ban phase. I don't anticipate Ems will be banned, but I mean, I would say it's about as likely as the Crow pick on Pinhole Punt that we saw earlier. Just like not the go-to ban, but definitely one that we'd understand should it be banned. Of course, on the player cams on the top, you can see Casito. On the bottom, you get to see Fire Crow. They're picking their bans. What's it going to be, Kenny?
Yeah, I think Fang is a very likely candidate, and it looks like both of them are actually going to just go Eve to be safe. Don't blame either side, to be honest. Can't take any chances with that. And the Ems pick could come in here, like you mentioned. I could see Byron coming in, even Mr. P a little bit. And another one that I'm a fan of that maybe not for first pick, but a mid that we haven't mentioned yet, 8-Bit. Somebody that's being more popularized, even on this map now, too. I think that could be definitely a great option. Spike being one of the most globally played brawlers on this map, though, doesn't really surprise me too much. I think a very safe first pick and just a solid lane overall. We'll see how Chasmat Gaming BR responds.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think Spike is like the single safest pick that you can play because he's gonna be good everywhere. You could say like, okay, Jean's like a safe pick, but the thing is like Jean, you gotta be able to hit those pulls. In Spike, you just play for control and you just deal a bunch of damage. You don't have to worry about whether you're whiffing a pull. You don't have to worry about whether your ally's next to you when you pull. So I think Arena Casito has played it really safe so far. We'll see Chasmat actually go for the Jessie and the Ruffs. Interesting stuff. So the Jessie, not only, as you mentioned, Kenny, is it iconic of this region, but it counters out a few important things as well. It makes Spike less effective, and it also pretty much shuts Arena Casito out from playing Pam mid.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point too. You know, a lot of regions might choose to go Bell in that situation, but rather, you know, a lot of the time, the LATAM South region is going to choose to go with a brawler like a Jessie here, and I think that's a fair point too. They can use those walls as well to kind of hunker down, place down a turret, really get a lot of control here. Piper, another one that's still really popular in LATAM South. You know, across the world, it's not being played nearly as much in the draft as we've seen it in the past, but still a really solid option here. A lot of the times, LATAM South has been shown to prioritize that wall break a little bit more than, say, other kits like Bells with the nest eggs and the extra damage amplifier. You know, they still really like Piper and what she can do as a mid. And of course, Sandy, another great pick here. They've got an option now to kind of deal with those rough sandbags, which say somebody like Spike maybe doesn't do as well into.
Yeah, well, let's see. Both of their lanes are going to be countered pretty hard by Colonel Ruffs, or at least have a little bit of trouble dealing with him. Sandy can get rid of those sandbags, which is a little bit ironic now that I think about it, but he can dispose of those sandbags pretty quickly. Thing is, though, that Colonel Ruffs is able to hit Sandy at angles where Sandy cannot hit Colonel Ruffs. There's the Jean final pick, which is quite peculiar. We might even have the pleasure of seeing a Jean lane today. Of course, if that doesn't happen, we're going to see Jesse on the lane, playing most likely versus Spike in a perfect world for Chasmat. We're going to actually see Tufa kind of go for a mid-right-ish sort of thing. They're going to go for the pinch on Christian right off the bat. Christian does manage to get a kill anyway, and Casito keeps Tufa occupied. Edinho on the left side also doing his best to keep Toxic at range. Toxic is not going to be throwing down that life plant yet. Already a homemade recipe by Casito. Another kill by Casito. We could even see another. No way. He's not going to go for it just yet. Goes for the wall break instead. Definitely a good call, since the only other wall break in this game is on Firecrow on the enemy team. Arena Casito have seriously started this off with a bang.
Yeah, they've done a great job so far, and again, they've now opened up the walls as well. It's going to give Piper some free range in the wide open. Spike, being a decent distant brawler, going to have an option there too, and as long as there's some invisibility going down on this right-hand side, it makes things a lot easier for Sandy as well, who has now planked herself on this top, or excuse me, himself on this top right-hand side here, just hanging around. Great connection on the 2-for-2, and now we start a countdown. 10-0 lead for Arena Casito in game number 1.
Arena Casito is just cleaning up shop here. Casito is doing an amazing job of keeping people back, tapping one after the other. Toxic and Christian just holding the line, and Casito is as safe as he could be. Did have to double check that back right bush just in case, right? Just in case something fishy was going on. There was a bat cap waiting for him back there. Nonetheless, great start for Arena Casito. That's 3 wins in a row for Arena Casito, and Chasmat are still simply trying to find their footing. They gotta find the right matchups. Edinho once again is gonna be versus Toxic. We'll see Christian, just like last time, working together with Casito to get an early game kill.
Yeah, Toxic narrowly winning his lane as well. Christian getting some damage. Firecrow manages to finish him off, though. And at least for now, Chasmat Gaming able to hold on just a little bit longer. Jean gonna be a pretty solid matchup into Piper as well, but honestly, just the side of Arena Casito has won their lanes time and time again. And now with this opening up, it actually could be fine here for Spike, even though there are some sandbags. Firecrow gonna be super weak here. Gonna take advantage of that lone sandbag here. Tufa on the left-hand side, creeping towards Christian, being put to sleep immediately. But the pull from Tufa gets an assist from the teammate. Nadinho, barely alive, is gonna allow for AQ to remain in the mid and pick up all of these gyms.
This mid interaction is actually fascinating because it's Jean versus Piper, right? Piper obviously outranges Jean, and Piper knows that she can avoid, you know, tons of damage from Jean because he just barely pokes you at long range. But she won't allow Jean to get a super off of her. And when Jean finally did get a super, it was off of Christian, and Christian was going to go down anyway on offense. I think this is like 200 IQ here by Arena Casito. They played this really, really well. I honestly don't think they could have played it better, and Chasmat Gaming BR have a serious match on their hands. Firecrow definitely looking a little glum here, as that's 2 sets in a row versus Arena Casito, and now just 1 game could bring them to match point.
Yeah, Arena Casito coming out swinging, and honestly in the draft stage too, I do think that the side of Chasmat Gaming had some ways to address what the side of Arena Casito had picked. You know, they had the Jesse, which can do really well. The life plant, Jean is pretty favorable in the Piper, and at the end of the day, you know, Arena Casito made it work. They still ended up winning, and I felt like it was a pretty even draft, all things considered, but how it played out on the field, I mean, 2-0, they have yet to drop a game ready, and I feel like Arena Casito is really trying to prove that they're that 1 or 2 team in this entire region, and Chasmat Gaming is going to have to come back 3 straight. We're going to have to see a reverse sweep here if they want a rematch against very coveted rival AC Milan Clash.
Yeah, I mean, Chasmat Gaming right here, typically we see them just absolutely full of energy, going crazy, right? They're very confident in themselves. And then you can look at Firecrow's player cam, like looking a little bit defeated. And that's the exact opposite of these guys playing their A game. Usually they're just absolutely on fire, electric. And it seems like the doubt is starting to creep in for these guys, which is very unfortunate, but there's a lot of room left for them to recover from that if they can reset, right? Start at pinhole punt and grab their reverse sweep. Then they're headed on once again to face AC Milan Clash. Otherwise, it's looking like a GG in a victory for Arena Casito. We've already seen 4 victories in a row, and pinhole punt could solidify that. Now, for Chasmat, they have Fire Crow, but they have also Edinho, 2 very, very good Crow players, and pinhole punt is absolutely the place where you want to pull out those skills.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, you really just have to take it one at a time, right? You got to get this set and just got to focus on the here and now of nailing the draft down, getting the right picks in place, and hopefully giving yourself any little advantage you can find in that draft to help you take home a set here. You know, focusing on pinhole punts here and then just going from there. I think is a really big deal here. And honestly, credit to Chasmat too. Like, I do feel like their drafts really haven't been, you know, bad or anything. They haven't been outcomped. And if anything, they had some small advantages in their favor from time to time. And I mean, Arena Casito is just looking really good right now. They definitely got their workout ahead of them as we hop into the draft of pinhole punt in just a moment here.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that Chasmat, they weren't able to really succeed with a Jesse versus a Spike, but we saw the counterplay from Arena Casito was like, okay, well, what if I like didn't put the life plant down, right? What are you going to do about it, huh? And it worked pretty effectively. There was nothing to bounce that shot off of, which made Jesse basically null and void. Now, Jesse was effective at keeping a Pam out of mid, but really there were bigger fish to fry. They were playing a Jean into a Piper that never allowed Jean to get a super unless it was like on her terms with a Sandy running at him point blank. Once again, we're back in the draft phase. 2 bans got to come out, then we'll get to see Chasmat start things off with a first pick.
And it looks like those bans are going to be Byron and Eve. We really haven't seen a lot of Eve just because of how much she's been banned today. And I definitely think this is a great candidate of a map to ban her out. We see Crow, which I know you're going to be a big fan of. I know this is one of your favorite brawlers, and rightfully so in this map. Crow does a great job of dealing with a lot of different brawlers, scouting out the mid area. And again, Leon is a big favorite on this map. For whatever reason, LATAM South really prioritizes Leon a lot earlier in drafts than, say, some of the other regions do. So that doesn't surprise me too much either. And, of course, we've seen a lot of roughs today. This continually seems to be a brawler that this region really likes, and across the world, too.
Yeah, this is, so I want to talk about the first pick of Crow, by the way. So this is real interesting because Crow can be a win condition on this map, and that's what the first pick is useful for. What having the second and third pick is useful for is that you get the counter pick. You get the final say on what happens in this map. No one can counter out this brawler that I'm picking, but for Chasmat, I think that the Crow pick is so powerful, especially considering that they'll probably have Edinho play that, either Edinho or Fire Crow on that brawler. This can bring them back to a more comfortable situation. And they're playing Jesse once again, actually. We'll see if that fares any better than last time. Arena Casito respond with something kind of similar to a Jesse. They got the bell up here, also have that ricochet shot, as well as the tank counter. So I think really this is going to be a good match. I think Chasmat Gaming could very, very much win this and bring us to set number 4. And of course, I'm hopeful as well because this is a great roster and I wouldn't want to see him go down without a fight.
Yeah, that's completely fair. Good tags off the rip, though. Chasmat with a good start. Edinho trying to land some much-needed shots onto Casito here, who is pushing forward, looking for the tag on a Fire Crow and gets it. Toxic approaching the ball now, pass to the left, and Casito's going to have to leave it for now as Jesse is doing a great job on defense, going to be able to kick this away and pocket it in the top left-hand side.
Christian on the right side. having to retreat versus Fire Crow as he's kept back. He does have a super to work with if he wants to heal up a little bit or get a sneak attack. Looks like he's going to pop that super. Fire Crow and Tufa totally oblivious. We'll see that mid is totally left open, and ouch, he gets tagged by the curveball from Adinho. His position is revealed, and he's going to get that final hit dealt to him by Tufa. Now Chasmat can go back and retrieve the ball and start getting it to the enemy side of the field. Toxic's doing his best to keep Adinho back, but Adinho's looking for those nice curve shots to deal a good amount of damage. Christian is avoiding all of that damage, though. Meanwhile, on the right side, Firecrow's taking a whole lot of damage, and Casito is putting up a serious defense, but with them all so squishy at just one hit each, it could very much be a goal for Chasmat. Down goes Toxic, and down goes the rest of the roster as well. Gonna run down the clock a little bit, says Chasmat. I guess BM is their specialty after all.
Yeah, sometimes you got to get a little touchdown dance in there, and it could be a confidence boost too, you know, start feeling themselves a little bit more after some of those more, you know, not as close sets. And this has been a great start for them. The life plant raining down as well. Christian going to be on the right-hand side as Toxic on the left, just trying to play some distance defense here. Fire Crow and Casito back in the mix as well. It's going to be a clean little reset here for both sides.
Adinho's getting good damage on the right side. Christian is going to pop that super. No one's really sure where he is, or perhaps not. Firecrow and Adinho absolutely light him up. Now it's a 3v2 at mid. Casito's on super low health, and Firecrow is going to do his best to place this ball in a defensive position. Casito can for sure make it to the enemy side in time, but will they be able to put the ball in the goal? The answer is, in fact, a resounding no, and Chasmat Gaming end the streak of Casito. Arena had 4 wins in a row, and finally, Chasmat are able to put that to rest. It doesn't mean that they're not 2 games away from getting kicked out of the monthly finals, but they have wrested the control, the pace of the match back in their hands.
Yeah, and I think one qualm that I have with this Leon pick so early is that it doesn't do super great into Spike. It left the door open for that, and also it's really difficult to deal with the Crow, who can scout out the bushes as well. But right now, Casito pushing forward in an early goal for them, a reversal of what we saw in game number 1. They were able to capitalize on those early takedowns, and now they find themselves with the lead.
Yeah, it does seem like that the early game lollipop drops are doing them a lot more favors this time. Christian is on really low health, but he keeps on healing up with Invisi-Heal. We'll be able to pick up that ball, but the most important thing is that no way they pulled off that combo. Yeah, that once again. Oh, okay, Casito let a little smirk creep past. Casito has been the stone-faced silent killer throughout all of this. No reactions from this guy at all. He just knows that, yeah, I'm Casito. Winning is what I do. You're not used to it? You better get used to it. Taking a lot of damage here. Not the fastest start for Casito once again. But Chasmat Gaming had to find a way to fire back. We're at a match point.
Yeah, and I mean, they made me eat my words immediately. The Leon picks came through, and I think it really is a matter of capitalizing the invisibility. If they can't charge that super, if they get scouted out by, say, a Crow matchup or a Spike matchup, you know, it's kind of over. Their edge is lost in that moment. And so they made it pay off there and had the insane goal that we saw barely creeping in the right-hand side, paired with that Ruff's rocket as well. And that was just a great job overall. But right now, things looking good once again for CMG here. Tufa gonna walk it in. 297 HP is all it takes, and they managed to get the job done for that goal. Now they find themselves with a 1-0 lead early in this Brawl Ball game.
Sheesh, and an attack just a little bit earlier by Casito would have made Jessie take the damage from the damage reflecting off of her turret, right? Just a split second longer, and it could have been a defense. Nonetheless, Casito keep on pushing in. Chasmat Gaming are feeling the heat once more. The goal in the corner, it's so heartbreaking. It's worked twice in a row, and Casito, well, I mean, are they out of tricks up their sleeve? Doesn't even matter to begin with. Chasmat Gaming has been taking those hook, line, and sinker. And Casito, I'm sure, is just as stone-faced as before. 50 seconds left as Casito goes for the mid control. Toxic also looking for a supply drop to give some support to his teammates.
CMG's in a tough spot here, especially as the side of AQ gets buffed up more and more. A takedown onto Tufa as well, and it's a 3v2 situation. Adinho not on the stronger side for HP. A super will help him out a little bit here, though. Christian gonna fall. Firecrow goes down as well. Adinho narrowly dodging that shot, and now Tufa's back in action, but again, taking some heat very early. A nice kill on the Toxic should give them a little breathing room as we approach overtime. This could decide our match.
Oh man, a kill on the right side onto Adinho. Now Christian moves up the right as he looks for a pinch. Gonna have to move back a little bit as Firecrow also brings the heat on the right side. Casito looks for something. That long-range super isn't gonna connect. So much damage on a Firecrow, and he's completely down for the count. Now a 3v2 pass over to the Invis Christian, and there's the slow, which is only gonna slow down the push a little bit. Toxic and Christian are so low on health, same for Casito, that they have to reel back just a little bit. Adinho and Firecrow are able to find their footing. Same for Tufa. All of the plays are at Chasmat Gaming's goal, and 30 seconds remain for them to bring it really anywhere else.
Yeah, and now they're going to have an opportunity. AQ, the super pass over Christian with the ball in his hands. A heart emote coming out, and something that I don't think a lot of people expected. A 3-0 win for Arena Casito. They have really secured themselves as a titan in this region so far in the year. And Casito can't even believe it. This is the most emotion we've seen out of him all day. He's dumbfounded. He's excited, as he should be. They've made another grand finals, and this time the road to do it was arguably tougher than last month's.
Absolutely insane. Congratulations to Arena Casito and Casito as well. I mean, I guess all of the emotion was it saved for that, right? Just the end of the match. Great stuff. Really happy for the guys to make it to the grand finals once again. Kind of an unfortunate ending for Chasmat Gaming BR, though, as once again, this amazingly talented roster has come very close to achieving their goal. This time, though, with a 3-0 staring them right in the face, now I think they got to come to terms with reality, right? Which is not just, we got a tough matchup. I think they need to, at this point, self-reflect and start thinking that, hey, maybe our practices that got us to the World Finals last year aren't going to get us to the finals this year, because we've seen them perform really well in the blind pick and the blind ban format. Now that we're moving into draft, they're seeming to waver a little bit. So that's the pain point that they got to focus on. I think, of course, I'm not their coach, but I want to see these guys back in their former shape. I want to see some Marcel Protesto again. I really miss it, guys. It's one of my favorite things about LATAM South, but I think maybe now my favorite thing about LATAM South is Casito having no reaction to anything. Any highlights from that match for you, Kenny?
I think for me, like, expectation coming into this match, I really thought it was going to be fairly even, just given Arena Casito's recent success, you know, how Chasmat Gaming is stacked up against other teams in recent matches, not just in BSC, but in others too. You know, I like to look at the qualifiers, what they're doing in third-party events. You know, I like a whole picture kind of approach, and obviously how they're doing in BSC is going to mostly impact my decision-making. And honestly, Arena Casito has beaten them in recent matches. You know, they beat them here today, and a 3-0 is really convincing. You know, I picked Chasmat Gaming to win, but if you told me Arena Casito was going to take home this match, I would have told you it was probably going to be 3-2, 3-1 at best. No chance I would have thought it was going to be this much of a dominant fashion. You know, it was 6-1 at the end of the day, and Arena Casito's looking good. We'll have to see what they do. Can they hang on and actually take a monthly title here? Who knows? We'll have to see what happens with 6 in Clash here, as Pekka, previous teammate to the Clash roster, will be facing off against his old rivals in his first month joining a new team.
Yeah, this is definitely one of our favorite kinds of stories, is the player that has been dropped versus a former teammate story, because really, who knows you better than yourself or your friends? So we'll probably be seeing 6 play some Brawl Stars versus AC Milan Clash, knowing how their inner workings go. But here's the updated bracket with Arena Casito with the 3-0. Remarkable stuff. They have not dropped a single set. They started us off with a 2-0, and they have sent us into a grand finals with their 3-0. Now we got to see how 6FA and AC Milan Clash fare versus each other, because once again, as we've been kind of saying all day, now it's all coming to a head, Kenny, is Pekka's facing versus his former teammates. Now, this could mean that he has like a little bit of insider knowledge as to what the weaknesses of the roster are, or maybe it'll be a bit of a sore subject.
Yeah, I mean, it does help going against old teammates as well. It might even be an extra motivator for them. But again, 6 is a little bit newer of a roster in terms of their player count. You know, they've had some good wins here recently. They did lose to Chasmat in the uppers. And Clash has been really successful recently. To me, coming into today, how the region currently stands, I just think Clash is the best team right now. You know, they've had really good wins against Arena Casito. They beat Chasmat on the way to the monthly finals as well, in order to secure their spot. And, you know, they've had to prove themselves time and time again. And until proven otherwise, I'm kind of going to stand with Clash in general. You know, even though they do have Pekka going to another team, I still think all 3 of the players they currently have are incredibly talented. They've had great success in the past. They ended off last year with a bang as well, and just kept improving in my eyes. And until kind of proven otherwise, I think Clash is where I'm going to stand right now.
Yeah, I definitely got to stand with Clash too. I think that they just had a really, really tough matchup at the World Finals last year, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can bring to the table this year, especially with the additional preparation. Speaking of that, we had to take a little bit of extra time just to get that lobby prepared for the broadcast, so stay tuned with us. We are going to be getting that set up in the back end, but for now, AC Milan Clash, right, we can continue to speculate, because we saw VTZM, we saw, you know, how things work inside his mind. Now we got to see how he applies that to the battlefield, how the rest of his teammates apply that as well. In the past, what we've seen from this roster is they love to play the tanks, and the tank comp is really useful when you have blind picks, but now that you have completely visible picks in the draft phase, maybe we could still see like a single tank sneaking in on Brawl Ball and Sneaky Fields, for instance, but otherwise, I don't think we're going to be seeing a whole lot of that. I wonder how they'll adapt. We have seen them last month, but what about this month?
Yeah, it's a really interesting point. I mean, some of the maps that we're about to have coming up here have several different strategies that can, you know, you can segue with. Something like parallel plays. You could even sneak up and, dare I say it, bring out the Ashe a little bit, which is somebody I actually think is pretty solid on that map, especially given how much Byron's played right now. I've seen that be successful, and, you know, we could see some crazy tank plays as well here. It's just all dependent on the draft to me. You know, if you can get away with it, if there's counters that you don't anticipate being there, maybe you can get a sneaky 6th pick in. You know, those are kind of where those thrower surprise picks like Barley can show up on certain maps, where really surprising, you know, Daryl picks can come in as a last pick, and that are still really solid brawlers in the game, but do get knocked down the pedestal a little bit in the draft format, just because when you can anticipate it, they're easy counters, which is why brawlers still like Mortis, Daryl, Barley, some of the ones I'm mentioning can still have value, you know, and some of the tanks that you're mentioning too, even though they don't show up a ton right now, you know, they very reasonably could. And that's what I think makes Brawl Stars Esports so interesting, is that every single draft plays out a little bit differently. And I just love seeing what creativity these players can come up with to try and masterfully, you know, craft a team and just try and take a win.
Yeah, because this has, you know, you can still do some research beforehand, right? Especially if you have the org backing and you have like the funding and you have the coaches who can full-time be scouting out combos that work really, really well, as we've seen in the past. Sometimes the surprise comp comes out of nowhere and everyone's running it, like the Sandy Max Jean came out of total nowhere in East Asia, and then suddenly everyone was running it and no one knew how to counter it, so everyone just played it. Now that you can't play the same brawlers across both teams and you have to come up with a comp on the fly in response to the enemy side, you can still have some of that knowledge that you prepped beforehand. You can still have done your homework. You still got to start off the draft with a ban or two, but still, you got to really be able to think on the fly. And we've seen great examples of this in the past, even just today, where the first game it goes really poorly for Team A, Team B is doing great. Then we move into game number 2. Team A is starting to find their footing. They barely win. Game number 3, Team A's got it all nailed down. And we love seeing that kind of development over the course of the match. And I expect to see a bunch of it from this upcoming match, though, I mean, considering we were just surprised in our last semifinal, who knows? Maybe it'll be a total sweep. AC Milan Clash, I think is anticipated by most everyone to be on top of that sweep, though.
Yeah, and as we're having some difficulties right now setting up that lobby, we'll start things up shortly, but I really do think this is a dark horse candidate for 6, but has a great potential. You know, like I mentioned earlier today, coming into the last month, they were the 9th seed, meaning going into the qualifiers, you know, they were the last team to just barely miss out. They were one of the last 4 to lose in the lower bracket, which means they barely missed the cut last month. So they very easily could have been there last month as well. And that was before they even added Pekka, who's a great player as well. So maybe a little bit of a Cinderella story here for sure, but nothing impossible. You know, it's still really early on in the year. AC Milan Clash, even though they are a phenomenal roster, I think they are favorites here. Nothing's impossible, like you mentioned. We just saw Arena Casito take on a Titan and beat them 3-0, which is kind of crazy to think about, really. And, you know, I think it goes to show that all these guys are pros on any given day, on any month, when you're playing one individual match. Anything can really happen. And I think that's one of the beauties of just competitive esports in general, and especially Brawl Stars.
Yeah. I mean, I love Brawl Stars because you just have like so much variation in the possibilities, especially with draft, right? And every pick is chosen sequentially in the snake style, if you will, to where you can respond to your enemy's picks, but you also have like the final pick that can be used as a counter, and you have the first pick that can be used to pick like that one brawler that was overlooked by the ban phase. And then of course the ban phase is usually going to involve like 2 really strong brawlers, probably the last 2 brawlers that were added to the game, as we see with the Eve and the Fang repeatedly. Still though, I really enjoy the format, and it's really interesting to see how no 2 matches are the same, and no 2 games are the same either, as something can change from one game to the next. You start off on the right lane instead of mid. Maybe you try out some wacky strategy and it turns out to work. We've seen it earlier today. I'm looking forward to seeing it in 6 FA versus AC Milan Clash.
Yeah, I think that's a great point too. You know, one thing that does change is last year in previous seasons, we've had, you know, the blind picks coming in, the blind bans as well. And you can change in between games, you know, and right now you can't. It's the same brawlers all 3 games. And I think it's so incredible to like see these players, you know, come up with this strategy. In game number 1, they get swept. They get absolutely knocked out of the park. And then game number 2, they turn things around. They go, okay, we need to swap some lanes a little bit. We need to play this a little bit differently. You know, maybe we approach the game in a new way, and it can still work out. It's crazy how different each individual game can be, even though it's the exact same brawlers every time. And one thing you pointed out earlier too that I don't think we give these guys enough credit for is they have so little time to make these decisions. You know, if you really think about it, I know at home you're going through and you're going through, you know, your Power League match, you get 20 seconds, and that may seem like a decent amount of time to you, but the pressure is not nearly what these guys have on them. And to go through roughly 55 different brawlers now and make a decision on which one you want to pick in those 30 seconds, that's a really tall task to ask for, because it's very easy to mess that up. It's very easy to forget, well, what if we leave this brawler open? Like maybe they could counter all 3 of us. You know, those situations happen. And when you're doing it at such high stakes, you know, it's easy to just blank or mess up. And that's where a lot of that preparation kicks in, and just practicing the draft as many times as possible to prevent those mistakes. I think it's just another dynamic that adds to this year's format.
Yeah, this year's format is absolutely amazing. I love it a whole lot. Lots of mechanics to break down. Lots of things that are going on beneath the surface of the game that we got to think about, like lobbies. In fact, we're still having a little bit of trouble setting up the lobby. So guys, stay with us. Please bear with us. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back as soon as those lobbies are ready.
Welcome in to the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way, this one.
This is what everyone is here to compete for. So without further ado, let's brawl!
Welcome back, Brawl Stars fans, to Latin America South. I'm still ready set. That is still Kenny. And we are waiting on our second semifinal to get started. It's going to be 6 versus AC Milan Clash. Such a banger for our second semifinal. Of course, we got to recap how exactly we got here as well, Kenny. So many matches that have happened before leading up to this very moment.
Yeah, we've had a wonderful day of games, and some of them more surprising than others. The most recent one that we witnessed was the semi-final matchup between Arena Casito and Chasmat Gaming BR. You know, after a close one, Renegados is somebody I've had my eye on now in recent LATAM South history. Had a pretty successful last year overall. And Chasmat, of course, having some players that have done incredibly well in World Finals of last year and previous seasons. They take a narrow victory against Renegados, and then they approach Arena Casito, the other semi-finalist of last month, who fell to AC Milan Clash. They ended up going down 3-0. Chasmat only managed to take 1 game. Arena Casito took 6. And just overall, I was very impressed with Arena Casito. They are really sealing themselves as one of the titans of this region. And maybe now a little safer to say they're that top 2. This is the second month in a row they've made a final. And I think this is one that teams have to really anticipate playing against, and could be a scary one in future months as well.
Yeah, I think headed into last month, we were thinking, I think pretty much everyone was thinking, okay, so it's going to be AC Milan Clash, and it's going to be Chasmat, right? Formerly Aphelion and INTZ, now under different names. Of course, we did see one of the members of AC Milan Clash depart to join 6FA. But still, Arena Casito seems to be working to take their place, and so far, it has been a successful journey already, heading to those grand finals last month. And AC Milan Clash, they're still establishing their position. Of course, that team started off last year really, really well. We're talking Aphelion last year, so for those purposes, just Aphelion did really, really well. Then INTZ managed to reel it back towards the end of the year. Now it's looking like not that great of a start for INTZ to a further degree, as Arena Casito has taken them down. So, Kenny, I totally agree with you. I think that these are the 2 teams that we will be keeping a really close eye on throughout the year. Of course, other teams that we've seen recurring throughout these finals, we saw KIB Esports versus AC Milan Clash in our quarterfinal stage, and KIB is another one of those rosters that we have seen. UNIMA Gaming, Renegados, all teams that we've seen so far in the monthly finals. We saw them last year. We're pretty likely to see them going into the next few months as well.
Yeah, I think this region is really proving to be super competitive. You know, UNIMA Gaming did take on 6 with a recent addition of Pekka to their side, which is a tough one for anybody. I think that was about as close of a match as we could have gotten. And just in general, to see Arena Casito do what they're doing right now, you know, playing at the level that they are, I think it's, in terms of competition, better for the region even. You know, we've got teams like Clash and Arena Casito, and I still have high expectations for Chasmat Gaming. You know, this is only 2 months out of 7 for the entire year. A lot of this, and remember too, a big factor is that after this next month, it's double points after that. We get through the MSI, and then It's really where the points start adding up and quickly. So Chasmat Gaming still plenty of room to take a stab at being one of those top 2 teams for sure, and trying to go to the World Finals as well. Right now, Clash going to be a heavy favorite. And again, in terms of points, though, that's a huge another upswing for Arena Casito, as Chasmat Gaming did fall in the first round last month, and now they're falling in the semifinals this month. They have yet to claim that finals prize pool of points, and that's really going to help out the side of Clash and Arena Casito kind of set themselves as the top 2 teams in the region.
Yeah, of course, AC Milan Clash, right, we're super focused on them at the moment. The only way they can get to the grand finals is by first going through 6FA. By the way, guys, we are still working on getting that lobby set up. A bit of a hiccup in the tournament hub in-game, but it should be sorted out pretty soon. And on the brighter side, it does give us a little bit of time to go through our predictions once more. Kenny, I'm curious to hear how your predictions have gone so far. I think for the most part, we've been doing pretty well.
I think as a collective, we've done pretty well. You're slightly ahead of me. Before the addition of Pekka, was going with UNIMA. I decided to stay with it. It came down to a final game, but at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is that win-loss column, and the side of 6 had one more. So I still think good things ahead for UNIMA, though. I think I made a good analysis, though. I like to see that my thought process is at least good, in terms of filling things out. We were both a little surprised with the Chasmic. If you told me before that Arena Casito was going to win that, just based on how they played last month, current third-party events, they've beaten Chasmic Gaming in recent history and other events. But I thought when push came to shove, when BSC came into the mix, this is the highest level of gameplay you can get in Brawl Stars. I thought Chasmat Gaming, given their history, I defaulted to them. And I was proven otherwise in Arena Casito with a 3-0 win. That's something I wouldn't have anticipated at all. So that's the one thing I would say today, that in the range of outcomes of Brawl Stars, that is one that I really didn't anticipate, to be honest with you. If you told me, 3-2, I would have been like, okay, they got a narrow victory. Not too surprising based on how they played recently, but just given the caliber of players of Chasmat Gaming BR, I was very shocked to see them go down 3 sets to 0 and 6 games to 1.
Yeah, and of course, right, we can also talk about not just LATAM South, but other regions as well, because we've seen some things carrying over from the last month into this month, from last year into this year. Let's get a recap of how things have been going on so far in the rest of the world. We've already gotten through SESA and ANZ for this month, and Free Win Agents are currently leading in that region, but we have a whole lot of other teams competing for those top spots in other regions.
Yeah, this Worlds has been the qualifiers leading up to Worlds, of course, have been super interesting this year. Earlier tonight, we got to see SESA and ANZ, that region, play out. Free Win Agents again getting a W there, and they recently added Instinct 2, who's a really good player. I continually expect to see good things from Free Win Agents. I would highly anticipate seeing them at things like MSI, and being a really strong candidate for a world spot. Right now, the way things are lining up in the region, from last month's standings, Clash and Casito had the top 2 highest points, and right now Casito is certainly going to hold that, as they've once again made a finals here. And some really fun regions too. We got the privilege of watching East Asia last week as well, and crazy enough, it's going to be a good one to watch again this month too, as Zayn Division 1 and Zayn Division 0, out of luck of the draw, will be playing each other in the first round again, and last time it was a heck of a matchup.
That's so unfortunate, because I feel like, they played against each other in the quarterfinals 2 times in a row now, which does really hurt, because Zaya Division 1 is such a good team, Zaya Division 0 is such a good team, but they all come from the same org, right? At some point, you got to consider, maybe we don't have 2 teams that have the chance of jeopardizing our org making it to Worlds. Hopefully that's not the case, though, because there's so many amazing players on that team that I would like to see. Rising Sun, of course, will be taking the 2nd qualifying spot thus far. A lot more points to be won, especially with the mid-season invitational having double points afterwards. Things could absolutely change, but with the neck and neck race that the World's qualifications race usually is, I gotta say, even these earlier months count so much, but things are gonna get pretty hectic and accelerate a whole lot after the mid-season invitational.
Yeah, and one thing to point out, particularly for East Asia, that we're all going to get to watch next week is that Rising Sun, I don't believe even qualified for this month. They're not even one of the 8 teams, so that second spot is even more up for grabs. And say, Zeta Zero pulls off an upset here, they take down their, sister program in the early stages, things are really wide open. They get taken down early, and that gives Zeta Zero the opportunity to close things out. So there's a lot of different ways that East Asia can go. I'm really excited to see how that region plays out too. A lot of the regions right now have been so entertaining to watch, even just for a first month. I feel like this is going to be such a good year of competition for us.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing all over the globe, but for now, we can bring it back home to LATAM South. We got our match coming up very shortly. We sorted out the issues with getting players in the lobby. Unfortunately, it means that we're also not going to be able to see the draft, but we could play a fun game, right? Who got the first pick, right? Which brawlers were banned? There's always a brighter side. There's always something fun that we can make out of an unfortunate situation. We'll be getting into the first map as well. Kenny, you talked about it earlier. Parallel plays. We get to see maybe some tank action on the offensive this time. Sometimes we see that pesky BB with batting stance that lurks over there for the entire time. This time we can probably expect to see a little bit of Jesse, a little bit of Fang action, some defensive brawlers as well, maybe some Colonel Ruffs. What are some other brawlers that really stick out to you for parallel plays?
Yeah, I think there's quite a few here, and even some that are more unique to this region. Jesse is somebody that I actually feel like is pretty solid on this map just in general, and this region has really loved that pick overall. A lot of the times where maybe Bell would get picked here, this region in particular really favors going with the Jesse. And I think overall, great area control with the turret. You can place against these walls here and do a good job there. I think Pam is somebody that I really love seeing on this map in general, especially when synergized with Byron. That double heal kind of energy can be really solid. Im's somebody that you mentioned that you like to see in competitive earlier. I think that's a brawler in this region that they might have a chance of playing here as well. So those are kind of a few that run through my head, at least in particular for LATAM South.
Okay, now what do we think of the pick that NA gets ridiculed for? Ash. What do we think about the Byron Ash possibility? Byron and Ash on the offensive. Of course, keep in mind that the draft is going on behind the scenes, which we can't see. So we have probably a couple bans, a first pick, and then second pick could quite possibly be the Byron Ash combo that is so coveted. And to counter that, right, maybe sure like a Bell in there too. Of course, I'm talking very optimistically. I really want an Ash and a Byron on the field just for the memes, but also because it's quite interesting to watch, because when it works effectively, Ash just completely plows through everyone.
Yeah, and to me, kind of the stance I take there is that Ash is a really solid brawler. If you can get away with it, run it, because he's very difficult to stop. But on this map in particular, again, every draft's a little different. But Gale's somebody that comes to mind that I would be worried about. I think it can be difficult at times to run Ash. If you can make it work, though, it can be so good. Once he gets onto that enemy hot zone, he can hold down the line. He can heal himself. He can have the Byron to heal a little bit. He's got the extra spawners to help him out. And just Ash with full rage is such a difficult thing to deal with. I think he's a brawler that can go slept on at times. I think that discussion, on Twitter, you can take whatever stance you would like. But I think overall, a fair statement to say is that Ash genuinely is a very solid brawler in the meta. Maybe not top 5, maybe not overpowered, maybe not somebody they need to ban necessarily, but it's certainly a viable strategy and option. And I think you definitely have to consider that, especially in a draft where things are ever changing and constantly evolving.
And here we get to see Kyodog deeply focused, going through that draft phase as we speak. Pick Byron, bro. Please pick Byron. Please pick Ash. Oh, it doesn't look like we're going to see the Ash, but he did pick the Byron, which honestly was just very lucky. But still, AC Milan Clash. Let's see what they got this time. As you said, Kenny, the Gale on the right side. We have some Mr. P. We have some Jesse. On the back left, Motep goes bananas. Not the kind of rotten banana that you'd see from Ash, but still going crazy. Shut down by P.E.K.K.A, actually. 6 is trying their hardest to defend so far, but for the time being, AC Milan Clash leads by capture percentage.
Yeah, and I think one interesting thing too is this is just combinations that you could expect to see on the field, but it's got a little LATAM South flair to it, right? We see the Jesse and Mr. P, somebody that's risen a little bit here too. So I think this is a very fun one, and so far so good for AQM, though, who have a small lead here. They're really starting to cap off on this bottom left-hand side. And remember, a big part of this map in particular, the other competitive hot zone maps currently only have one hot zone, but with this one, as much as you can cap off on your enemy side, if you can travel down and get an aggressive brawler to, stand in the zone for a little bit, you can do a solid job and just kind of hold there, take a small lead, and right now we see Loco claiming a little bit of that gap here, and they're going to take a small lead. The pull coming through too, but the connection from Dog puts them to a stop. Only a 1% deficit now for the side of 6.
6 still got to push in here, but they got to find an entry point. With everyone so close together, P.E.K.K.A will be able to do a good job if he's able to connect those shots. Loco also trying his best to get some damage in, but Motep keeps on healing up with gas heal, and he keeps on cycling the shots off on the right lane. Dog also holds down the defense, and so much healing rolls in from him as well. On the left, VTZim can finally start making his way towards the enemy point. He will be able to fire up that super. Needs some healing from Dog first. Loco could also get a pull and a combo with P.E.K.K.A. There's the push, a missed pull by Loco, and that could be devastating. Maybe even the win condition for AC Milan Clash.
Yeah, with 40 seconds to go, too, they really need those plays and just some catastrophic things going down. Motep cycling around. The 18-wheeler plays coming out of him. He is just cycling back and forth, skating around the map right now. Manages to stay up as well with the Dog. Heals another pull coming in, but will it be enough? The stun coming in from VTZim to stop that.
Wow.
And AC Milan Clash, even though it was close for a while, ended up getting aggressive, converting some good plays there. A missed Gene pull, and it just led to them taking a strong lead there.
It goes to show how literally every single micro play can matter here. Now, a missed Gene pull may be what is the opposite of macro play, but still, it's a big missed opportunity, unfortunately, and it can cause the game to change around in a massive way, because even Gene just having that pull is a huge deterrent, right? It's like you can imagine a radius around yourself at the length of Gene's super that your enemies won't dare walk into. And that's what happened, except it was baited out effectively by Dog. AC Milan Clash lead with 1 game so far. They go to work capturing their own point as Motep pushes in with the help of Dog to start getting some percentage on the left side.
Yeah, and they're actually choosing to have Jesse be the aggressive brawler on the right-hand side, which is a little surprising. And there's the pull. Loco landing a nice shot there. We'll be able to cap off a little bit. Grant Luquitas a little access onto the right-hand side. Some assistance from P.E.K.K.A.'s turret as well will help them hold on for a moment. VTZim, though, playing the Gale, a very tough brawler to face off against on the defensive side. And now P.E.K.K.A., though, manages to win the 1v1 interaction, and they will have themselves about a 10% lead here as they approach the mid of the game.
Yikes, it is so close, but AC Milan Clash is doing a great job of keeping Luquitas back, but Luquitas is tanking so much damage with the help of his porter. In fact, he's going to be able to step on that point too. Meanwhile, Motep is working really hard with Dog to stay alive, and he has all of that healing. There's no anti-heal from 6 either. However, we still see a substantial amount of capture from 6 on the enemy side. If Loco's able to get these guys, no, it doesn't look like they're going to be leaving that point. Nothing is going to work. And AC Milan Clash refuses to leave. They grab that last bit of capture percentage and finish off the set. Parallel Plays is out of here. We're on to Hot Potato with a point on the board for AC Milan Clash.
Yeah, and both games were fairly competitive to say. I would say 6 played pretty well, and that didn't really feel too one-sided to me. I felt like it was fairly competitive the whole way through, and they should be proud of themselves. We don't really know how this team's going to do today. There's definitely a question mark with the recent addition of P.E.K.K.A. And just the newness of this roster overall to the BSC as a whole. So I was pretty impressed. I think that was a fair fight for sure. At the end of the day, though, it is 2-0 on that set for AQM. As they're going to be approaching Hot Potato, but I think I was impressed with 6. They're putting up a good fight, and if they can convert some of those really good plays, and maybe it leads to their favor a little bit going into our next maps.
Yeah, map number 2 is going to be Hot Potato. Reminder, everyone, that as we are heading into that, at the cost of our draft phase, we will be able to proceed along with our matches. So stay tuned with us because we get to theorycraft as to which brawlers are going to be picked here. Hot Potato, I gotta say, some of my top picks are Rico, maybe some Sprout to counter it out. I love my Barley. And of course, mid brawlers, we got to be thinking about brawlers that can break open the walls to make things possible for other sharpshooters like Brock, maybe some Griff here and there. But remember, we're in LATAM South, so Jesse is always a lurking possibility.
That's where my head goes to when I think about this region in particular. And another one that is used from time to time globally as well as Daryl, and somebody we've even seen a little bit here today. But I love how you mentioned Barley a little bit here. I think that's one that, as we're theory crafting here, we're thinking of every single possibility, trying to think of what they could do. I think Barley's a good one to bring up. I don't think Barley these days in the blind format was much better than he was now. In draft, he's easily counterable. You can get some aggressive brawlers that deal with him quite well, a Surge, or just a tankier, aggressive brawler that can push him. Say somebody like Mortis, who, if he showed up here in Hot Potato, I would be pretty dang surprised. But he's a great sixth pick. You know, on maps like this, on Super Beach / Super Stadium, as many people know it, he's awesome. You know, if the draft goes your way, he's a great area control brawler, does super well onto the heist safe in terms of damage. I mean, Barley is somebody that is no slouch in the meta. He's not somebody that's going to be talked about, never really going to be banned, not even often drafted, but is a very solid brawler nonetheless. It's just a matter of the format and making the drafts work. So if things play out favorably, you know, I think that's a great sixth pick and one that is kind of an unsung hero here on some maps, you know, can definitely show up here. And I really liked how you mentioned that. I think that's a very good point to bring up.
All right, now let me do you one better, right? Let's think about some of the things that we love about the different brawlers we mentioned. Rico, he gets ricocheted shots. Griff gets the wall break, right? What if we said Colonel Ruffs, right? In fact, Colonel Ruffs is actually the most picked brawler throughout the qualifiers in LATAM South for Hot Potato. And I think now that it's been brought to my attention, it's plain to see why. He gets wall break, he's able to support his teammates, he's able to hold down lanes versus brawlers that can ricochet, he does a whole lot of damage as well. I think he's a great brawler to have here. Yeah, and you got sandbags too. I mean, like, what's there not to love it? Oh, so I just gave 6 reasons. Kenny, thank you for thanks for keeping track. I can see why he's the most picked brawler, and I think if we see him, it's fair to say that he's the first pick.
Yeah, and honestly, that wouldn't surprise me if it was like that for a lot of regions. I think Colonel Ruffs is certainly a really good brawler right now, especially since the buff that he got in the most recent balance changes. He's very valuable here. And, you know, I think it's worth mentioning, too, it isn't necessarily the mode or maybe even the map that I would anticipate seeing her on, but just given how much Eve's been banned today, it does play out sometimes with a longer range map. To me, Heist is, we haven't seen that much of Eve. We're still kind of figuring things out as an overall community right now. But to me, Heist just doesn't seem like the place. And even earlier today in Sesa, I believe this brawler did not get touched on Hot Potato. It depends on the team in this set, but I believe this was actually one of the maps where Eve wasn't played or banned at some point. So I found that really interesting. Fang could be banned, could be played. I think it's up in the air depending on how much teams really value him here. Some other ones that are popular too, you know, we could go the Spike route, something that EMEA has done and that I'm actually a big fan of too. And it started to spread into other regions as well. It's becoming more of a global pick, is Lola. I think Lola with the ego could be really solid for damage here. Very solid mid brawler or lane. A lot of flexibility with Lola. Overall, great kit. So I think Lola's somebody I'm a fan of. It's something that I picked up from doing EMEA qualifiers with the good old Ark and Trav last month. It was really fun to do, and that was one of the things that I took away. One of the biggest brawlers was, hey, Lola actually shows up a decent amount in draft, even though she did get nerfed after that Worlds time where she was everywhere in the blind format. You know, now I think she definitely has her maps and her spots, and it's starting to show up here and there. And I think Hot Potato is definitely one of the maps that she could show up in.
Yeah, I think especially if you're breaking open those walls too, Lola can do really well because her shot spreads out quite wide at the end of her attack, which makes it a little bit inaccurate, makes it a little bit tougher to shoot down those tight lanes that you can see on the Hot Potato. But of course, let's talk Colonel Ruffs once again. I've received confirmation that not only is Colonel Ruffs the most picked brawler on Hot Potato and LATAM South, but globally, he's just that good. Not only is he a powerful brawler in the meta currently, but he just meshes with this landscape really well. He's able to break open walls very effectively. He's able to get ricochets on lanes where other brawlers would be really frustrating to deal with, such as tanks that are waiting around the corner for you. Also, brawlers like Rico or any sort of throwers, he just has a whole lot of utility, and I think after we consider all of those things, it's pretty plain to see why he is the most popular brawler on this map around the globe.
Yeah, and he maybe picked the most, but you got to think about the ones that are banned the most too. I feel like Rico's either getting banned here, and if we don't see him, it's because he's banned. And if he is being played, he's got to be an early pick. He was the most banned brawler on this map after all, and definitely a strong one too. So, you know, Rico walked so Colonel Ruffs could run on this map, and we'll see what these teams end up choosing here in just a moment. But I think both those brawlers are strong candidates to either be played. And, you know, we don't see Ruffs get banned too much here, but maybe they've had enough of them. Maybe if you don't get that first pick, they're just going to rule him out. And, you know, Colonel Ruffs is not something we see banned too much, but Rico certainly wouldn't surprise me to see banned. Fang wouldn't surprise me to see banned. Even somebody like Spike, I feel like who's a very consistent brawler on the lane. You know, the life plant can get really pesky to deal with Spike on the lane here. Even he could get banned from time to time here for sure. And somebody, if they just find annoying, maybe they just want out of the way as well.
Yeah, maybe some other sharpshooters as well, right? Spike is definitely a really strong candidate. He's, who really knows? But able to get some pretty good shots around the walls, able to get some decent poke damage as well, and overall just a strong brawler. But some other sharpshooters that could work out pretty well here. I think Bell, right, because Bell is able to deal pretty well in close quarters. Probably not Piper, because she would struggle a lot early game. We already mentioned this one before, but Brock for getting a little bit of wall break, getting Incendiary for massive damage on the safe. All of these brawlers are ones that we're considering, but the distribution of the brawlers is going to be the biggest mystery of all because of the draft mode.
Yeah, I think Brock's one that I didn't really think about, and one more that I think is worth mentioning too is Ims. Shows up a decent amount just as kind of a safe pick here. It's one of the more globally picked ones as well. I like both those options as pretty safe ones. You know, if they run something like Daryl, Ims can be a really good way to deal with that, and having Brock as a wall break option. And also, it's good to point out too, the Incendiary is built in to the kit now, which means at all times, you know, you got a little additional value out of the Brock, and when you're attacking that high safe as well, not only do you know sanction off parts of the map, it can make it difficult for the enemies to tiptoe around those shots, but also get that little extra sweet damage onto the high save as well. So I think Brock was a good one to bring up too there. I kind of forgot about that one. It also looks like, by the way, you get to see our bands.
Yeah, we got the Eve and the Ruffs bands. So I guess, I mean, the statistic is going to be slightly disrupted, kind of a drop in the ocean here, as Colonel Ruffs is not going to be played for, I mean, at most 3 games here. Still gonna be a popular brawler on this map going forward, should we see it later on, but for now, no Colonel Ruff. So how are these players going to be making do with the wall break, right? We have the draft going on in the background, so of course we get to speculate about what exactly is going on. I think Brock is a strong candidate. I think also Griff is a strong candidate for wall break, should, you know, maybe as a last pick, because you don't want to be countered out by having shorter range. Some other wall breakers, Kenny, that you think could work pretty well here?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in terms of wall break, I feel like you've mentioned a lot of the good ones here. They could elect to do that, but say if you're the side that wants to take Rico, you're probably not looking to even wall break. So I think it depends on the route they want to go in strategy. You know, if they're anticipating the other team to try and do something like, say, Rico, or maybe get Barley in the mix, or brawlers like that, you're definitely going to want to have those walls up if you're that team. But if you're the opponent, you start to see it tread that direction, throw in the Brox, get some wall break going. And, you know, another one too, Stu has been used for long dash more recently than Gasso Heal, just to break open and tear open these left or these right hand mid lanes as well, and just kind of cut off the enemy. It makes things easier for your wide open comp. And of course, Stu being a great aggressive brawler. My biggest problem with Stu, though, in terms of you can use him for the wall break, great, and he's an excellent brawler, but just doesn't do a lot on that high save. So I think you have to be careful about that one a little bit. I think Brock can be a little more serviceable in the sense that he has that longer range. Maybe he's not inherently a better brawler, but at least for this map and mode, I think it can be argued that Brock might be the better way to go about it. And also, it looks like we're getting some info here too. Lola, it was actually the second most pick on this map globally, and Daryl third. So I feel like we're kind of on the money a little bit in terms of what at least the world is doing. Maybe not necessarily Adam South, but obviously they're a big part of that too. So I'm actually a little surprised to see Daryl that high and Lola that high. I feel like EMEA has really pioneered the Lola pick a little bit more to be given some love to. I know NA has picked up on it a little bit, and not even just on Hot Potato either, on several different maps and modes. And now we finally get to see. And you know what? After all that talk already, after all the predictions, we still missed one. Somehow, some way, Bull gets in the mix and Surge gets in the mix once again here today.
Oh gosh, well, let's see the bulldozer on the right side, one of the wall breakers that we kind of overlooked as well. It's also the bionic bull skin, which we probably never see. So a whole lot of surprises today, but we do get to see some stew up in here. Motep is going to be able to get that kill onto Loco though. Now we see Luquitas push forward, just a little bit of damage on that safe. P.E.K.K.A is there to hold the backline as well, holding down mid. Bunch of damage from Kaio Dog. P.E.K.K.A barely survives, narrowly avoids the curveball too. And 6FA are about to take a whole boatload of damage on their safe if Motep's able to roll in.
Yeah, and it looks like he does and converts a lot of damage there, even giving Clash a small lead now with about 12%. Luquitas going to be running the bull here, and this is something you see from time to time. Definitely a traditional Brawl Stars heist meta pick here. And maybe Daryl was off the board already. I would be a little surprised if bull was picked before Daryl. Maybe they still thought it was a great option as a shotgun brawler that can do a lot of damage. But it would surprise me a little bit if Motep didn't make the Daryl selection second. I would be shocked if bull was before that.
Yeah, same here. It seems like Six told themselves, man, we really wanted Daryl. Well, I know the next best thing. And they picked up the bull here. Luquitas is going to get a significant amount of damage on the safe. Motep does his best to tank if he can. 68% remains on AQM safe. For 6, though, they're able to hold down mid. P.E.K.K.A is the man who holds down mid. Motep sneaks around the left side, though, and it's up to Loco and P.E.K.K.A to defend this. There's the stun onto Loco, and Motep gets so much damage on the safe. VT Zim's up next to the plate, and he's going to go for a whole lot of damage on the safe as well. Trying to keep Loco back, does manage to get the kill on a P.E.K.K.A. And seeing as P.E.K.K.A was the only thing keeping mid together, this could be a win condition. Motep has a super, able to roll in so much damage, and probably just one more super from AC Milan Clash will be able to take down Six's safe.
Yeah, 6 now has to worry about defense and offense as Kaio Dog is going to get the finishing shot off their game number 1 of our second set, going to go in favor of AQM.
Well, congrats to AQM. After all of that, we get to see a bull make his way onto the scene. A nice surprise, definitely a nice little gift there from Luquitas. Let's see if he's able to make the bull work this time. Kaio Dog is going to be hanging out on the right side, trying to keep Luquitas back. Luquitas knows also that his best shot at getting a super is going to be versus Kaio Dog. Now, I wonder, yeah, he's going to end up feeding a super to Kaio Dog is the problem. Now Kaio Dog has speed, and then he'll have range, and then he'll have even more damage on the safe. It's an unfortunate situation. I wonder at what stage Bull was picked. It was certainly after Daryl, but was it before Surge or after Surge? A big mystery, to which the answer is probably Surge is the counter to Bull here.
Yeah, maybe, and also Surge pretty well in the stew too, I would say. I think that might be another motivator, but to be honest with you, we've actually seen Surge be picked middle of the draft several times now, as we get a big bionic bull charge up the middle, and Loco's going to be able to get some much needed tags as well. This one is looking like a base race at the moment.
Oh man, it's been a while since I've seen a base race. It's a little bit refreshing, right? Definitely nostalgic, but it's not going to be propelling them towards success so far. 6FA is still trailing, and damage rains in from 2 directions. Rains in from Spike on the right side, that life plant, an artifact of that offense. Motep gets a whole lot of damage with his roll in. Now it's Kaio Dog's turn. With level 4, he's able to reflect a bunch of damage off of P.E.K.K.A. Barely gets out of range of Bell's reflected shot around the big cactus. Final roll in by Motep though, and it's all over. That's set number 2 going to AQM.
Yeah, nice job to Kaio Dog there. Very well played from AQM overall. He's got a little smile on his face too, chatting it up with the teammates, I'm sure, and even catching a quick refresher after sweating it through that one. Another 2-0 victory for the side of AQM as we approach Shooting Star.
All right, Shooting Star to end it all off, and we've already seen this one today, right? It's like the great equalizer. If you have the better mechanics, then you get the win here. But as we have seen previously, getting a little bit tripped up, getting a little bit confused by the draft phase is also an important element of playing this map, especially with the power match format now in competitive play. We saw the nanny ban, and I think that really just threw everything off course. So what kind of bans will we see in this upcoming map? My personal prediction, I think that Eve is quite possible ban and Fang is quite possible ban. That took not very much brain power to compute, but I'll hand it over to you, Kenny, for calculating some of the more high IQ bans here.
So in terms of globally, before Eve was introduced, the two most popular are going to be Nani and Fang. But to me, if I am in their shoes, I'm not a pro player, obviously, but if I'm just going off pure analytics, I feel like Eve and Nani are the two that I'm going with. Fang doesn't worry me as much, at least on this map. I feel like there's ways to address him too. And, you know, if you can keep your range safely, you can kind of deal with that Fang super a little more. If you have brawlers like maybe Brock in the mix too, or even Eve, you have ways to get out of that situation. You know, we've seen some creativity even today with the laces from Brock. You know, he can jump away and things like that. But to me, the two, if I had to take a stab, would be Nani and Eve. But at least globally, Fang has been there as one of the more banned brawlers as well. Something in the LATAM South, though, that actually in qualifiers got banned a lot, and it is a brawler that is more native to them, is B. Which is somebody that does show up here a decent amount for LATAM South. It would surprise me a little bit. I just feel like in terms of bounty specifically, B is not my go-to, but at least in the past, that is a brawler that this region has favored on this map, at least in terms of how often they were played in this most recent qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing draft and you have to pick 6 different brawlers, and then you also have to pick 2 brawlers to ban, so you like have between 7 or 8 brawlers out of the entire game, at some point you like run out of sharpshooters. And especially if you're in LATAM South, like, well, B is a good sharpshooter, you say. So yeah, B is definitely on the table for brawlers that you can pick from for Shooting Star. But going back to what I was saying, I mean, there's only so many sharpshooters in Brawl Stars. Sometimes you got to say, well, I guess B will work, and then B gets picked a bunch just because there is a limited selection for what you can play. So yeah, I think that a B could be very, very possible here. I wonder exactly what that's going to be good against. Probably Brock. We also want to think about what the wall breakers here are going to be. Brock is a strong wall breaker. Tick also is a very strong pick. We've seen already that Tick using that last hurrah to grab the blue star can be a serious game changer. It certainly decides the pace of the game early on.
Yeah, and it looks like our bans are coming in from the team. It looks like it's going to be Eve and Piper. So those are our 2 bans, which leaves Nani on the board. Now, Nani does get a lot of that value of facing 1v1 brawlers, especially Piper here. So that's a good one. Another one that I think you mentioned that we should definitely bring up is Brock, who can serve as that wall break option or have a little versatility, the incendiary being built in. And it's going to be a solid one here. It's some that other regions have really liked. And he's played just a notch above, at least in qualifiers, above brawlers like Byron and Piper, who we even see being banned here. So I think there's still a lot of good options on the board. Another one I'll bring up too, since we talked about B a little bit, just because it was one of the most banned in LATAM South in particular, you got to think that could leave a door open for somebody like Mr. P, who's also really popular in this region. I personally feel is a pretty solid brawler overall too. You know, I don't think a lot of people necessarily go to Mr. P on Shooting Star. It's not your first thought. But, I mean, considering who you're facing off against, you know, that could be Tick serving in that role. That could be Sprout serving that role. That could be Mr. P as a good in-between of dealing with those sharpshooter brawlers and having the extra porters as well. So I think there are a lot of directions it could go. And I think, you know, even us just talking about this right now reflects what these players are going through, except probably at a much higher caliber. You know, they're probably doing what we're doing, but they have to do it in 30 seconds at a time. And we get, you know, 2 to 3 minutes to talk about, give our spiel and kind of analyze, but they have to do this so quickly. They get 30 seconds to go through 50 something brawlers and make a pick. And to me, that still, you know, blows my mind a little bit here, that they're able to do it in such a quick and precise fashion.
Yeah, maybe I just haven't played enough Power Match, but I personally, when I'm going through Power Match, I find the 30 seconds, like 30 seconds is actually quite a long time to just choose one like little thing. But I find it so much trouble choosing a brawler, and in the end I choose like Dynamite. I'm like, why did I choose Dynamite? I don't even play this brawler. I don't even really like him that much, and then I just double jump through my Power Match, so it's a fun time. But still, yeah, the pressure is definitely there. You don't have much time to think about like a lot of different implications of your pick. And it only gets worse, right? The longer or the further into the draft phase you get, because you ban, and then you're like, okay, well, I'm really thinking only about what the first few brawlers they're gonna pick are, right? Like what's their first or their second and third pick going to be? But then once you've picked a few brawlers, you're like, picking the counter, and you're like, how is this gonna fit into the other 5 brawlers that are on the battlefield? That is a big decision. And check it out, we got Loco on the right lane on the B, already kind of shifting over to trade with Lukitas, it looks like. We also see that Nanny is available, and on the left side of that, Kyodog almost goes down to the return to Cinder. 6 leads by 1 star so far, but with a minute 35 left on the clock, there's plenty of time for that to change.
Yeah, plenty of Brawl left to be decided here. P.E.K.K.A going to be approaching the right-hand side, going against Motep. And I don't mind this Max pick, actually. It was a pick that got more popularized towards the end of the blind format as well. But I think in drafts as well, we see it displayed right there. You can get the phase shifter and take a Nani Peep shot for absolutely free 3 times a game. And also, it's very difficult for a sharpshooter to hit somebody so shifty like Max is. It's very difficult with the speed, but P.E.K.K.A gets the job done there. A little trade out from both sides, and they still hold on to a 1-star lead.
Yep, Lukitas has to stay in a really, really safe position. Oh no, and he gets taken down just like that by Byron. Completely out of nowhere. I don't think players are really used to the possibility of Vengeful Spirits not being the finishing blow, right? Because it wasn't. It was in combination with Byron there. It was so fast, and I don't think really anyone saw that coming. Nonetheless, AC Milan Clash with that have managed to take the lead. 6 are very cautiously trying to find a position here. We see Stick Around blocking off the right lane to a degree. Motep also having to fall back here. All the while trying to do some damage to P.E.K.K.A and Lukitas. He's going to go for the kill on P.E.K.K.A. He does get the kill, and AC Milan Clash stays in the lead despite losing Motep. And there's a kill onto Lukitas as well. This could be it. Phase Shifter perfectly placed and timed. And AC Milan Clash are taking us to match point.
Whew, what a good face shift too, because things could have gotten pretty scary there for a moment, but perfectly executed, manages to keep the teammates safe and sound. And we have forced ourselves into a match point here. 6 gonna have to fight for their lives as we now start another game of Bounty. Once again, we're gonna see Spike actually approaching in the middle here, which is very interesting. P.E.K.K.A on the left-hand side. Kyodog taking some hits here, and P.E.K.K.A, along with the return to Cinder, wasn't even needed, manages to stay up, and now we have a Nani Peep incoming onto the top side here. Connects to Kyodog. No takedown, but definitely a lot of damage that will force AC Milan Clash to heal the teammate.
Okay, B trying to hold its own versus Kyodog, but he just keeps moving forward. A good kill by P.E.K.K.A on a Motep, and a little bit of damage on a Lukitas. Ooh, Kyodog definitely could have gone for that pull, but he decided he was going to save it, probably for a higher bounty target. They're still sitting at 0 stars, so any kill that they get will be a huge, huge move from where they stand at the moment. A little bit of an early phase shifter there, circle around with the Peep. Lots of damage could be coming in, but it explodes just a little bit prematurely. There's the speed on the Kyodog, though. A guarantee that he'll be getting some good value with the pull if he decides to use it. It looks like 6FA was actually able to adapt accordingly and move back. Kyodog is being held back with all of 6's firepower. They just got to keep him from getting any good value off of that pull. And, well, we'll see Loco do exactly that, 9-0 on the match point.
Yeah, P.E.K.K.A is popping off right now as he finds himself another kill. Lukitas does go down to the poison from Byron, but 11-2, a pretty strong lead here for 6, who are fighting for their tournament lives at the moment. Remember, if AC Milan Clash can make a comeback here, they will take home this match. And with 15 seconds remaining and the countdown starting, Motep looking to get the first kill. P.E.K.K.A getting strict as well. And now Motep goes down here and things looking safe for the side of 6. They are going to force a double match point here in just a moment.
Okay, well, they were very, very close to getting swept there, but it's great, as usual, to see that right as that sweep almost happens, there's a little bit of fighting back from 6 in this scenario, and we also see 6 improving gradually over the course of the set as well. Now, I wonder, what does AC Milan Clash have to offer now? Because a key transition that Six had was they started off the B on the right lane, and they had Spike migrate over to mid, which was different from in game number 1. It worked pretty effectively. This time, though, they are going to be missing that blue star, so they need to get a kill. It's going to be quite challenging as Motep gradually farms up that super, getting it for free by moving around. Kyodog also needs to get his super gradually with that poke damage. The max speed plus the Gene super is practically a guaranteed kill as long as the execution is, well, decent, honestly, because at high speed, Gene super is a lot easier to hit. It's a lot more consistent.
Yeah, and P.E.K.K.A, I was kind of curious. They actually elected to go for a peep, but just immediately connected onto Kyodog there. I was surprised they didn't wind it up a little bit or maybe go for the extra damage, or at least just try and go for a free kill rather than just doing some decent damage, but will work out for now as they can aggress a little more here. Lukita is getting tagged by the Byron. Motep on this left-hand side, forcing Nani back, and Loco doing his best on this right-hand side to finally get a tag onto Gene, but Kyodog, just with the help of VT Zim, can keep healing and stay alive, as now Kyo also has a super on his side. VT Zim has one as well, too, for those emergency heal situations or just to dish out some big damage on the enemy side. 30 seconds remaining, and it's going to be a close one.
Not a whole lot of time left, not a whole lot of space left either. Lukita zones everyone from AC Milan Clash into the right side, and they are going to be stuck there, but they gradually push out. No way, P.E.K.K.A is going to get taken down. AC Milan Clash leads by 3 stars, and they just got to keep dishing out the damage to keep back Lukita's a pull onto the cactus. Not the greatest. No way. Ooh. And we see a combo between Lukita's and the Peep. There's not enough time, it doesn't look like. The AC Milan Clash fire right back, and they're headed to the grand finals.
That B shot with the Nani. Oh my goodness. I had a thought, but it just immediately got taken away. He is in the kitchen and he is eating right now. I've never seen anything like this ready.
That right there is Chef Kyodog having a delicious dinner of well,
he's eating us.
I don't know. I guess everyone on the enemy team. That is what a that's what a 6 steak looks like. Great there by Kyodog. Hopefully he finds a little bit of time to go get a bite to eat. He's gonna need that energy for the grand finals, but nonetheless, congratulations to AQM. What a way to finish things off.
To me, the fact that he had a fork and a knife ready to go is honestly maybe the most impressive thing. Like, this was something coordinated. He thought this through for this very situation, which just blows my mind that he's able to focus on the game, execute it super well, and also already has the touchdown dance ready for the end. So super impressive by them. Of course, this is something what we expected, I would say. It's going to be AQM going to the grand finals once again. These are my top candidates for the region, and they will be once again clashing with Arena Casito.
Yep, let's take a look. Well, of course, we have our grand final coming up first. We have, of course, AC Milan Clash versus Arena Casito in the grand finals. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Two of these titans pitted against each other, as you said earlier, probably the El Clasico of LATAM South. Now they're going to be going head to head, and man, is it going to be brutal.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a good one. You know, Clash did take this 3-1 last month, but Arena Casito has another month of improvement. You know, things change up a little bit with the Clash roster. I mean, I could see this being another competitive one, too. For me, I'm thinking it is Clash again. That's where my gut's going to go. Just until proven otherwise, like I said, they've looked really good across all categories. In BSC, in qualifiers, they look great. They came out of the winner's side and even beat Chasmat to get here. And then in just third-party events as well, they've even been undefeated in some of these leagues and tournaments. It's just been crazy to see them play right now. And Arena Casito has looked really good too. But again, for me, AC Milan Clash is the team to beat right now. My gut is telling me that they will probably get it done once again, or at least that's the most likely. Not to say that Arena Casito is outmatched completely and they have no chance. I just think Clash has been the most consistent so far. And again, I just think that's the most likely thing to happen.
All right, well, with Arena Casito and AC Milan Clash facing each other in the grand finals, let's check out how they got here. A little bit of a recap as we go through the bracket. Of course, Arena Casito, they haven't dropped a single set on their way here, and big surprise, neither has AC Milan Clash, both getting 2 and 3 sets to their name on the way here. Great stuff for both teams. And of course, with our final match of the day, we need some predictions out here, Kenny. Of course, if you're watching it, you can submit your predictions at event.brawlstars.com to get yourself some points towards some in-game rewards, including an exclusive pin. But for me and Kenny, all there is really at stake, besides our event.brawlstars.com stuff, is, well, our competitive knowledge, our fame and glory, and kind of our personal competition with each other to have the most predictions. So, Kenny, out with it. Who do you think takes this one?
I'm going Clash. At the end of the day, they've looked the best so far. That's what I'm going to roll with here. I think Arena Casito does have a solid chance here, though. I definitely think it's in the range of outcomes for them to win this. I definitely don't think it's going to be a one-sided Clash takes all kind of matchup. It wasn't that way last month either. And, you know, the way Arena Casito's played again, you know, 3-0ing Chasmat Gaming is quite the statement to me, you know, against a bunch of players who've had great success in past Worlds and this region even. You know, that's a big statement for me. And going into future months, I think it's going to make me consider Arena Casito even more seriously than I already had. You know, to me, that was the kind of match where I was like, this could go 3-2, 3-1 Chasmic's way. I think Arena Casito is going to put up a great fight and it's going to be close. But to be honest, Arena Casito to me right now is looking like that, you know, top 2 team right now. They're looking like one of those that deserves to go to Worlds at this very moment. A lot of Brawl left to be played, though. And if they somehow took a win here today, I really wouldn't know what to believe about this region. I just think, you know, that these two teams are at the top of their game right now, top tiers for this region, and these are the two best to me right now.
Yeah, definitely going to side with you on this one. To bring it back a little bit, though, this is kind of the LATAM South story from last year. Last year, we saw Aphelion start things off really, really strong, and then we saw INTZ start to pull ahead as they got better and better and better throughout the months. I think AC Milan Clash are starting off really, really strong, and Arena Casito will get really, really strong as the year progresses on. I don't think AC Milan Clash is going to get any worse, but I think Arena Casito is one that definitely needs to be kept in check as an absolute priority for AC Milan Clash, even though they won first place last month. And, you know, honestly, my honest opinion is that they win it this month, but they still got to keep that in check. Arena Casito, AC Milan Clash, best of luck, but my vote is for AC Milan Clash, Kenny. And yeah, I think we stand together on this one. May the best prediction maker win. Win nothing, by the way. It's just fame and glory at stake. Anyway, our first match is on the horizon. We'll be moving into that first map shortly. For now, though, of course, some of the brawlers that we've been seeing all day, Kenny, we've been seeing Mr. P, we've been seeing Byron, we see a little bit of Crow here and there. Any other LATAM South brawlers that we haven't seen a whole lot of that you expect to see in the finals?
I think they've hit just about all of them, to be honest. We've seen the Mr. P a little bit. We've seen the Jesse here and there. We just saw B, which are all brawlers that are solid in the meta, you know, very vital, but I definitely think have that LATAM South flair to it, where at least in this region in particular, they play a decent amount. So we've seen all of those, and one that's really starting to risen for me, and I kind of am excited to see if this plays out in other regions too. Maybe this is just something the draft format has allowed players to figure out, but Surge really seems to start feeling that way. Surge is somebody I haven't really seen in any other region be picked at all, and it can be a solid counter pick, but even in some of these drafts, we've really seen Surge show up in the middle of it, not even necessarily as like a sixth like surprise counter pick like you might expect to see sometimes. He's just being picked. They like him as a brawler as that, you know, fourth or fifth or third pick, which is a little surprising to me as well. And of course, this is LATAM South. Bo has been used before last month, this month now, and that's another one that they really seem to be liking, especially as we approach a map like Double Swoosh. That's one that I definitely don't think of off the top of my head, but I can't forget, just given what we've seen today and last month, and even, you know, some other events as well.
All right, well, we'll be definitely keeping our eyes peeled for those brawlers. Just as a side note, guys, we are getting those players in the lobby, so we are going to be getting those matches started very, very, very soon. As far as the draft, we should have that up this time as well, and I can't wait. I mean, it was fun, right? Predicting what exactly was going on in the background, but now I'm ready to see it as it happens. Even if it just means that we get to see like a Crow first pick or a Tick first pick like we would usually expect. Nonetheless, right? other brawlers that we can expect to be banned? Because we did see a lot of Eve bans, but not a whole lot of Fang bans, and not a whole lot of successful Fang picks either, Kenny. What's up with that? Are players finally getting used to countering out the Fang?
It could be that way. You know, a lot of times when new brawlers are introduced, there's a little bit of a grace period where people are figuring it out and they might seem particularly strong or weak until there's kind of an accurate feeling of how well they do it. And just to me, I feel like Fang has that super right. It's something you can't forget. When you think of Fang, you think of the super, you think of his roundhouse kick gadget and just the insane plays that you can make from it. But you can't get to that super if you can't charge it up. If you're hitting those 400 kicks from a long distance, you know, mechanically in the game too, I think people forget it can be really hard to land those shots. You know, there's a little more of a wide range. It's a little more difficult to play as a player from that distance. So I think this month, you know, after a month of it, of dealing with it, seeing exactly where Fang stands, they kind of have a better estimate of where he's precisely at. You know, earlier in Sesa, I saw him get played a decent amount and even banned. Definitely what I feel like was more than LATAM South. So maybe this region's just adjusted to it. I'm curious to see how it does globally, but I definitely think Fang is somebody that I feel like is a solid brawler, but outside of the super, doesn't wow me, doesn't fully scare me. It's just when you put that level of a super in a professional brawler's hands, it can get scary at times, but I definitely feel like there are ways to address it.
Yeah, and I feel like you could almost say the same about Gene, but there's a key difference, and that is that Gene definitely has a safer method of play that really ties the team together. He plays more of a support role, but it's really his super and his gadgets that make him viable. Right, his super has massive utility. You're able to pull in an enemy, you're able to get them out of position. For Fang, you're able to put yourself in position and grab some kills, but you leave your entire team behind. So I think we kind of can look at those two brawlers in sort of the same framing, wherein their supers are really what makes them meta, but at the same time, Fang is just like such a risky play. Also, the counterplay is just about the same. The counterplay to Gene is just don't give him his super and play something that's longer range. The counterplay for Fang is just don't give him his super and play something that's longer ranged. And we see that with Piper sometimes. Of course, we'll get to see if there's any Piper play on here. On Double Swish, not my personal pick, but I'm definitely keeping my eyes out for the Gene. Maybe a little bit of Tara action up in here and some tank counters as well. We'll be getting that draft phase underway, but first, bans. Blind bans, one per team. Kenny, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, this is an interesting one, right? We did see Eve as an option here earlier. I definitely think could be banned. You know, honestly, I know this sounds crazy, but I've seen Bo be banned in these spots in scrims / you know, other events for this region. We also saw it played earlier today, and I believe it's a brawler that Clash has brought out before. To me, that's not where I am going, but I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility. I think Crow is somebody that you've been a big fan of. I am too. Somebody that does really well. Those could be kind of ones that I'm leaning towards. Spike, always kind of a ban you have to keep your eye on too, just because he shows up in a lot of different combinations. Very safe brawler as well. So off the top of my head, those are kind of where my head's at. You know, normally I wouldn't say something like Bo. In no other region would I even dare to say it, but just given what we've seen today, what I've seen from Clash in the past, I really don't think it's outside of the realm of possibilities.
Okay, our two bans will be coming in quickly. There's the Crow ban. Interesting. And of course, the Eve ban if you have the second pick and a Bo first pick. Okay, you know what? This is definitely LATAM South vibes right here because, yeah, Bo first pick definitely says a lot. Now, you're not always going to pick the best brawler in the game as a first pick, but you're going to be picking something that you can actually form a comp around, and no doubt Bo is one of those brawlers. He's going to be playing mid.
Yeah, I mean, you know, again, it's crazy to see him first. I think as a, you know, fourth or fifth pick, I can get behind it and things like that a little bit more. And I mean, obviously it worked out pretty decently earlier too. And again, this is clearly a brawler that this region really likes. And like I mentioned earlier, I've seen Clash do this before. I wouldn't have, you know, it's crazy to me that there was a chance Bo could get banned and they first pick him. I think it just goes to show that, you know, LATAM South clearly prioritizes it, especially this side of Clash. And at least on this side, I think Mr. P's actually a really solid way to address that. Imagine that the totem mines are down. You know, you've got everything rocking and rolling. He's a longer distance brawler. So I think these porters are actually a pretty good way to trip up the mines on their own. They can naturally do it themselves. That could be a way to address that. Having the porters just in general against some sharpshooters could prevent some of the combinations that Clash could run. I think if I'm Clash, they're probably looking at Gene and Tara here as future pick possibilities, just because if you have that totem on the ground, remember, you can passively charge a super off it, and Genes and Taras are about as good as it gets. Sandy getting another good one here too. I think if you can get that Sandstorm off, it's going to provide a lot of value. They might run Bo as a mid. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if they pick something else, and it looks like Pam is that option for them.
All right, well, we know the #1 counter to Pam, don't we? I guess it's Jesse, right? Jesse's certainly possible to play here, but there are other possibilities as well. What is that mid brawler going to be if not Byron? Some sort of wall breaker would definitely be useful to break open the enemy's walls. Otherwise, Arena Casito is just going to have a bunch of walls broken on their side. Okay, interesting. The M's pick. So that's going to be useful for flushing the Pam out of her turret's range. It's going to be useful for keeping the Sandy back if he is rushing up in those bushes all sped up. Going to be a good defensive play. But as far as where it's going to fit into this whole equation, a bit of a mystery. We'll see M's rushing up that right lane, playing really defensively, just trying to keep the Byron safe for now. On the left side, Kyodog is going to be versus Toxic. Now, here's another thing to consider is that Mr. P is able to hit a turret twice because his shot hits once and then it bounces up and does some splash damage. So he's kind of good for dealing with turrets. Kyodog is going to go for a little bit of damage early on, but that turret is going to suffer a lot at the hands of Toxic later on once it's up.
Christian tiptoeing his way on this right-hand side, putting in a lot of work. Another super being chained as well, and actually manages to take down Motep again. AQ on this right-hand side being a menace right now. VT Zim, though, because of Kyodog's hard work, is managing to get to this mid area. A Sandstorm finally being implemented as well, but I don't think it's actually going to give them too terribly much value as Sandy goes down and it's just VT Zim remaining. Does allow them to grab a couple gems, but in terms of takedowns, really doesn't provide any opportunities for them.
Yeah, Ims is just such a frustrating brawler to deal with, as you can see on the right lane. Motep is going to be getting that final shot, though, and as a result, he farms up his Sandstorm as well. AC Milan Clash has regained control of mid. And once this Sandstorm dies down, they're going to be hiding in those bushes, too. Now, Christian is able to get that vengeance on Motep. Gets taken down by VT Zim. Still, AC Milan Clash have control of mid. They just need one more gem to spawn, and here comes the countdown. VT Zim will be staying in that same position as before. There's no way for Arena Casito to get him out of position. They're just going to have to push through Kyodog and Motep first, but it doesn't look like there's enough time. It's looking like an AQM win for game #1.
And led by none other than first pick Bo. This region just continues to surprise me. Clash taking a strategy that is very unique to them and putting it to work. You know, what other regions would probably use for his kit would be something like Amber, who's been very popularized recently and used to be very dominant on this map as well. But they're using the bow mines to kind of open up the map a little bit, gain some more visibility. And in combination with Pam, who's, in my opinion, a very solid mid or lane brawler here in general, a lot of versatility there. And Sandy, very safe pick. It allows you to get some invisibility as well. I mean, they're utilizing Bo in ways that I haven't seen in other regions, and they continue to stand by this, and it's even working. They've taken game #1, and AQ is going to have to adjust a little bit in game #2 if they want a chance of taking this set.
Yeah, this is actually fascinating. VT Zim is able to charge up his super off of the super totem, and Christian is seriously feeling the pain because the whole idea of Christian on this right lane is that he's able to take down Sandy, which he is, right? But Sandy only needs like a couple hits. He can die. It's whatever. But then he stands in the super totem, gets a super for free, and with Root Sands, you can even see where all the enemies are in their bushes. We'll see Motep take a whole lot of damage from Christian. Christian, playing even close to enemies that are dealing a bunch of damage to him, is still going to be healing up a lot thanks to Hype, which is Im's second star power that heals her when people are in her radius. Kyodog gets cornered on the left side. Christian's really just looking for any place where he can make something happen. It's seriously going to come down to what Christian is able to hold down on the defensive end to distance AC Milan Clash from mid. But as Motep is about to get this next super, it might not even matter.
Yeah, and it's crazy after all of that aggressive pushing, they've still found themselves only tied in the gym count. VT Zim may have an opportunity, an actual takedown on the Byron here. Toxic going to be pushing for these right-hand gems. 3 on the ground. VT Zim has 3 of his own. Some big-time tags going in there, and VT Zim falls. Toxic will have an opportunity to kind of pick these up in the mid here. Needs to tread lightly, though, as the Sandy approaches with the gadget, and now they cycle another takedown out, too. VT Zim is very healthy in this moment. Christian bobbing and weaving through some shots along with the Byron heals, and now we have a countdown beginning, and AQ has 13. They will need to get a takedown on the Christian if they want a chance.
The M's play has been absolutely filthy. There is no way for AC Milan Clash to take out Christian now, even with the stun and a couple of shots from Motep. They're just no match for the M's. Insane. So much survivability with hype. Great at getting enemies within that radius of the caustic charisma to stay alive. And also the zoning was just off the charts. As we saw, we got to see Christian on the right side, keeping Kyodog out of range of those gems that looked really safe towards AC Milan Clash's spawn. Christian gets it done. Christian's also going to be flushing VT Zim out of that position at mid. I would definitely say that this is the right decision to make. We are going to see Motep win that right lane, but Christian's pretty much going to win whatever lane he's put on. So put him on the most important lane. That left lane for Arena Casito is going to be vital in disrupting the rhythm of the mid brawler. In this case, it's VT Zim, forcing them forward and making their gems be put in jeopardy. Let's see how they handle it now as Christian switches over to the right.
Yeah, Casito can't go unsung here, hitting some very needed heals to keep the aggression for Christian. He's going to manage to grab that final gem that is left alive for now, but Bo hitting some nice shots. VT Zim putting them in a troublesome situation, and now the healing station down from Kyodog as well. The invisibility rising up as well, and Casito actually going to trip on a mine here. Kyodog with the scrap sucker out as well, and now they should be able to back away comfortably with 9 gems, and a countdown has begun.
That has to hurt. That mine placement was just impeccable. In Arena Casito, we're not ready for it. And that's what happens when you're not used to playing versus Bo. You don't think about the team comms on where the Bo mines are gonna be because everyone can see them usually. But when there's a team kill, then it kind of gets lost in translation, unfortunately. That's set number 1 going the way of AQM, and it was so close to going the opposite way. Casito, not super pleased, but I mean, it doesn't look like he is usually. Keeping his cool, and that's what it's about. Mentally resetting as we're going to move into set number 2 for some sneaky fields. And Kenny, it's another M's map, and it's also another map where tanks can become very viable. So if M's is banned out, I think we could see some tanks, and then if we see some tanks, then we can see some Shelly, right? This is the only map where you can ever see Shelly in competitive, and I'm here for it. I want to see it. I want to see it so badly, Kenny.
Yeah, you've brought up Shelly a couple times now today. I mean, I hope for you that Shelly comes out here. If I had to take a stab at it already, I hate to break it to you, but I would be very doubtful of Shelly coming in this, unless some mighty tanks are drafted. Maybe they'll do you a favor and bring out, the Franks of the world to help you out a little bit. But that's not where my head would be at. I am anticipating some Gale here, some M's like you mentioned. Some other popular global picks are going to be Sandy. Saw Ruffs come in here a little bit earlier too. And one that's, more native to this region, I actually kind of like as a mid here, depending on the draft. B's a solid option. If you're not going into, the sandbags of Colonel Ruffs, or, you want to play kind of that longer range option with the wall breaks that we saw earlier. I love that strategy, going with a Griff and a B. That kind of combination could actually be really good. And a sneaky one as well, which I would be a little surprised to see here, but, B and Frank also contribute to that wall break give and take. Frank with the super opens up the map a little bit, and while it does make things harder for him, it just makes things easier for B. So there's a little give and take, and I really did enjoy that wall break kind of composition we saw earlier on this map today. I think Griff is somebody that we got to see a little more action of, who's a pretty solid brawler, has an insane super as well. So I think there's a lot of potential for some cool plays here, and not to mention, brawlers like Eve that we could easily see banned here as well.
This is going to blow your mind, but who else is a wall breaker? Shelly.
Who?
Right? And we
okay.
And,
all right.
and now that I have the stats, right, I have to let everyone know, especially Kenny. Guess how many times Shelly was picked around the world on this map? I'm going to go ahead and answer that question. 1.
6.
Right? You know what region? You know what region? I believe Kenny and I were watching the qualifiers. Yeah, NA, bro. NA. It was the Shelly pick.
We would.
Yeah, of course we would run Shelly. Of course, as the NA natives, we love the Shelly stuff. We love the fun stuff, and that's what it's about. Something tells me that there's not going to be a victory lap with PSG Shelly here, as we saw from INT. No, not from INTZ, but from their opponents PSG in 2020. There's some kind of relation to LATAM South there. Okay, whatever. Let's get into the map itself. Sneaky Fields, designed by none other than the content creator Lex himself, is one of our kind of newer introductions to the competitive map pool, making its debut mid last year. And it's still kind of fresh, right? But the best thing about Sneaky Fields is that we finally get to see some tanks out here, which are not really favored by the draft mode, and we actually see the Spike and the Crow bans, which tells me, yeah, it's time. It's time for some Poco tanks.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned Poco. A year ago, that would have been a great option, this map, to run Poco double tank in the blind format. But nowadays, it's really easy to counter that, so you don't really see a lot of Poco. But Byron, certainly an option here as a healer, a great overall brawler. And again, this region really likes Leon, especially early on in drafts, so it doesn't surprise me to see that there. We see Sandy come through as well, which is a brawler we mentioned before. So this does leave doors open for AC Milan Clash, who end up rolling with Gale, who's a brawler I think is really solid on this map. Very good on the defensive end, has the stun of 1.5 seconds from the super, and they're actually going to pick Rosa. And if you're going to pick Rosa, I think it was really smart to take Gale right before that, so your enemy can't take it, but Ems is still available. There are definitely options to deal with Rosa. Also picking Rosa too, one thing I will note, Ash, if he shows up, is a solid map to have him on, and Rosa would do really well into that. So I think that might have shaped Arena Casito's draft options a little bit more too. And they're going to be electing to pick Jesse, who will likely be the mid going into this next game.
Okay, we're all squared away. Let's get into game number 1 of set number 2. AC Milan Clash leads with their victory in set number 1. Motep keeps on pushing forward, but is pretty much shut down. Oh, and does manage to get a kill in the end. We see Casito is able to get a kill here. VT Zim looks for his next super, but he's not able to get one quite yet. In fact, he's not going to get one at all. And Arena Casito can throw down some rude sands to start pushing people out of this back bush. There's a super from Motep as well. Stunned, but still going to come quite close to a kill. Arena Casito keep moving forward. And AC Milan Clash, no way. Perfect placement of the Twister. No way. It's totally inaccessible. That would have been a goal had it not been for that crazy placement by VC Zim.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy to me that AQ can cycle so many kills here onto AC Milan Clash, and all it took was one single Twister to hold them off. Again, it just goes to show Gale can be a really valuable brawler in this map, despite AQ's efforts. You know, Toxic with some early calculated aggression, getting a nice kill there with some good dodges, and Christian doing a good job as Sandy to pair with the teammate. Even though they got so many kills, now we find ourselves in a spot where AQM is favored in terms of positioning. It's crazy to think that one Twister really changed the entire direction of this game so far.
Really is crazy, but we see a crazy long stun there from BT's in 1.5 seconds stun there with Gale. Is there enough damage to deal with Motep? Doesn't look like it. 1,000 health left, and that was mostly through damage done through his shield. Remarkable stuff. Arena Casito need to get a goal to tie things up here. They only have 45 seconds to do so. But already, AC Milan Clash are tearing them apart limb from limb. Down goes Christian. Casito steps up to the plate, but Motep is too healed up to be taken down. And AC Milan Clash continue to hold this position. Toxic has to deposit this ball on the right side. VT Zim is just going to add insult to injury by blocking off that lane as well. So it's going to be really hard to move the ball up the field in the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, and VT Zim has really picked things up, just cycling the tags. Christian falling as well. Toxic going down, and the Twister blocking them off, the final placement of it. And with 8 seconds remaining, I don't think they're going to have enough time, especially as Motep has now grabbed the ball and carefully pocketed it in his top right-hand side. Really solid effort from AC Milan Clash, and just the defensive effort from Gale made all the difference for me in taking game number 1, because things looked really good for AQ off the start. They were cycling death after death onto AQM, and what looked really bleak for them, all it took was one gadget pop, and that Twister sealed the deal for him.
The Gale is so strong, and the Rosa is so strong for gaining positioning for these guys. In Arena Casito, they're able to play well for control, but they're not able to churn out consistent damage at a high degree. Motep is going to be taken down by the combo of Christian and Casito over here. Once again, tossing that ball over on the right side, buying AC Milan Clash a little bit of time so that VT Zim can have his super. Ready to get a stun to help out an enemy, but that's 2 goals right there. Yep, or rather 2 kills and a goal for Arena Casito. Dog, though, abandons the goal to take the focus off of himself. That way, he doesn't feed too much super to the enemy, and he's able to get a super as well. Heals onto Motep just a little bit late. Would have been a much different story had that come just a split second earlier. And now Arena Casito can start to work on mid control once again.
Yeah, it's similar story to game number 1 early on. AQ doing a great job of cycling out some kills. Motep, though, now has a supercharge. Going to be able to take down the Jesse turret as well. The ball is in a tough spot for AQM, though. You know, AQ doesn't have the utility like a Gale Twister to really block that off, but they have put it in a very inconvenient spot for AQ. And now Motep cycling super after super. VT Zim also has a super shot available. This is looking really good for AQM, and I don't think Sandy has the damage in him to take Rosa down in time. 1-1 situation with a minute left on the clock.
Unfortunate, and I think Christian knew that was going to happen, so he didn't even bother using his gadget to stun Rosa. He still has 1 more left, but with things tied up 1-1, Arena Casito can still win this if they just grab another goal. VT Zim's going to take a whole lot of damage from the root stands, and Christian finishes off the kill. Dog is up next, but Christian can't get in range. Here's the slow onto Motep, and Christian and Toxic descend onto the Rosa like hawks. Dog on the right side is trying his best to keep these guys back. Is it going to be possible? Goes down to Christian, and AC Milan Clash are not looking amazing as this clock ticks down to overtime.
Yeah, now the invisibility kicking in as well. 15 seconds as overtime approaches. Things looking really good for AQ. Dog going to be weak here, and it looks like they're just going to be buying a few moments to get their teammate rezzed and back in action. As overtime approaches, Rosa will have a little bit more difficult of a time. Gale with a good pushback there. It should allow AQM a little more control of the ball, and now Toxic with the invisibility could get sneaky here. Going to be approaching VT Zim, missing the shots, though. That was pretty pivotal. Probably an auto-aim mishap there, locking on to a different brawler than they anticipated. Motep does fall, though, and this should be an opportunity until the Twister got placed down. Is there enough room? No, there's not. They've carefully placed it again. They've done it to him again on defense. And now AQ will have to hold on for another few seconds until they can get a goal opportunity.
Looks like AC Milan Clash are going to do their best to stall this out. Oh, almost saw the pass out by VT Zim, and it looks like Christian knew this was going to happen. There's the goal as well. And Sneaky Fields is all tied up. We've seen Arena Casito take at least 1 game in both of the sets so far. And AQM, they don't seem too phased by it. We'll see how they react in the final game. There's no more beyond this. Unless, of course, we go to a tie, which we very, very nearly did in the last one. A pass up to Motep would be in store here, but Casito is able to get the kill. VT Zim falls as well. And it looks like mid-control will go to Arena Casito to start things off.
And they just continually have these strong starts here. And remember, it may look good for them now, but VT Zim with a charged super or with a twister could put an entire push to a halt single-handedly. Motep also with a super on their side as well. Goes right into his hands for an interception. Going to be going down the field now, relying on the super to stay up. Takedown onto Casito as well, but Toxic with the invisibility actually not managing to get the kill on the Dog. That's a big blunder right there. Christian going to be left all alone for now, and the entire side of Clash with supers are approaching the goal.
Okay, Christian's doing his best versus VT Zim. He knows he's going to get stunned at some point. There's the pass up to the right side. VT Zim's going to get a huge stun. 1-2. Brawler's stunned. And almost a team wipe. VT Zim has to evaluate whether he's going to go for this. And he is. And it goes in. No. What? And the AC Milan Clash clutch this first goal of the game. Is still a minute 15 left for Arena Casito to get a goal and tie things up.
Gale is my hero right now. The defensive plays, the offensive plays on sneaky fields. There's just nothing this man can't do. Very calculated super there. Allowed just enough time for that pushback to kick in, and they barely get the ball. And VT Zim again with the twister. There's nothing they can do. They don't have a wall break. They can just walk in there and grab it. VT Zim's just hanging around, and still has a super too. And won't even need it. Motep gonna pop one of his own, and Rosa getting the job done herself. Christian left all alone now on this right-hand side. Just to wonder, can they even get to the ball? VT Zim hasn't moved in a few seconds.
Oh no, and the double stun. VT Zim starts working on that next super too. That's his second twister, it looks like. He has one more left to stall out the rest of the game. AC Milan Clash's strategy is simply to stall things out. And he's just going to keep on shooting because there's really nothing else to do for him, as he is he's the ball keeper, right? He is the defender of the ball, and he's having a good time. A ball, if you will. Toxic is going to try and get towards the goal if it means anything. If it's any consolation, Toxic touched the goal line, but the ball remains safe and sound on the left side. Motep is definitely laughing about that one because it's simply funny. I mean, imagine being in that position. You score a single goal, and then you play defense for the rest of the game on Gale, and you just keep on putting up twisters. They can't do anything about it. There's no wall break. There's no getting through that. No one can. It's ridiculous, but it's meta, right? And it's a viable strategy, and it worked for AQM. We're headed into Bell's Rock for set number 3.
Next time I play Power League, I'm remembering to either ban Gale if I don't have the first pick, and if not, I'm picking him. I mean, that was ridiculous. Single-handedly, he did both defense and offense in that game. He was everything. And, you know, that's not to take away from teammates, but at the end of the day, they got the goal that they needed right in time, and then just stalled. They put 3 twisters down to defend that. Plus, when the Gale Super's on your side, they just kept chaining them in and out. I mean, really, what was there to do? You know, they just had Byron and Rosa, which is a great tandem in general, a tank with a healer. Overall, just really good plays in that third game for AQM, and they played that strategy beautifully. I mean, one of the things that really kicks in drafts, and I mean, the Gale plays are insane. VT Zim just looked great in all 3 of those games and played his role wonderfully.
Yeah, crazy stuff, and it doesn't even slow down, not even a little. We'll move into Bell's Rock for some knockout, and this is a real nail-biter, right? Because if the match is decided here, it's probably going to come down to like a 3v1 situation. So, guys, don't fall off the edge of your seat. Bell's Rock, here we come. This is the one where blocking off mid is particularly effective. Another thing to consider is that, yeah, mid, very important lane to be playing, but you don't want to get pushed into that bushy area with the fences surrounding it. Definitely a huge hazard that a lot of people have fallen into, especially when they're playing versus like Tig or Sprout, because those brawlers don't usually get kills, but when they do, it happens in those areas where there's really nowhere to run. There's nowhere to escape. You can't get pushed anywhere else. Let's see our first couple of bans from both of these teams.
Yeah, and the 2 most globally and ones that I think have in the past been the earliest are both Tick and Fang. Fang, we've started moving towards, it feels like, in this region a little bit, kind of away from that. Maybe could be a later pick. I would be surprised if it was early, but Eve does not surprise me. Byron, not too terribly surprising either. I feel like Byron is a very versatile brawler. With pick number 1, Clash is going to roll with Jean, which is a very safe pick. We've mentioned this a few times on the broadcast now, and I think we're both in pretty similar boats that, you know, especially for this game mode, a very safe option. You got the dynamic pull that can come in and change a game up at any time. Deals well with a lot of different kinds of brawlers. I do think this leaves the door open for Mr. P a little bit, though, on the side of Arena Casito, which is also a popular brawler in this region.
Okay, third pick coming out. Here's the Sprout. That wasn't supposed to rhyme, but... well, whatever. I had nothing to rhyme with that one. Totally calculated. There's a Tick response. I mean, yeah, once Sprout is picked, the other team's going to go with Tick. Once Tick is picked, the other team is going to go Sprout, right? They're like yin and yang, these two. Pick number 5 is coming out from AC Milan Clash any second now. They got to find something that meshes well with Jean. And it's going to be Bell, actually. Here's the deal, is when you pick Jean, you got to find a brawler as well that can deal with his pull, right? Something that is able to work effectively in close range, but since we're of course on Bell's Rock, it's got to be something that works at long range too. Now Tick is not going to be a brawler that functions really at all in close range, but for Bell, I can totally see it. And the final pick of Piper, that's really the only time you're going to see Piper is for the last pick so that no one can counter it out. And also, it's going to be great for dealing with Bell. In that sharpshooter duel, I mean, Piper wins it. So hopefully for Casito, he's able to consistently stay on that Bell lane.
Yeah, it is an interesting one to dissect, right? Piper plays well in the Bell, but Gene also plays well in the Piper, as we're seeing Kaio Dog switch over to his right-hand side, and also the throwers do particularly well into Ruffs and Piper and Bell and Gene. So a lot of give and take here, a lot of benefits for both sides as Toxic falling there, and now the numbers on the side of AQ, who lose another, and it's just Piper on this top right-hand side. Casito definitely has his work cut out for him.
All right, and not many more opportunities for Casito to do anything. He's basically just deciding, who am I going to give a super to, right? The more damage you take, that opponent is going to be charging up super, and he got to choose between two brawlers that already had super. So not really in this situation was that terribly relevant, but it will become relevant later on. We see also Kaio Dog switching over to mid, looking to establish the long-range poke damage, just getting Toxic down bit by bit. We see Motep also pop his head to make it happen. There's the Mind Mania as well from VT Zim as he closes off mid for a short period of time. Christian also gradually advances forward. There's the homemade recipe from Casito. Does not make contact. Motep almost threads the needle right there. Did you see that? He's running the second gadget for Bell, and he almost got it right on the Toxic. He threaded it through the sandbags. That would have been, I mean, definitely a candidate for play of the day had it happened, but it didn't. And Renegados Casito and AC Milan Clash are still tied up here as far as eliminations in round 2.
Yeah, that new Bell gadget is actually kicking in a lot more on this map now. People are less likely to use the nest egg these days. AQ with a good start, though, but a nice pull from Kaio Dog, and now it's AQ who have lost the numbers. But Casito with the tag! Oh, my word, they survive! And this man needs to start playing poker. He hasn't revealed a single emotion the entire day. And despite how crazy of a play that was, he kept it calm and collected. Holy cow, what a play. And now we have things tied up in game number 1.
Yeah, he didn't even say a word. He didn't even say anything. He's just like, yep, not just another day being Casito. is I imagine his inner dialogue is. He just does what he does and says nothing about it. He lets the gameplay do the talking, let's put it that way. Toxic is going to be taken down, and this is not a good situation. Down goes Casito, and Christian is the last man standing. Motep and VTZM have to put a stop to the Sprout play. If Christian's able to get a wall up, then it could happen. Ooh, 1-2 shots in a row, and down goes Christian. That is AC Milan Clash taking this first game victory, and now we're at match point.
Yeah, despite the great efforts there from Arena Casito, it is going to fall. We now have ourselves a match point to start round 1 of game number 2. Looks like they're going to be laning Piper onto Bell immediately, but a quick switch. Kaio Dog will be looking for the opportunity to take that lane, as they should. It is a more favorable matchup for them. And on the left-hand side, we have Christian and VT Zim battling it out in the Ready, Set, Thrower battle of the day.
Yeah, so this is the Ready Set Throw. It's my favorite brawler in the game. Sprout, just amazing, so cute, and also so fun to play. But mostly because this is a recurring trend, because he's annoying to play against, and I love just knowing that my opponents are being frustrated with my very skilled Sprout gameplay. Of course, enough patting myself on the back here. Christian still has to let the gameplay do the talking for him as he now tries to get a little bit of damage versus VT Zim and narrowly misses clipping that projectile around the corner. VT Zim also healing up really quickly with a combo of that healing gear as well as the well-oiled star power. AC Milan Clash get the first round victory. It all comes down to this. The last round of what could be the last game. Or, yes, what could be the last round of what could be the last game. Nonetheless, it is game point, set point, and match point in the grand finals.
Yeah, it always can be a little tricky with knockout. Christian going to be super weak here, though. Going to have to tread lightly. A pull from Kyo Dog unfortunately missed, but will the tick mines be enough? Piper going down. We know Sprout's weak up top. Does manage to heal up a little bit, but Toxic falls, and this could be the end of the road as AC Milan clash. We have Motep standing up now. What I believe is Tweebird on the pants. Very hype. The Bruce Bear, the fit. And now the dance moves. Goodness gracious. We've seen some touchdown dances in the half today. Look at this man go. I wonder what music he's playing along to this. But good for him. Very fitted. The Bruce Bear excitement as well. Really well played to AC Milan Clash, who have once again secured a monthly finals championship.
This is the new meta, right? Is the victory dance. Now that we have player cams, the meta is touchdown dance, the Tweety Bird pants, and a Nita Bear doing a dance, right? This is great stuff. I love it. I love the excitement from AQM. Congratulations to AC Milan Clash on their second consecutive monthly finals win here in LATAM South. To Arena Casito, GG's, and also, once more, congratulations. They took down Chasmat, right? And they've taken second for the second time. So this is absolutely remarkable for Arena Casito. I can't wait to see what they have in store for us in the coming months. But for now, GG and congrats on second place.
Yeah, the way things are playing out right now, AQM has really secured themselves as the top team in this region. That's 2 months in a row that they've won, facing off two similar opponents, and they beat just about everyone between qualifiers and, the rounds going through today. I mean, they've played a lot of different teams and time again have proven that they are the team to beat in this region. Right now, that's looking how it's shaping up, and it seems to me that, based on the last couple months and who they've played, I think Arena Casito has proven as that second spot right now. And yeah, I think it is something to point out for sure. Chasmat Gaming has some very talented players, top 4 in World Finals even in 2021, and they just have not kept up quite yet with Arena Casito and AQM so far.
Yeah, Chasmat Gaming, we're looking at a Worlds roster from the last year. They fell in the semifinals. Let's take a look at the bracket as well to get an idea of how all of that went down. We actually saw Chasmat Gaming BR go down to Arena Casito in the first semifinals. But bringing it back towards the quarterfinals, Kenny, I mean, we had quite a journey today. Do you care to walk us through?
Yeah, of course. Arena Casito, very convincing fashion, took our quarterfinal number 1, and things started to get a little more heated when we approached game number 2. Renegados put up a really good fight against Chasmat Gaming. This was the one I was looking at coming into the day as being one that could be an upset story. Ultimately, though, Chasmat Gaming BR did get the win. I think Renegados is a team to watch for future months, especially depending on who they lane up against in the quarterfinals. They have proven to be one of the better teams in this region. UNIMA Gaming and 6 faced off next. Very last moment kind of win for 6FA, who recently added P.E.K.K.A to their roster. Ended up coming through today as they took a 2-1 lead there that paved the road for them to go to the semifinals. And Clash has just been taking care of business time and time again. A 2-0 win against KIB, leading into a 3-0 win against 6, and into another 3-0 win against Arena Casito. Something to note, Clash did not drop a set the entire day,
wow,
which is a feat in and of itself, and especially considering the opponents they played. Really good win for them. Arena Casito as well, taking a nice win against Chasmat Gaming, which some would consider surprising, as myself too, at least in that dominant of a fashion, but all of that just to fall to AC Milan Clash 3-0, which we just got to witness.
All right, so I'm going to follow that by asking, how did your predictions go? Of course, all of you watching, but also Kenny, right? Because I personally went 6 for 7. In fact, I mispredicted the same match that you went for. I said Chasmat had it instead of Arena Casito, but as we know, Arena Casito took that victory in the end. How about you, Kenny? How'd you do on your predictions?
We were about the same. You're one ahead of me, though. I went UNIMA Gaming. I stuck to my pick before P.E.K.K.A got picked up. That's kind of what I was thinking in my head. I went ahead and stuck with it because I figured it would be about a 50-50. So I figured, why change my mind? Might as well stick with what I thought originally. And it came down to the wire. But again, at the end of the day, it was 2-1 in the end of the last set, too. Came down to the wire. But UNIMA Gaming ultimately lost, and that's where our predictions are a little bit different. Strong start for both of us, though. I will say, Reddy, great improvement from last month on your predictions. You really kicked in this week.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am doing my research. Some very late nights hitting the books, meaning hitting the stream VODs and watching through them at increased speed. With that though, let's take a look at how things are shaping up, not only in this monthly final, but also in the region overall. We have AC Milan Clash leading with 220 points. Arena Casito with 159. Chasmat very close behind with 103. Renegados, who we didn't have the pleasure of seeing this month, with the 68. 6FA with 67. Portuguesa with 67. KIB 53. Zero Zone 53. UNIMA Gaming 52. And Zacron 48. A lot of these teams we saw last month. Some of these teams we have seen 2 months in a row, like KIB. We saw them 2 months in a row, but unfortunately they weren't able to make it past the quarters. But that's consistency in and of itself, and that is a nice achievement as well. Of course, LATAM South is not the only region that we're concerned about. We have regions from all over the world that have been going on at the same time. Kenny, things have been going wild all over the world, especially in EMEA.
Yeah, EMEA always a wild one. And again, like we saw there, Clash and Casito are going to be our 2 leaders of the LATAM South right now. Very impressive starts for them for the year. And remember, mid-season invitational, not a ton of details about it yet, but you got to think if you're one of the top teams in your region, you have a really good shot at it in Clash to feel comfortable with that. EMEA, of course, currently has SK, who took it home last month. Tribe Gaming was right there with them, though. Team Casito was a team that's really impressed me. Stamina OG's right there, but things are going to get shaken up a little bit in the EMEA, as there are new teams entering the month. That's definitely going to be one to watch next weekend. Of course, we are both from the NA region. What a month it was last time to see Tribe, Avengers, and Stamina all facing off against each other. Tribe and Stamina's match is always one to watch, and Avengers socked the world a little bit. They made it all the way to the grand finals, ending up losing to Tribe. And of course, we will get to see Zeta Division 1 again face off against Zeta Division 0 in the East Asia region next week in the opening round once again. So some strong team is going to unfortunately go down so early in the East Asia standings.
All right, well, that concludes our monthly finals, but of course, I want to zoom it out as well and say, now that our matches have finished for today, what can we anticipate next month? Because we already see some storylines developing in LATAM South. We had some stuff leading into the competitive season, right? Stuff happening between March and April, and now what is to come between April and May? I think one of the biggest stories that we have in LATAM South in Brawl Stars Esports is what's going on with Chasmat, because this is a roster that we saw do very well in 2020, very well in 2021. They made it to top 4 in Worlds, and now with this new format, with some other things as well, with Knockout being introduced and Siege being, told goodbye, they are not performing exactly how we expected them to. Now, they have a lot of room to improve as well. They can still bring it back, but Kenny, like, what's going through your mind? What's going on with Chasmat?
It's hard to pinpoint, exact mistakes. It just feels like maybe it's a reflection on the strength of this region. It's really hard to say because they did prove themselves in World Finals. Their players did an excellent job. I mean, they were facing some really tough teams, not just from the region, but from the world. And they proved themselves time and time again last year. And again, I maybe goes to show that Arena Casito has figured things out with this format. The players on the side of a Clash were really strong towards the end of last year. And remember, they did lane up against Zeta Division 1, which were the champions, so maybe they would have done better in World Finals as well if we hadn't seen them face off against the champions in the first round. It's really hard to say. Thankfully, on their end, we're going through single points right now. Maybe not MSI is in the picture for them, but still plenty of time left to play throughout the year. A little improvement here and there, and they're certainly capable. They've done it time and time again, and we've seen them fight teams like Clash and Arena Casito and do well. It feels like overall, not even just in BSC, but in other tournaments as well, they're kind of in the middle of that, upper middle of that pack. To me, the way it feels right now is that Clash is the number 1 team, Casito is the number 2, and then Chasmat leads that next tier of teams right now. But I definitely think they have the potential to go up 1 to even 2 tiers.
Yeah, I like that way of seeing it, right? It's not that Chasmat has like declined in skill. It's that Arena Casito is just going absolutely crazy. And if you put this roster at top 4 in the world, imagine where that places Arena Casito in the grand scheme of things. We got a lot of awesome competition ahead of us, not only within this region, but our next broadcast. It's gonna be East Asia. So for those East Asia monthly finals, make sure you tune in April 9th at 4 p.m. Korean Standard Time in order to catch that broadcast. With that, though, Kenny, any final thoughts on how things went today?
Always a fun one with you, King. I had a good time, and LATAM South provided for a lot of really good moments. Definitely tune in next one too, because I think the storylines are just going to continue to develop. I want to see how Chasmat Gaming comes back next month. I want to see if Arena Casito can finally get the job done and maybe take a stab at their first monthly final. And can Clash hold on? Can they continue to do what they're doing for the entire year and really secure themselves as the best team in this region? I'm excited to see it all go down. Thanks for being here with us too, audience. I know it was a fun one today. A lot of good competition, and appreciate you going along that journey with us.
Yeah, always a gift to be able to LATAM South, but more importantly, always a pleasure to cast with you, Kenny. It's been a real fun ride. Everyone, make sure that you tune in for the next broadcast to East Asia. For now, has been Ready, Set, and Kung Fu Kenny 32, bringing you LATAM South. We'll see you guys for the next one, but until then, stay frosty.